All right, Super Street, listen up. They are pulling them up to the arch. So if you are a competitor in Super Street and you are hearing this from the pit area, you're in the wrong place because Super Street, round number 1, firing off right now. Stock Eliminator, get them warmed up. We're going to be calling you here in just a couple of minutes for pairing round 2. It is Super Street. It is 11:05. The class index. It is breezy. It is brisk. I didn't check the weather this morning. What's wrong with you, Unc? Why don't you walk in, smack me in the back of the head, and tell me to check the weather? By the way, are you the one that put the bonehead sign up on my parking spot? Took you a while to deny it. I have one down here that said reserved for Alan. Yesterday, somebody put a sign over Alan that says bonehead.
You still knew it was your spot, though, didn't you?
Well, I was in it before they put the sign up.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, that made it easy for them to identify me. I can tell you, whoever did it was more artistic than I am. I would have written bonehead with a Sharpie and called it good. They did like a block letter, fill in, artistic kind of, fancy. 2,844 feet, 56 degrees. And a hurricane.
Did they spell correctly?
Bonehead?
Bonehead.
How the hell would I know? I can't spell either one of those words.
Okay.
Put them together, I really can't spell them. Camaro's a pair, starting off with John Dragster, the reigning division champ on the left side, and David Phillips. from North Las Vegas, trying to defend his home racetrack. Dave, who actually works out here when he's not driving that race car. One car, two car, red car, blue car, and 2 green lights. I like it. I like it a lot. Now watch Phillips. He gets way out there because he's not a big mile an hour guy, but here comes John Dexter closing in, passing him, dropping the nose, getting the win. 11:16. 123.18 the speed. Phillips goes 11:15 at 120 miles an hour. That 037 light kind of put him in a hole right on the starting line, and John Dexter goes 009 and gets the whole shot win. That's it. Wade Samuel, Dwayne Daniel. Wade on the left side, 65 Chevelle. Dwayne on the right side, 72 Nova. A 565 cubic inch big block in the 72 Nova. Well, alrighty then. Hey, stock eliminator. Oh, attention in the pits. Stock eliminator. Come on down. Stockers, we need you in lanes, please. And Dwayne Daniel lights the cherry. By 17 thousandths of a second, the red light's on, the Nova's gone, and the Chevelle is going on and on. Oh man, red light and then dead zero. That's living proof that the racing gods have a sense of humor. Oh look, he went red. Let's make him run perfect. 11:06 for the win, 133 miles an hour. That was Wade. Stock eliminator, stock. Come on down. Here's Justin Beaver and Fred Murphy. Well, Fred Murphy wasn't the dad on My Three Sons? No, that was Murray. Never mind. Closing in on the finish line stripe, there can only be one winner, and guess what? A perfect reaction time, and then 11:06, making it happen. Fred got there first by 4 hun, broke out by 5 hun. He basically didn't have any room. An 0:15 reaction time, and he was, for all intents and purposes, locked out by a perfect light in 11:06. John Bycroft and Dave Adams coming in now. I kind of like Dave's Maverick. I mean, I don't dislike the Dart. Don't misunderstand me. I said yesterday I like darts, and I still like darts. But something about the Maverick. I just like the fact that it's got a big tire under it. It's still high enough you can drive it on the street because, you know, when a car like that, I'm going to drive it on the street. It's got a 460 in it, which I wouldn't want to be the guy changing spark plugs on that. I'm thinking they're probably snug. Down to the finish line stripe we go. It's going to be a double breakout. Adams goes 11,000. Bycroft goes 11:03. 11:03 is better than 11,000. At least it was in that case. The small block Dodge getting the win and making it happen. Stock eliminator. Come on down. Stockers to the lane. Seth Polvador and Dennis Blim. I don't remember. Did Kelly Lane win last night? My dream of 2 Fairmonts sharing the winner's circle has been dashed already. Oh, man. Dennis Blim was trying to dash the dream of any Fairmont in the winner's circle. Driver out of Triple B Farms in that purple square Chevrolet. Not going to do it, though. 0.003 of a second at the stripe. 3 thou advantage, Dennis Blim on the starting line. 3 thou out in front at the finish line with Seth Polvador. And his 11:07 beats Dennis Blim's 11:08 by 0.003. Jimmy Galante for racetrans.com. John Sapone, the Pothole Express. Something about the El Camino. The world needs more 64 El Caminos. I don't know how many we had to start with, but we don't have enough now. We need more. Whoa, where are you going? John, where are you going? John, where are you going? John, don't knock that wall down. We're going to need it later. Okay, thank you. Give up the race, save the car. That was a wise choice. 11:24, 123.7 for the win for Jimmy Galante. John Sapone was 003, and I mean, that thing turned right so hard he should have had the blinker on. It was over there about 2 feet from the wall, and it kept trying to move toward the wall. John finally gave up on it, which was the correct thing to do. 12:73, let's say lost the race, but saved the car. You have chosen wisely. Now it's Jerry Denton in what might be the world's heaviest 27 Ford Roadster, and Dan Bain in the 69 Camaro. You know, I've seen Kevin Kleinweber bouncing around here this week. I can't believe he just doesn't go down and kidnap the Lumina. We could create some kind of diversion for you. That wouldn't be that tough a deal. I'm telling you, we do it easy. Taking it to the house, 11:04 is too quick for Denton, 11:06. Winner for Dan Bain. Dan Bain, 018 on the bulb. That put him in the driver's seat. Jerry Denton got there first by 7 thou, broke out by 9 thou. Could not win the race. How about Greg Ventura? Gotta love Greg's Nova. I mean, he's got 2 of those things, but he could run that thing in super gas or super comp. I'm not sure if it's fast enough to be top sportsman. You could be the next Kevin Klein. Oh yeah, just what everybody wants. What's your goal in life? To be the next Kevin Kleinweber. Come up with another goal. You're going to need another goal. Scott Michelle on the right side. That's a dart with a big block in it. 520 cubic inches. Closing in on the stripe. Couple of big motored, square-bodied. There's your winner. It's going to beat Scott. 033 on the bulb, 11:04 on the track. 11:03 for Greg Ventura at 134 miles an hour. And he comes out on the wrong side of the too quick for both guys' math. Ryan Giacone pulls up now in the Thunderbird on the left side. Keith Montague is rethinking his life choice of making that thing into a convertible. On a day like this, I don't know about you, I want a top. I also want a heater. I even want heated seats. So, you know, for everybody to tell me, oh, the good old days, everything was better in the good old days. Yeah, go drive a 1974 pickup across the country and then tell me that's better than your diesel. Good, let me give you a hint. It ain't. Down to the stripe they go. 11:05.1 for the win. A 12-pack for Ryan Giacone. Keith Montague was 019 and locked out. He got the stripe by 9 thou, broke out by 2 hun. 011 dead 1 for Ryan Giacone. That'll win you a lot of races. It won that one. Now it's Michelle Lewis out of Washington. The Infinity Coach, Chevy Nova, and Mike Chitty. Mike is 56 years old and retired. I am more than 56 years old, and I am light years from retired. Apparently, he was like smart and got into business and made money, and I announced drag races, so we all know how that turned out. Chitty goes 9.99, 153 miles an hour for the win, 11:15, 127 for Michelle Lewis, but an 011 red light ended that one at this end. Harlan Tucker left, Davey Adams right. Tucker, the Dodge Daytona. Davey Adams, the Ford Maverick, taking him to the stripe. Check it out. A perfect light cannot carry the day. Harlan Tucker was trip zip, but then got himself a huge bite down at the other end. Runs 10.98. Davey Adams, 11:02. He was definitely not late at 0:10 on the bulb. And now it's Mike DeCarolis, the attitude adjustment, and Hunter Walker in the Chevelle. This time, 025 was first, but dead on 5 carries the day. Way to go, Mike. Pam is very proud of you right now. Dead on 5, 129 for the win, 11:12 for Hunter Walker at 131. Nikki Cannon, left side. Down from Division 6, Blake Foster, right side. Out of Utah in the topless. Camaro left, the coupe in the right. Two Camaros are battling it out down to the stripe. They have dyslexic identical reaction times. One's 27, one's 72. The 27 is better, and Nikki Cannon gets the win with an 11:04 at 148 miles an hour. Had the better bulb as well. Blake Foster goes 10.97. When that 072 light, he had zero chance. Wasn't going to happen. Here comes Trevor Larson, new motor and all. In the Corvette over there, he bombed her yesterday. Got her swapped out last night. Got Mel LaForbes in the 68 Chevelle over here out of Riverside. Got to be an interesting deal for Trevor because he basically is dialing blind. You put a new motor in a car, come up and go, okay, what numbers do we put in the box? We're in Vegas, right? How about 7-Eleven? How about get the reaction advantage, try to drive the stripe? that would be a brilliant, ingenious plan. Buffalo blew out of the new motor down there in the Corvette, but let's see what happens. He closed in on the finish line, 11:09. Gonna get away with it, 138 to speed, 11:048. Mel LaForbe's gonna be hating life. He got there first by 3/100ths of a second, broke out by 2/1000ths of a second. Trevor hits the tree at 0:03, and now he's got a run under his belt that he can tune from. Jed DeHar left side, out of Arizona. Kevin Humard right side, out of California. The 1970 Crazy Camaro. Blown, big block. Do you believe it's a street car even? They are coming in on a stripe. We got the small block Nova, we got the blown big block Camaro that can only be one winner, and guess what? It's going to go to Jed, 11:09. 116 miles an hour, 11:12, 131 for Kevin Humard. 100.5 better on the starting line with Jed DeHar. Carries that baby down to the stripe. Takes the win. Stock Eliminator. Attention in the pit. Stock Eliminator. Final call. Final call, stalkers. You need to get matched up and pull forward, please. Okay, say this right this time. Sean Schaefer. Pretty proud of me. Somebody take down the bonehead sign. I think that's what it was there for. Ryan Humard in the right side, trying to do what his dad couldn't do. And that's make that Pennzoil scoreboard light up down at the other end of the racetrack. The KV Racing 1964 Nova with a small block and a license plate. Two cool things. Bumping in. A couple of Chevrolets from the Square era. Through the 50s, that was kind of the bubble era. We got into the mid-60s, that was the Square era. Schaefer, Humard, down to the stripe. Not a good morning for the Humard family. Another double breakout, 11:03 for the win for Sean, 10:99 for Ryan. At 128 miles an hour, Sean had the reaction advantage with an 012 and then just went down there and snugged up the stripe. Making it happen for the win. Chris Johnson left side, PJ Giacalone right side, and Pizzazz out of California. 55 Chevrolet, 67 Camaro. You can probably tell which one's which, right? Winner! 1-1, 1-1. 4 aces in Vegas. It's tough to beat that. 138 miles an hour for the win, 11:04. At 137 miles an hour for Chris Johnson. Their 6th thou apart in reaction time. Call that a coin flip. PJ was off the number, but Chris took too much. Dan Smith and Rodney Lee. Smith in the Camaro. Rodney in the Furious Rat. Well, would you be a happy rat if you got stuffed inside a Plymouth? That's why it's Furious. Started out as being unsettled, and then it went to annoyed, and then it was moderately pissed off. Now it's furious, and now it's happy on a little baby hole shot. Rodney Lee goes 11:16, beats an 11:15 by 0.005 of a second. Rod was out in front on the reaction time by 14 thou, and then he just kind of hung a wheel on him down there, taking a stripe 005, taking the win, 16 to a 15. Dave Thompson is shameless. Dave Kiesel is racing dirty. Well, I guess if you can admit to racing dirty, that's pretty shameless, isn't it? Have you no shame? Did you read the door? Somebody asked me the other day, are you stupid? I said, are you new here? Fighting their way down to the other end, the big block 55, the small block Vega. 11:09. That's going to be a winner. 137 miles an hour. 015 on the tree was Dave Thompson, but he left the door open at the other end. Kiesel just took too much of it. Got there first by 600, broke out by 400. Dave Thompson for the win. Brian Morris in the 67 Nova now left side, and James Brown out of Kid Performance and Dyno Service. Stock Eliminator, we're about out of Super Streeters. You guys need to pair up and pull forward, please. Stock Eliminator, pull forward. Let's go. 11 flat to 11.02. I got a feeling that whipping around tailwind down there is creating some havoc. But James Brown's going to get the win. He is under by 3 hun. Brian Morris is under by 5 hun. Even though Brian had the better light, James Brown is going to get the big W. That'll bring up Chris Bracey and Andrew Olson. A couple of Camaros separated by 3 years and 1 generation. The year one, 1967, out of Quarter Tech Electronics and the Vallejo Coin Exchange. And over on the right side, Andy Olson. EFIexpert.com. That is gently bumping it. It's like the Sean Langdon. Blinky, blinky, blinky. Wind light, Chris Bracey. 11.02. 139 miles an hour. Andrew Olson goes 10.98. They're 1 hun apart in reaction time, but Andrew Olson was under by a mile. Chris Bracey was under by a smidge. Sometimes a smidge is better than a mile. Definitely on a double breakout. That'll bring up Dave Gotts and Kenny Snow. Did we ever find out who won the run for the money yesterday? Can't believe nobody would share that information with us. Mr. Snow, as it says on the license plate, and a 1969 Chevelle, and Mr. Gotts, K&N filters, Lucas Oil, and away they go. Gotts in the Camaro, Snow in the Chevelle, down to the stripe. Winner picker says 014 dead 1. For the win for Dave Gotts. Kenny Snow was in the driver's seat at this end. He was 004 on the reaction time, but he goes 11.03 at that end. Dave Gotts puts up a 15 thousandths package, and Kenny Snow had room. He just couldn't get there. That'll bring up Chad Weber left, Jacob Rutledge right. Weber out of Sherway Engine and Machine in Kingman, Arizona. And Jake Rutledge, Coastal Laser Grading. I'd like to grade my laser, please. I give it about a B-. It's a good laser, puts in some effort, but there's room for improvement. 11.050 beats 11.052. Come on, man. Chad Weber goes 11.052 and home. Jake Rutledge throws an egg at him. 0.21 on the bulb and dead on the dial down at the other end. Listen up in the pits. Attention pits, Super Comp. I need you to lanes for pairing, please. Super Comp for pairing. Come on down. Gene Clark and John Perino. I'm still trying to figure out that self-service pet spa. It sounds like an ingenious idea. John Perino in the Mustang. Out of Richie's Auto Repair. You think you'd look good in that Nova? Only if you tinted the windows a little darker. Because we could still see you. To the house, 1127, 126 miles an hour for John Perino. Don't know what happened to Gene Clark, but that thing just didn't go anywhere. 002 on the bulb and then didn't do what it was supposed to do. Excuse me, let me fetch my hat, please. Thank you. Have a nice day. All right, final pair, because we got Stalkers in the water box. That's Shelby Williams in the Nova. That is Bo Hicks in the Camaro. I love the fact. How's it feel, Bo? 24 years old. Grizzled veteran. Remember when you used to think you were the young kid? Ha! Shelby's 17. 17. Down the quarter mile to go. Sound like a little throttle work taking place about 800 feet down there. 11.14.5 beats 11.14.4 on a little baby hole shot. Hey, Steve, where'd she learn that? Because I've seen you drive. Shelby 0.15, takes 17, wins it on a little baby hole shot. Bo Hicks goes 11.14, 116 miles an hour. They were both playing the brake pedal, throttle pedal. I don't want the stripe game down at the other end, and Shelby Williams making it happen.
18 leaving and 17 cashing in.
Hey, Steve, if she gets to the final, you have to come up here, so if she wins, you can go, yay. It's a great story for those of you that don't know. Years ago when Steve was out here racing and Shelby was younger, she would come up here and sit in the tower with me while Dad was racing because Mom couldn't be here, so when Dad would make the run, she'd come sit up with me, and then he'd come pick her up, take her back. Makes her way all the way into the final round and wins the race. I'm like, oh, Steve Williams wins the national event. What do you think, Shelby? Your dad just won. She went, yay. Steve has that on tape, actually. All right, stock eliminator, round number 2. Dum 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 dum. Super Comp, need you to the lanes, please. Attention to pit. Super Comp, come on down. What's wrong with this one? Am I not allowed to use this one? I mean, is it okay? You sure? You're all right with this? I mean, I got... Jeez. Now I know why we try to leave Unc in Division 5. Scott Logie. Rich Ariotti. You can see the dial-in down on the scoreboard. Assuming you can see the scoreboard. If you can't, let me assist you with that. Scott Logie is dialed in at 11:53. Ariotti's dialed in at 11:19. I'm just doing the math in my head, but I think the car in left lane is going to go first. Yep, it did. Now we're doing the math on the track. They're closing in down on the finish line stripe. Both drivers have 2 O's in the reaction time. But here's the deal. Scott Logie's was 009, Richard Ariotti's was 100, and Logie let him go by. Wow. Scott qualified 11:68 down to 11:53 and then couldn't run it. He goes 11:62 for the loss. Ariotti has a 100 reaction time, gets her first by 2 thou and runs dead on. Does that make sense to anybody? Okay, I was just checking. Here comes Scott Burton, the Division 5 champ, and Paula Cotton. Oh, and Mrs. Cotton goes 003 too soon. Too soon. Red light right side, win light left side. The Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Bureau side of the racetrack. Scott Burton takes a great lap of the red Mustang, 972. 136 miles an hour, 1296 for Paula, 86 miles an hour for Paula, but 003 red for Paula. Mark Kirby, left. John Irving, right. Unc was saying yesterday he just absolutely loves the Demons and Dusters and the collection of cars we have here on the West Coast because it doesn't rain. Not a whole lot of those A-bodies from the early 70s survived back east. Kirby, F stock automatic. Irving, D stock automatic. 2/10. 2/10 is the handicap head start. Here we go. Countdown is on. Green lights are on both sides of the street. Now we figured out down there, Mark Kirby for Wicked Stitches, John Irving. The Irving family race team, this is their house, their place, their track. And that means they don't have a long drive home. 11:25 for the win, 110 miles an hour for Mark Kirby, 14 on the bulb. John Irving goes 100 on the light, and he didn't get away with it. Just a minute ago, 100 on the light. They did get away with it. Jeff Jerome left against the photo lady, the 426 Max Wedge 63 Savoy. That's a cool car. And Chris Ashley, the Holly EFI 1990 Camaro. They are bumping their way in. This time it's going to be the right lane that leaves first, and it looks like 1.44 seconds. Did I do that right? 1.34 seconds. About that much. Was it tradition to have a reaction time that starts with a 1 in stock this morning? Because so far it would appear to be tradition. 11:67 for, wow, Chris Ashley got away with that one. She was holding a bunch in reaction time, took a huge bite and runs dead on 2. 10:36 for Jeff Jerome, could not overcome the 118 light. Chris Ashley making it happen. Oh, this is going to be fun. Daria Kramer on the left side. That is a factory stock AA. Basically, it's a showdown car. Dwayne Sheitlin on the right side. That is a 440 6-barrel breathing 1970 Challenger. I've been looking for a 70 Challenger Barracuda for like 5 years. Still haven't found one. I've only been looking for a 66 Chevelle for like 6 months, and I haven't found one of those either. Maybe I should shoot lower. Anybody got a Yugo? What was the plane I was going to buy yesterday? A a Foxback. Anybody got a Foxback? This is going to be fun. That big old battle 440 from 1970 is going to get a head start, and then Daria Kramer with a force-fed small block is going to be on the chase. And away they go. Shilan is a long way down there. That big old 440 is a huffing. It's a puffing. Kramer making boost, closing in, finish line, click, bang, dodge. 1029 on the 1027, 125 the speed, 873 for Daria. Not sure what the deal was with her car, but it was a little lazy off the starting line. She had an 010 reaction time, but the 60-foot time was way back. Couldn't make it up down at the other end. And now we got us a good old-fashioned heads-up drag race. Shane Cherry in the left side, SS396, 67 Camaro. Steve Foley in the right side, the 71 Demon with the 340. They are both E stock automatic. Heads up, flat out, first one to the finish line. The low horsepower 396 and the hot rod 340 Dodge. In qualifying, the Dodge was a little better. On the starting line, Cherry is red. And game is over. 11:16 for the win, 117 miles an hour for Steve Foley. I think Shane knew that he was in pretty deep there and decided, take a swing. He took a swing. Came up red, Jim Durham. Daryl Goheen. Durham, another E stock automatic, another Duster. Daryl Goheen, C automatic, out of Hayes Appliance Service in Hayes, Kansas. Listen up in the pits. Attention to pits. Super Comp, final call. Need you to the lanes, please. Get matched up and ready to race. Super Comp, final call. Need you to the lanes. How about the difference between an E car and a C car? Only 0.08 of a second. That either means it's a really fast E car or a really slow C car or both. In this case, it's a little of both. They are side by side at 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 20 feet. There's your winner. 11:21. Predicted he was going to run 11:20. Daryl Goheen runs 11:21. Jim Durham predicted he was going to run 11:28. He was late on the bulb. Tried to make up for it by going too quick. That doesn't work. Breakout Jim, win light Daryl. Nanette Stein and Stephanie Wong. Nanette, 89 Thunderbird 5.0. It is hard to believe when you look like in the 70s, early 80s, those 5.0 engines that were making 140 horsepower. And then you think that today, those 5.0 engines are making 1,100 horsepower. Stephanie Wong, 1970 Barracuda. That's a 440 cubic inch wedge with 3 little deuces sitting on top. 1252 handicap left side, 1065 right side. Almost a 2 Mississippi head start. I can tell you this, Stephanie is going to pass the net down there somewhere. Just don't, doesn't matter now. It's over. 042, red light left side, win light right side. Stephanie Wong gets the nod. She's going to run another 440 E-body next round, Dwayne Shilan, but it will not be a heads up because he's in A and she's in B. So they get to dial them in and see where it goes. 10-65. Oh, by the way, Stephanie Wong, 008, dead 1. Nanette Stein, dead on 4 after being red. Now it's Rick Colber. The White Lightning. Ooh, White Lightning. Tom O'Laughlin. The Voodoo Ranger Racing Team. I'm assuming that is a reference to Voodoo Ranger, the IPA that they happily serve when you're sitting up front on an American Airlines flight of over 2 hours. What's your IPA? Voodoo Ranger. Thank you. I'll have that, please. I'm sorry, Mr. Loans drank the last one. He was on the flight out. Tom O'Laughlin making it happen, 11:52. He dialed a 51, had a reaction time of 52, ran a 52, and all those 50s add up to a win. 94 on a 91 for Rick Colber. Not gonna happen. Jeremy Romero driving that Firebird, a relatively new car to him. It didn't take him long to get comfortable. Andy Kimball, that is a car that he's had a long time. 351 Cleveland Ram Air Mach 1 4-speed. Lots to like about that. I like clutch cars. Jeremy Romero, who's going to be calling the decal shop, having a 51 made. I need a 51, please. As in area 51? Don't be a bonehead. As in regular 51. Well, by the time the nose of the red car came down, he could see the win light already burning on the Pennzoil scoreboard because Jeremy jumped early, 0.02 of a second, and Andy Kimball going to row his way to another round win, 1087, 122 miles an hour, 92 on an 80 for Jeremy. Off the throttle at 103 miles an hour. And here comes Brian McClanahan. That is a 427 powered 69 Camaro with a 2-barrel. That was a joke. Rod Keeney on the right side. The 383 powered 66 Coronet. That's a sweet little red Dodge. Out of Overton, Nevada. The H automatic is dialed in 1176, 993 for the Camaro, and this baby is over. All right, I've had enough of these red lights. We need to do away with the red lights, please. No moss red light. 992 for the win for Brian. Ran it out the back. 1174 for Kenny, but 030 red. That was that. I should know this. What's the Spanish word for red? Huh? Is it? No mas roja. Okay. You sure? I think you're making stuff up on me. What happened to Jim Metter? I like that car. Jim Metter a no-show this morning, so Gary Coe's going to get a free ride in his factory stock A. Parade lap down the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Bureau side of the racetrack. 919, 148 miles an hour for Gary Coe, and he will be back. That'll bring up Errol Farmer. And Doug Lambeck. Lambeck, the A automatic, 427 powered Camaro. Oh, Jim Metter. There's Jim Metter just driving off. So you're telling me that car came all the way up here and then when it was time to race, it wouldn't run? Oh, man. I hate that. Well, this is going to be fun. A 340 powered Barracuda, a 427 powered Camaro. They're in, they're set, they're off, and they are away on the green. Errol Farmer's out there. Doug Lambeck with that big old, bad old, mean old, nasty old 427 trying to pull up alongside, and it's going to be a double breakout. Errol Farmer was better on the reaction time, takes the stripe, gets the win, 1097, under by 200s, 35 on a 40 for Lambeck is under by 500s. And there you have it. What are you doing, your Spanish conversion app back there? Ah. Whoa, CW Hofer, where are you going, man? That thing hung a right, and then Mike Johnson hung a red bulb on the bottom of the Christmas tree. Oh, man. I mean, it's good for CW. 1127 for the win, 117 miles an hour. Mike Johnson goes 988 at 135. A couple of Dodgers rolling in here now. Barry Pollard, the H automatic, 1976. Beep, beep, Roadrunner in name only. At that point in time, Roadrunner was basically a decal kit. And John Dorley, the AA automatic. John Dorley in the High Country Hemi. AA automatic, dialed in 997. Let me tell you, if you're in 1964, that's like first year Hemi car. You really do not want to have to go home and tell all your friends you got out. Oh, what happened? I lost a Roadrunner. Oh, yeah, that's tough. It could happen. 69 Roadrunner? Not quite. 70 Roadrunner? Yeah. What was it? 76 Roadrunner. Dude, your Hemi got beat by a 76 Roadrunner? Isn't that basically a Volare? Well, the Hemi did not get beat by the Volare. John Dorley, better on the reaction time by 5 hun, takes a stripe 8 thou and gets the win, 999. Pollard goes 1154 at 112 miles an hour. But that 074 reaction time was unovercomable. Unovercomable. We got Buddy Jensen and Mike Cotton coming in right now. They're both on the right side of the Christmas tree at this side. Buddy Jensen out in front. Mike Cotton trying to catch. Mike Cotton trying to catch. Buddy Jensen making it happen. He's 0.38 on the tree, one above the dial. Mike Cotton got there first by 0.03 of a second, broke out by 0.02 of a second. Reaction advantage went to Buddy. Win light went to Buddy. Ted Romero and Justin Lamb. Romero, Corvette, part of that Pat Condon race car group, and Justin Lamb. Justin, who was alive in the championship chase all the way down to day before yesterday. He could still win the division, but can't win the world. That Redback Mosier, brand new direct injected factory stock D Camaro. Whatever happened to Ryan? She's still like living back in West Virginia someplace, or West Uzbekistan? Someplace, I don't remember. Maybe she can find that airplane for me. Ted Romero off and running, flying the nose of the Corvette. Justin Lamb trying to close in with that brand new Chevrolet, and at the finish line stripe, Romero, 006 reaction time, 10.62 for the win, 9.91 for Lamb Chop, 132 miles an hour, and his day in stock Eliminator is done. Now it is Gary Emmons and Phil Mandela. Gary Emmons in the little white Ford, he is still alive, I do believe, at the Division 4 stock championship. And Mandela's trying to win one out here on this part of the world. So one of these white cars is going to keep their championship hopes alive. And the other one, sadly, is not. An SS396 Chevelle, a supercharged 5-liter Ford. Mandela off and running. Gary Emmons trying to close in. 9.02 for the win, 138 miles an hour, 11.39 for Mandela, and I think he let him by. You look at that down there, 115 miles an hour. I think Phil went, I got this, dropped the nose and didn't realize Emmons was closing in so fast. 0.03 of a second at the finish line stripe. Gary Emmons gets the win. Here we go with the 2-for-1, Chris Hall and Doug Duell. The winner here will have no scheduled opponent in the next round and will freely advance. Chris Hall, Balls and Trailers, that's at 1970 SS396, and Doug Duell, a 440 powered Barracuda. A B car and a C car. Duking it out down the racetrack right now. Big block Chevy, big block Dodge. To the finish line stripe, one gets to come back and play, and it's going to be Chris Hall. He goes 10.68 on the 10.61. Duell was only 2 above the dial, 57 on the 55, but 0.90 on the reaction time. Chris Hall just went 0.18. 10.68, and he will be awarded 2 win lights.
Kevin Wells, what you said, Chris Hall or Chris Pack?
And Kevin Wells just won the championship? Kevin Wells just won the division championship in D3. You can send Chris a Christmas card if you want. If you need his address, get a hold of Uncle Fur. He's got it. Or he can get it. He knows people who knows people. Dick Geary and Mike Williams. Mike Williams, that bright red rally striped 67 Camaro. Geary in the bright yellow, second gen, down to the finish line stripe. Winner picker says that side. Mike Williams, 0.13, takes 3 thou for the win. Runs 11.29, 111 miles an hour. Dick Geary, 0.93, got there second and broke out. Oops, darn, over, quit, stop. How about heads up, C stock automatic? Doug Gibson with an SS396 67 Camaro, the 375 horse version, and Chad Logie, the California Missile. That is a 440 Roadrunner GTX. Something about the GTXs. I got a soft spot. I had a 70 Roadrunner when I was a kid. Mine was a real piece of junk. I said that. Well, nobody's getting in the Reaction Time Hall of Fame. Apparently both of them wanted the other one to have a head start. Down to the stripe they go. Finish lines. Gibson, 10.50 at 124 miles an hour, 10.66 for Chad Logie. They both pick up big from qualifying. Said neither driver had a very good reaction time, but Doug Gibson had enough race car to carry the day. And he will race later on in round number 3. We've got Super Comp pulling up under the arch. 905 is the number that comes up on the scoreboard. Nate Hershey hasn't been doing anything all week. I mean, he's been here the whole time, but he's just been like, taking a nap in the back, and he dusted Jeff's office and made cookies for everybody except me and Bob. So today he's going to do Super Comp. About time you showed up for work.
Look, I've been busy doing all those other things that you said, like dusting and making cookies and not sharing them. But as we are getting underway with Super Comp, again, the 905 goes up on the scoreboard, and we move to the long cars as we get down to what is going to be a whole lot of fun here. Super Comp, looking at, round number 2 rolling on now? With our first pair, going to be Dory Quigley and Mandy Welch. Mandy over on the left side, coming in out of Lakewood, California. Dory Quigley coming in out of Walnut. Well, all right then. So you got thrown off a little bit there by the last name of Welch, and forgot that she had gotten married. So as we get the Quigley girls,
you spent more time watching the racing and less time
dusting. Less time dusting. Oh. But it is truly the Quigley girls as the first pair out this morning. Again, the 905s are up on the scoreboard. Mom and daughter going to be doing battle, which we have seen a couple of times. Maybe not this mom-daughter, but ooh. Out of the gate we go, and Miss Welch is going to have a little bit of an issue. She backs out of the throttle, and Mom will get the win. She was 003 on the tree, and then goes 910 on the 905. So Dory will advance into round number 3 here, as Mandy Welch, unfortunately, was 041 on the tree at this end of the racetrack, and then out of the throttle just past half track. Ends up running 1184 at 75 miles an hour, so they'll go back and have to figure out what exactly happened to the car, but Mom was not going to make that easy with that 003 reaction time. And then lets out just a little bit to go 910 on the 905, as now Mike Lane and Cody Weber are going to be our next 2. Cody on the left side, graduate of the junior program from right here at the Strip. A couple of time champ out in that racing division before he graduated up to the big cars, sitting on the left. And Mike Lane, the Shafter Farms entry. The Lane Farms entry out of Shafter, California. I'll get that straight. Winner's going to be Lane. 907.2 beats a 907.4. Mike Lane was a couple of hundredths of a second better in reaction time at this end of the racetrack with the 027 light to Cody's 049. And on the little baby hole shot, Mike Lane gets there first a couple of hundredths, goes 907.2 to beat the 907.4. Cody Weber bows out here in round number 2. Mike Lane will advance as Russ Stevenson and Allison McCone. Allison, unfortunately, going to get pushed back before she gets the opportunity to stage up the car, and it looks like Russ Stevenson is going to get pushed back as well. Both cars with the red lights on. Coming back this direction as we're going to stop just a moment, take a look at something.
Crew Chief Pro is drag racing's most respected ET prediction and electronic logbook software. Since 1989, Don Higgins and his team have constantly refined Crew Chief Pro software to help racers with these important features: ET predictions, throttle stop predictions, race analysis, weather analysis, and opponent analysis. They integrate with RacePack data acquisition systems, Timeslip Simulator, and 1320 Go software, and with all performance weather stations. In addition, Crew Chief Pro carries the finest racing weather stations on the market today, alerting you via text or pager and delivering you with up-to-the-minute data, critical to making the best decisions on the track. NHRA World Champions use Crew Chief Pro software and systems. Why shouldn't you? Find out more today by checking them out online at www.crewchiefpro.com.
Howdy. DMP awnings. Let me just say that again. DMP awnings. I have them everywhere I go.
There's one following me around now. You can't see it, but it's up there. I'm probably going to have one tonight if the girl hasn't. God bless you all, and EMP Arms.
Ugh, what is that light? It looks like an exclamation point. That's your tire pressure monitoring system letting you know that one or more of your tires does not have proper air pressure. Did you know that for every 10-degree temperature change, your tire can fluctuate 1 to 2 psi? Stop by any of our 11 Ted Weems locations and get a free air pressure check today.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry's standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
Hey y'all, Emily Volkman here from Service Department Solutions to talk to you automotive dealership principals, service, and parts managers. Service Department Solutions is an automotive consulting group who can help you maximize your service and parts operations and your bottom line. We will submit a factory warranty request to your OEM for reimbursement of labor and parts markup according to your individual state statutes. We've dealt with all manufacturers and know how they will treat you. No dealership is too big or small. We handle them all. Maybe your guys need a little extra training and some new processes implemented. We've got them and can provide that extra push to help your winning team. Stop by the trailer and see us. Visit our website or call 412-651-2356. We're here for you 24/7.
Welded 16,000 series fuel pumps equal big, badass car power. With 250 and 420 gallon per hour models, you'll never worry about fuel supply again. An aerospace Teflon seal, stainless valve seat, and 10-vane steel pump element gives precise, controlled, and reliable flow. And a built-in adjustable relief valve provides stable pressure under the most demanding conditions, pass after pass. Finally, a car pump that's worth what you pay.
Otter is back down in the water box, and we'll continue on here at the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, live and in person at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Again, got Warren Evans, who's down there taking care of things on the live feed so that folks can pay attention to what is happening on what is kind of the final race weekend of the year. Putting an end to it all. As we continue to roll our way through, Russ Stevenson out of the water box here on the right side of the racetrack. He is the journeyman lineman, the electrician out of Utah. Rolling back from the burnout over on the left side, Allison McCone, the accountant for Clausen Motorsports, that undercover built ride. Been doing this for a little while, but the 24-year-old obviously not quite as seasoned in the seat as Russ Stevenson is over on the right side. But Stevenson going to have his hands full with Allison as she is rapidly figuring out this Super Comp deal and has picked up a couple of wallies along the way. So Allison over to the left, already got the pre-stage bulbs lit. Russ Stevenson over on the right. As the 905 index is on the board, and we'll find out who gets to join the first couple. They were able to light up the board and move on. In, set, go. Both drivers off on the green at this end of the racetrack. Throttle stops have done what they needed to do, and down to the stripe, a 9:02.9 will beat a 9:02.5. Russ Stevenson will get the win light on that pair, getting there second by 0.005 of a second. Russ Stevenson had an 0:27 light. Allison was 0:26, so just 1,000th of a second was the difference between the two at this end of the racetrack. And Stevenson, with that 9:02.9, gets there second 0.005 of a second, breaks out less by 0.004 of a second, and lights up the scoreboard for the win as Glenn Kern and Tim Parker will be our next two. Parker on the right side, the Colorado-based sheet metal worker, lining up Pennzoil Lane, and Glenn Kern out of Modesto, California, for Team Mickey T, lining up on the left. Kern and Tim Parker, both separated by a whole lot less years than our previous pair, but Kern and Parker this time separated by the color of the light. Unfortunately for Glenn Kern, he drops it red by 1,000th of a second, then zips down to go 9:03 at 165 miles an hour. Tim Parker was on it. He had the 0:04 reaction time, runs 9:027, picking up the win light, but Kern's lousy 0:01 red light ruins the rest of the weekend for Glenn Kern here in the Super Comp ranks, as Tim Parker 0:04 gets the win light, moves on, as now Lindsey Meserve and Mark Darso. Darso out of Tempe, Arizona, the engineer in the Yancer built car on that right side of the racetrack, and Lindsey Meserve, part of the Theobald. I don't know if you'd call them a clan at this point. They've graduated out of clan state. I mean, they've almost, I don't think they're quite, I don't know, maybe they're now more of a platoon. Soon to be a legion. There's so many of them. Lindsey, Travis, Tanner, Parker. They're all out there. Lindsey trying to get it done against Mark Darso. Darso was wiggling around just a little bit at the finish line, but 9:06.9 and 9:06.9. Identical ETs up on the scoreboard. Comes down to that difference in reaction time. Darso was 17 thou better with an 0:18 light to Lindsey's 0:35. Darso gets to the stripe first as both Lindsey and Mark run identical ETs. Darso better on the bulb, gets there first, gets the win light. As now Wes Qualls and Brian Presler going to be next up. Presler for the Sharp and Presler team out of Kennewick, Washington. Lining up on that right side, and Wes Qualls, the left lane runner out of Clovis, California, the healthcare administrator on the left. In set for Wes, in set for Brian, down goes the tree, and away we go. Brian Presler followed back with the throttle stop just a little bit longer than Wes, now trying to play catch up, 9:17.6 for Brian Presler. Neither driver really in that 9:05 range, but Presler did it a little bit better, getting there first by 14 thousandths of a second. Wes had a 12 thou reaction time. Brian had a 20 bulb. So Wes had the advantage by 8 thousandths of a second at this end of the racetrack. Went 9:19 at just 158 miles an hour. That gave Brian Presler that sliver of daylight to get through by 14 thou down at the finish line, and Presler will pick up the win line as now Sean Hart and Martin Clevenger. Hart, Painter Boy, out of Layton, Utah, lining up on the left side. He's got the Davis built ride. A little help from Logan Ward lining up over on that, and Martin Clevenger kind of found his way into a comfortable spot in the seat by way of racing through that Tom Bayer School of Racing. Now kind of owning and operating and running his own program. Just a minimal advantage on the tree went to Sean Hart, but Martin Clevenger is going to pull out the win light. 9.200 beats a 9.203 by 1,000th of a second. At this end of the racetrack, it was 4 thousandths of a second difference between the two. Sean Hart had the 066 light. Martin Clevenger had the 70 bulbs, and either driver really kind of reaction time Hall of Fame deal. But at the stripe, it did come down to a nice little bit of driving. Neither driver on the 905, but a 920 or 9203 beats a 9200 by 1 thou. Sean Hart advances as now Sean Schaefer and Steve Parsons. Schaefer, who's been playing kind of musical chairs behind the wheel of the race cars lately, now sits behind the wheel of the Dragster and fouls out by 4 thousandths of a second. Steve Parsons in that lonely door car. I don't know, did we have more than just Steve Parsons that started in Super Comp at a door car, or was it just Steve again? He's 001 on the tree and 902 down the racetrack to get the win light. That one was decided at this end. Steve was green, Sean was red. Both were 00, but the 004 red, not what Sean Schaefer wanted. Steve Parsons gets the win light and advances as now Chad Weber and Lori Warden. Warden on the right side. Chad Weber on the left. Weber, top 10 player in Super Comp, almost kind of like always, here in the Division 7 ranks. Both drivers have got the pre-stage bulbs lit. That Sherway Auto and Machine sponsored car on the left. Lori Warden in the Bellwood, an RV Paint and Body sponsored car on the right out of Santa Ana. Both cars off the throttle stop begin the charge towards the finish line. Chad Weber is in deep, deep trouble, and Lori Warden goes ahead and kind of seals that one up nice, puts a little bow on top of it. Lori was 008. That gave her a 42 thousandths of a second advantage over Chad Weber, who was 50 on the tree at this end of the racetrack. Uncharacteristic for Chad, but it happens. The 050 bulb put him in a bad spot as they left the starting line. Lori was 008, gets down there, takes a 7 thou stripe to be dead on 6. So 008 takes 7 thou, ends up 905 on a 905. Lori Warden locks it up nice. Chad Weber runs 902, trying to kind of recuperate from the difference in reaction time at this end, and it was not to be. Lori gets the win light as now Wade Samuel and Tanner Theobald. Another the Theobald Legion. The St. George-based Theobald Motorsports car on the right side. Wade Samuel, the video editor out of Colorado, over on the left. It's set, go, and one of them's red. Wade Samuel's gone. 008, red light start for Wade Samuel. Tanner Theobald 006 and 9006 down the racetrack. So Tanner had a little in the pocket to play with if necessary, but Wade Samuel gave him the win light at this end of the racetrack with that 008 red light start. There's now Justin Morgan and Chris Vang will be our next two. Vang on the right side. Another Colorado cars, the Mountain Motor Performance Team, the undercover car for the clutch specialist out of Parker, Colorado. And Justin Morgan in that DeNova Homes K&N and Redline Oil sponsored car. So as Justin gets the left side, Chris Vang gets the right side. Super Comp continues on here in round number 2. Once again, Super Stock. We should have our first 3 pair back there. We'll take the rest of you, please. Super Stockers, let's get all of you headed back this direction. Want to make sure we get you paired up and ready to go for your first round of competition. Super Stock should have you back to the staging lanes, please. Super Stockers, round number 1, come on down. Morgan's in and set. Chris Vang starts to ease it forward that last couple of inches, and here we go. Off the throttle stop first is Chris Vang. Justin Morgan pulls right up alongside of him, and at the finish line, Vang 9:066 to a 9:066. Second time this session we've seen identical ETs go up on the scoreboard. Morgan, Vang, each running 9:066. Vang was better on the reaction time category. 0:18 was the light for Vang. That was 23 thou better than Justin Morgan's 0:41 light. So Vang will score the victory, will advance, and we'll be back in round number 3 as now Blake Williams and Rich Lash. Blake Williams, if you remember a couple of weekends ago, we were back here and running the divisional race. Ended up having to rerun the Super Comp final. Blake was half of that, came out holding the Wally when it was all said and done. He's going to come out holding the win light when this one's all said and done as Rich Lash ends up deep staging the car. Started that staging process, rolled forward a little bit too far, and by the time the tree activated, that first half, the top half of the LEDs had gone out as Rich Lash ends up with a deep disqualification. Blake Williams will get the win light, runs 9:01 on the 9:05. As Blake was starting to leave a little bit early as well, it ends up being a win light for Rich Lash as now Lynn Welfringer and Doug Johnson will come up next. Welfringer here on the left side. The racer out of Paso Robles from Mondello Performance Products, an old school Swindoll built ride, and Doug Johnson. He's also got the little bit older model Nealon Parks lining up on the right. The Pleasant Grove, Utah-based Concrete Salesman is the first one to find the LEDs, or at least start to light them up. Welfringer wasting no time. And wastes no time leaving the starting line. As a matter of fact, should have waited a little bit longer as he lights the bulb, the wrong bulb, by 26 thousandths of a second. Red light turns on for Welfringer as he is eliminated. Doug Johnson, 22 on the tree, and then 9:05 on the 9:05. He ends up 24 thou total, 22 at this end of the racetrack, and dead on 2. Down at that end of the racetrack is now Hannah Vandermeer and Ryan Diosdado. Diosdado gets out there, backs up, decided that we needed a little bit more heat in the tires, puts those rear tires back in the water box, does a very shortened version of the burnout as Hannah Vandermeer. Already out of the water box to the right side of the racetrack, that gorgeous green and white ride. Out of Nampa, Idaho for the 17-year-old student. Miss Hannah has been doing a lot of racing here at the Strip Las Vegas Motor Speedway over about the past month. Was out here playing along in the fall fling, was here for the divisional, was here for the start of the Sports Nationals, and is now back here to finish that up a couple of days ago and roll into the final divisional event of the year. Away we go. Ryan Diosdado, junior graduate over on the left side of the track. He's been out of the little cars for about the past 9 years. Has been doing just fine with a 9:15 on a 9:05. Diosdado 17 green. Hannah Vandermeer unfortunately just missed it at this end of the racetrack. Had the reaction time that started with a 1 and then runs down to be 9:040, but gets there second. Diosdado had that one pretty well locked down, getting to the stripe first by 0.03 of a second. There's now Dean Bush and Todd McCann. Dean, the motivational technology sponsored ride on the left side. Todd McCann out of Centennial, Colorado on the right, the undercover car. Former Great Bend National Open winner. Taking on the Las Vegas native Dean Bush over on the left side. Bush has got the pre-stage bulb lit. As once again, Super Stock need the rest of you back to the staging lanes for your pairings, please. Super Stock need you back here for round number 1. We should have our first 3 pair. Need everybody now. Come back and see Ron. He'll get you taken care of. Dean Bush off on the way on the green light. Todd McCann is as well, and we get down to that end of the racetrack. Win light turns on for Dean Bush. He was 0-13 in reaction time. That gave him a 36 thousandths of a second advantage to Todd McCann's 0-49 light. As McCann runs 9:15, Dean runs 9:12, and Dean gets there first 700ths of a second. And because of all of that, that Las Vegas side of the scoreboard lights up. And Dean advances into round number 3 of Super Comp as now Ryan Hansen and Trey Vetter. Vetter, former Super Street Division champion here in this part of the country. Sold the Nova, bought the Dragster. I still think they should have kept the green wing. That car was just so much fun to watch when it was all orange with a green wing. Thing looked like the big old kid. Look, they called it the Carrot. They called it the Carrot. It was an all-orange Dragster with a green wing on it. It looked like a carrot. I mean, it's not quite the road code, but it's a carrot. Ryan Hansen over on the right side, trying to get it done against Trey Vetter, and Trey Vetter successfully defends his home track. 9:040 beats a 9:039. 1 thou the difference in the breakout. Ryan Hansen took a 2 thou stripe and broke out by 1 thou more than Trey Vetter did. This whole thing came down to a game of 1 thou. Trey Vetter was 0-28, Ryan Hansen was 0-27, 1 thou. Trey Vetter was 9:040, Ryan Hansen was 9:039, 1 thou. And when it was all said and done, Trey Vetter gets the win light by 1 thou. On the double breakout is Mike Cornelius and Ed Cooper. Cooper on the right side. Got the pre-stage bulbs lit already. Now both bulbs are ready to go. Down and away we go. Cornelius on the left side out of Covina, California. Ed Cooper out of Brighton, Colorado. The Coop's Hot Rod Shop entry trying to survive. Does not. Mike Cornelius, 9:07 on a 9:05. He's 2 above the dial, was 0:25 on the tree, and had it covered from stripe to stripe. Ed Cooper, 0:62 on the tree. Gave up about 400ths of a second at this end of the racetrack. Cornelius gets the nod, gets the win, gets to come back in round number 3. As now the Kasner Racing Enterprises ride of Steve Kasner rolls up on the right side. Again, Kasner is another one of those racers that's been doing this here at the Strip for, I mean, he might as well have done like what Blondie did and just rented a house for the month. Forget like the Airbnb thing. Just go find yourself an actual rental. Just be like, look, we'll rent the place for a month. He's been down here enough. Of course, then again, they did have to make that like long drive to take the car home and get it fixed. But so far, so Mike Cooper on the left side, red by 3 thousandths of a second. 003 wrong for Mike Cooper. And then goes 9:00. How about Kasner? 24 green and 9:050 down the racetrack. I know the wind is out there just kind of wreaking havoc with everybody as far as trying to dial the cars and figure out exactly what to set them up at, especially with the way that it's fluctuating. I mean, we are showing from what the flags are doing on the top side of the racetrack. They're all kind of showing that we do have a pretty stiff tailwind here. But Kasner able to get it all figured out. 24 green, and then dead on 0 is Larry Marshall and Tom Stalba. Stalba coming all the way out of New Jersey to play along here over the next couple, or over the past few weekends. He's got the Dragster on the right side for Hoosier Tire, for Lucas Oil, for K&N. He's also got the win light for Hoosier Tire, for Lucas Oil, for K&N, as unfortunately Larry Marshall, rolling in out of New River, Arizona, turned it red by 66 thousandths of a second. Marshall goes 9:06, but was all for naught. As Tom Stalba, 18 green, and then goes 8:95 at 171 miles an hour. I don't know if Stalba was able to look up and see, oh, red light's on, click. I don't know if he turned off the throttle stop or what, but he just went cruising down the racetrack at that 8:95 with the win light already on. So Stalba will be back in round number 3. Is now Ed Cox and Toby Payne. Toby, let's see here. Wasn't it his big sister that has now got a brand new alcohol dragster license in her pocket? But it may not actually be in her pocket yet, but she's got the paperwork for it. Ed Cox over the left side, out of Rathdrum, Idaho. Is that a thing? Like if you get really mad, and that like wrath and rage and all of that kind of stuff, and you just beat it? I don't know. Ed Cox gets the win light. 9:07 on the 9:05 was 0:59 on the tree. Toby Payne had the bold at this end of the racetrack, was 10 thou in reaction time, but just took too much stripe. As he kind of learns the ropes here in Super Comp, he goes 9:02 on the 9:05. As he bows out, Ed Cox moves on. Ryan Mangus now and Deb Moses. Moses, another one of the New Jersey cars, driving all the way across country. They're all sitting there going, let's go to Vegas and find the warm weather. Yeah. Wish we had it here for you this weekend.
Going to buy a house.
Yeah, we can. We can all go hang out at Bob's house, where it is actually warmer than it is here. 2 weeks ago, you went home to snow, and I'm sitting here like, I'm going to go get in the pool. This week, you're back, and you brought whatever it was that followed you there here. Oh, Ryan Mangus over the left side gets the advantage on the tree and gets the win light on the whole shot. 9:06 beats 9:05. 9:06.2 for Ryan Mangus was 0:29 on the tree. Gets him there first, 24 thousandths of a second. Deb Moses, she goes 9:05.2, was 2 thou off of the index and will not be back, unfortunately, due to the 0:63 reaction time. So Deb Moses checks out. Ryan Mangus advances. Is now Jack Sadler and Madison Payne. Speaking of that, saw Toby up here just a couple of pair ago. Now Miss Madison, who congratulations again on picking up your alcohol dragster license, kind of following in the footsteps of Mom and Dad. Pretty cool. She's sitting on the right side. Sadler, the plumber out of Anderson, in the fixed speed car over the left. Jack falls back on the throttle stop, starts to close the gap at the finish line, and 9:06.7 beats 9:03.0. Madison Payne, again, same scenario as what happened to Toby. Better on the tree, had the 0:27 reaction time. But Miss Madison ends up getting to the stripe first by just shy of 700ths of a second. Breaks out by 200ths with the 9:03. Jack Sadler, 59 green, goes 9:06 on the 9:05 to pick up the win light, as we are down to what appears to be our final 4 cars here in Super Comp round number 2. Michael Raleigh, excuse me, out of Glendora, California, the auditor in what was that Timid Tiger race team, and what is certainly, and if they're still doing it the same way, definitely kind of an interesting approach to Super Comp. And Tom Bayer over on the right. Bayer, owner, operator, proprietor, and chief professor at the Tom Bayer School of Drag Racing. Well, Michael Lynn is still taking that same approach to Super Comp. Sits on the throttle stop for a long, long time and then goes 9:03.7. But 008 red at this end of the racetrack is not what you want to do. And we see a lot of smoke rolling out of Michael Lynn's car down there at the top end of the racetrack. I don't know. I mean, everybody's walking away like it ain't no big deal, so they must be used to that. Well, they're going to go out and take a look at that. Tom Bayer was 001 in reaction time, and then goes 9:03 down the racetrack. Well, word from the top end is that we're good, and our final pair of Super Comp is going to roll out here. Val Torres on the right side, Steve Williams over on the left. Hey. Val Torres versus Steve Williams. This is something that has played out, I am sure, at this point now hundreds of times, whether it be here, whether it be at Fontana, whether it be at Sonoma, whether it be at Bakersfield. These guys have been like side by side, or I don't care where. Side by side over and over and over again. 0.02 of a second the difference at this end of the racetrack, and Val Torres will come out on top of the matchup. 9:06 on the 9:05 for Val. Gets there first, 38 thousandths of a second. Gets the win light. Steve Williams was 2 thou better on the tree with an 0:22 light. Goes 9:10 on the 9:05. And we will put Super Comp in the books for round number 2. And I mean, what was just kind of a really cool matchup to end the whole thing. At least that round. So a Super Comp in the books and done. Super Stock is here and ready to go. Super Gas. Super Gas. It's your turn. We'll go ahead and take you into the staging lanes. We should have the rest, if not all, of our Super Stockers already back in the staging lanes. Super Gas, come on down for round number 2. Super Gas, come on. Your turn. We are making our way into Super Stock. First 3 designated pair will lead things off, and then everybody else is going to come out here and battle it out 2 at a time. Just like we're doing here. And I got to say this, there is something about, and I don't know what it is, but in Super Stock, when that little cobalt body rolls out here and starts doing the burnout, I don't know what it is. It's just something cool about it. I mean, they look like jelly beans. They're really awesome. They're really cool. I mean, they roll out here and start doing a burnout. And for a car that, when you looked at it on the factory showroom floor, you're like, yeah, well, big deal. But when they roll out and do that, it's just cool. Big head start. Going to go to Mike Logie in the Super L Automatic against Brad Rounds in the Super B Stocker. Down the racetrack we go. Brad was dialed in at 9:09. Logie was dialed in at 11:42. And whoa, Mike Logie goes 11.420 on the 11:42 to light up the scoreboard. Took a 37 thou stripe. So he had a little bit of room down there and cut it as close as he possibly could to be dead on 0. Brad Rounds was 0.71 on the tree, had given up 0.03 of a second at this end of the racetrack. As far as the reaction time was concerned, runs dead on his number as well, 9:09 on a 9:09. But Logie cuts the fine line at the finish line and gets the win. Light is now Tom Ferrugia and Paul Haslauer will be our next 2. Haslauer, the 69 Dart from right here in Las Vegas. The Super F Automatic dialed in at 10:49. Tom Ferrugia dialed in at 9:68. The factory Stocker, he goes 9:605 on a 9:68 on the double breakout. The win light will belong to Ferrugia. Ferrugia had a 21 thou reaction time. That was a little bit better than Haslauer's 0.46 as Haslauer goes 10:39 on a 10:49, ends up a full 10th under the dial and checks out. Ferrugia gets the win light and advances. This is now Jeff Miller and Jeremy Kramer. Kramer on the right side, 17-bodied Camaro, another one of the factory Stockers. He is dialed in at 9:10 out of Bluffdale, Utah. And over on the right, the left, is Jeff Miller. Miller, Super G Automatic, 350 cubic inch Chevy, powered 67-bodied Camaro. The dial for Miller, 10:08. The dial for Jerry, 9:10. Tree drops in a red light start. Jerry Kramer ends this one early by 82 thousandths of a second. Jeff Miller, 51 on the tree, drives down to go 10:08 on the 10:08. He is dead on 2 after an 0.51 reaction time. So Jeff Miller picks up the win light, continues to cruise through the Super Stock field as Mike Johnston and Jim Grossi. So Grossi here to Brentwood, California, the PMR race car. Dialed in at 9:31 for the 95 Achieva. The GTE Automatic sits on the right side for Mike Johnston. The factory stock showdown car is dialed in at 9.70 seconds to that 427 cubic inch Chevrolet. Head start will belong to Mike Johnston. Jim Grossi gets the win light on that pair. He was 19 on the tree to Mike Johnston's 021. Grossi 31 on a 31 for the GTE Automatic. Getting the win light. Mike Johnston goes 967 on a 970. Breaks it out about 0.03 of a second. Taking a 28 thou stripe is now Glenn Snow and Lloyd Wolford. Wolford in the 2 2010 bodied Challenger. Out of Jonesboro, Arkansas, dialed in at 986. The 1033 dial showing up on the scoreboard for Snow, the team out of Washington, Utah, again just a little bit north of St. George for the Snow performance. You think Washington's north of Oregon? Okay. But then if you throw a DC on it, it's even farther east. DC Stanford doesn't count. Or don't come here. One of the two. Big head start goes to Snow, and he's going to go 10:36 on the 10:33. Was 0:25 on the tree. Lloyd Wolford. Reaction time started with a 1, and that was pretty much it. He goes down to run dead on 0, and he's going to be thinking about that on the ride back to Arkansas. Oh my goodness, Larry McClanahan and Paul Wong. There's all kinds of things that DC could stand for, and many of them cannot be repeated with a hot mic. Paul Wong getting a massive head start over Larry McClanahan. McClanahan was dialed at 9:04. Paul Wong dialed in at 12:47, so a 3.4 second head start going to Paul Wong. He goes 12:49 on a 12:47. McClanahan runs right on. 27 thousandths of a second, the reaction time at this end of the racetrack, as McClanahan takes the Mustang down to be 9:04 on a 9:04. And really, Phil Kikuzi, your number 1 qualifier, going to roll up here, take his solo shot, got it right in the middle of everything. The 08 body Cobalt, little GTJ automatic out of Phoenix, Arizona, taking a solo swing. Ran 999 in qualifying and runs 995 here at 133 miles an hour. So for Phil, for Kim, for everybody out there in the little Cobalt, hey, here we go. Round number 2. Nice and easy like on the solo shot. There's now Todd Haste and Candy Mesa. Mesa in the Ford Probe. Who's the fleet manager out of La Mesa, New Mexico, for Cutting Edge Machine, lining up on the left side. 8:59 the dial for the Super B Modified. And the Cal and Marianne Method car being driven by Todd Haste this weekend. Out of Kennewick, Washington, dialed in at 1094, GTM automatic. Away goes the Nova. Here comes the Probe. And Todd Haste is continuing to try and hold off the charge, and will. 1091 on a 1094. Win light goes to Todd as he will move on. Candy Mesa unfortunately got bit by one of those reaction times that starts with a 1 and then runs 8:53 on the 8:59. So Candy Mesa's Probe will come to a close as Mike O'Keefe and Randy Logie next to. Logie here on the right side in the yellow 72 body Demon. Super K automatic, dialed in at 1068, and Mike O'Keefe. O'Keefe dialed in at 1032 in the Mustang as the tree drops and away we go. Both drivers leaving on the green light. Randy Logie getting the head start. Here comes O'Keefe, or at least O'Keefe should be coming and is not. O'Keefe ends up going 11:09 on the 1032. The Mustang falling away on Mike O'Keefe. Just did not perform the way that they needed it to. Randy Logie was 61 on the tree. O'Keefe was 63. So just a 2 difference at this end of the racetrack. But the win light belongs to Logie. 1092 on a 1068 as he backs out of the throttle, knowing that O'Keefe should have been alongside and was not. So Logie gets the win light there. Now John Irving and Don Keene. Irving, 80 bodied Aspen. That is a car that, even though they live here, I don't get to see that car very much. The Irvings are done. At least that John is done. Leaving like really early, and oh my goodness. Don Keene is having problems with the race car. Either that or he's just taking a parade lap knowing that it's over. Irving goes 1194 on the 1190 after leaving before the third amber. Don Keene goes 1767 on a 1060. Don Keene says, watch, I'm going to run exactly 7 seconds over the dial. Dial 1067 and goes 1767 at 65 miles an hour. Oh, I'm going to be interested to find out if Keen's coming back. That was either just like a nice parade lap or Don's. You think so? Good. We'll take that. Brian Broaddus and Ed Niquette. Niquette on the right side, and the Cavalier out of Lake Havasu City. 834 is the dial for the Super 8 modified, and for Brian Broaddus, the 71 body Monte Carlo. Broaddus turned it loose, 13 thousandths of a second too soon. Ed Niquette reacted to it and left. Goes 832 on an 834. Broaddus was 13 thousandths of a second early. I think Ed, when he saw Broaddus move, said, "Oh, I'm out of here." Ended up with an LB3A on the green side because, well, Broaddus had already left and his light already went red, so Ed's light turned out green and Ed gets the win light. It's been a weird couple of pair over the last, 2 or 3. There's now Doug Broaddus and Kristen Ball. Ball in the Camaro out of Anchorage, Alaska. Part of that Ray Martin Motorsports team, dialed in at 888. Doug Broaddus with a 939 dial in the GTD automatic over the left side. Broaddus is out front. Here comes Ball, and at the finish line, Broaddus 943. At 134 miles an hour and a 939 dial was 089 on the tree. Kristen Ball needed a lot of help. Reaction time started with a 5, and that's going to be painful. Here is Mike Cotton and Brian Bossert. Bossert rolls in here with a lead as far as the D7 championship is concerned. Still being chased there by Jimmy DeFrank. But as we get down here, Bossert 867 is the dial for the Camaro on the right side, and Mike Cotton, the Super I automatic over the left side, trying to hold off the charge of Bossart, and the win light's going to go to Brian. 866 on an 867 gets it done on a double breakout. Mike Cotton 996 on the 997. He's 9 thou under the dial. Bossart is 5 thou under the dial, and Brian picks up the win light to advance. There's now Chuck Rayburn and Justin Lamb. Justin for Silver State, for Madcap, for the kid that's been racing at this track since he was 8 years old. And Ryan's listening on back home in Tennessee. Probably going through stacks and stacks and mounds of paperwork. How fun is that? Watching Justin win as Chuck Rayburn goes red by 33 thousandths of a second. Rayburn in that Super B automatic. Belvedere bows out via the bottom bulb, runs 937 on a 937. Justin Lamb 13 green and 889 on the 891. So Lamb will keep the Silver State car in the game, as now John Irving and Robert Turner. Turner in the blue Corvette. Super E automatic out of Riverside, California for Tri-City competition. 67 vet with a 427, dialed at 1017, and for John Irving, that's the son in the Super K automatic. The Irvings trying to make it at least one of them stick. Can we get one of them? Maybe. Possibly. Robert Turner, a little outside the groove on the left side, has made it a whole lot easier on the Irvings to turn on the scoreboard, at least in this pair. John goes 1088 on a 1072, was 065 on the tree, and left first by 0.3 of a second. That's a bunch. John Irving gets the win light, as now Larry Zavala and Terry Emmons. Terry in that Protect the Harvest car had a really nice weekend here last weekend at the national event. Trying to keep the streak running, and I saw on Facebook where the Emmons are kind of living it up in the city. Staying down there on the strip with a nice little balcony view of the whole place. They look nice. Living it up. They're not.
No, because Harvey might be listening.
Oh,
He had to stay
sorry.
home and run the dealership.
917 on a 918. I'm sorry, did I let the cat out of the bag? I didn't know they'd banned Harvey from their Facebook pages, so we couldn't see that. My fault. Sorry, guys. Harvey, it's horrible. It's awful. Motel 6, down behind the stratosphere. Gunshots every night.
They
Terrible.
found those pictures on Google,
It's terrible.
but they're not. No.
I see what you gotcha.
Speedy, you made the wise choice, really.
They're living off ramen. It's not fun. Okay. George Stassi has got a whole bunch of room, and he goes 10-17 on a 10-13. Was 006 on the tree. Jack Bystrom had a 101 reaction time. Goes down to be dead on 1, but it will not recover from the difference in the reaction time. George Stassi, the Super H automatic, advances, moves on. As now Lindy Lindholm and Scott Burton will be the next two. Burton on the left side, and the Firebird that has been for sale for a while. I'm surprised nobody's jumped on that car. That is a successful ride. The GTH automatic 992. Lining up on the left side, and Lindy Lindholm. The factory showdown car for the civil engineer out of California, 973, going to be the dial on the Pennzoil scoreboard. Tree drops and away we go. Scott Burton trying to hold off the charge of Lindy Lindholm down at the finish line. The winner will be Scott Burton, 9905. Only 992. Both drivers running quicker than what they had predicted. Lindy Lindholm, 969 on the 973. And Burton will take the Firebird into the next go-round as Joe Faraday and Jacob DeLon out of Houma, Louisiana. I was going to say, where they got a whole lot of DeLons out there to mow. So Jacob DeLon and Joe Faraday, I'm glad that Unc was here to help me out with that pronunciation because we don't even know what a lawn is out here. 10-17 on a 10-13 for Jacob. 20 on the tree. Joe Faraday was not 20 on the tree. Had another reaction time that started with a 1 as he goes 9:49 on the 9:48. Hey, racers, your attention, please. Top Dragster. It's your turn. At least that's what Mike Rice is saying. We've got Super Gas back there in the staging lane. So Top Dragster, it is your turn, and we will take you to the staging lanes, please. Top Dragster, come on down. Please. So we got a quick little, shall we say, clarification on the dial for Skip Loeffler. Skip and the Super A Hemi rolled up here at 988. That is technically different than what the allowable is for Skip. They're having that conversation right now. It's Tim Seymour. All right, so the clarification is all settled down. 888.
Like this. Is anybody watching?
You should believe second by like 3 times.
So Loeffler's got the 888. Seymour's got the 9.26. That should be a little bit better. Should be. And Tim Seymour left early. That was actually a race to the red light. Tim Seymour won the race to the red light. Goes 0.27 on the red side. Skip Loeffler was headed towards the red. Ends up 17 thou early, at least as far as what the CompuLink timing system calculated. But Seymour had already left. Win light goes to Skip Loeffler. The Super A Hemi runs 893 on the 888. As we now bring up Tony Mandela and Mike Graham. Getting down to the end. of Super Stock, Super Gas. You should be lined up back there and ready to roll. Top Dragster, we have called you as well. Top Dragster, come on down. Mandela in the Mark Kirby-owned ride. And Mike Graham in the Best of BJ's Books ride. Graham dial 1064, Mandela dial 1036. Away we go between the GTL Automatic and the Super J Automatic. Just a 5 thou difference between the two at this end of the racetrack. Tony Mandela was 034 on the tree and goes 1036 on a 1036. Goes dead on 7. Mike Graham was 39 on the tree and runs 1063 on a 1064. Gets their first 8 thousandths of a second. To break it out 6 thousandths of a second, Tony Mandela gets the win light, as that will bring up Ryan McClanahan. The Super B Modified. The former national champ sits on the right side, and John Calvert. The Caltrax Calvert Racing ride, and what I think is one of the prettiest leaving cars. It's just beautiful. 861 is the dial for John. With John on the left, Ryan on the right. I mean, really? Like some of our last 4 cars here, and so we got Calvert, McClanahan, Glassbrenner, and DeFrank. I mean, red light start for Ryan McClanahan. John Calvert's going to get credited with the win. He was on his way to being 6 thousandths of a second too early. He's going to go 865 on the 861. McClanahan, after an 011 red light start, goes 878 on the 875. Calvert gets the win light in that one. And that'll bring out Leo Glassbrenner, Jimmy DeFrank. DeFrank, who is right there hanging in for that Division 7 championship. That'll make number 431 for him. All right, maybe it's not that many, but it's a lot. If he can get it. Both start saying, nope, not going to happen. That's right. That is true. Between Jimmy DeFrank, Peter Biondo, and Kyle Seipel, there's 14 world championships out there. That's a lot. Leo Glassbrenner's off and away. 991 is the dial for the Remac Transmissions Firebird. Jimmy DeFrank pulls alongside, and DeFrank 910 on a 910 was 18 on the tree. Gets their first 18 thou. Leo Glassbrenner had an 037 reaction time. Goes 991 on a 991. Both drivers run dead on the dial. DeFrank better on the bulb, gets the win light, and will advance as Gary Coe rolls up here. Going to be the final car. Was going to be taken on Wayne Ramos. Ramos, unfortunately, unable to unleash the Hemi. Is a no-show, and Gary Coe gets down there at about the 1,000-foot mark and shuts it down. Goes 919 on the 843. It did sound different. Wasn't happy. So they'll have to go back and check it out. That is going to put a wrap on Super Stock. We got Super Gas sitting under the arch. We should have Top Dragster rolling back into the staging lanes as well, please. The Top Dragster once again. Carol says that yes, Ryan Lamb is listening back home in Tennessee and is actually putting up Christmas decorations and watching The Bachelor. I thought you had work to do. Every time I talk to you, you're like, man, I'm so swamped with work. We got paperwork and we got this and we got to talk about work. You're putting up Christmas decorations. Why are you putting up Christmas decorations? It's not even Thanksgiving yet. No, I know why Ryan's watching The Bachelor. Yeah, I know why she's watching The Bachelor. I'm just trying to figure out, like, why are we doing Christmas decorations already? So with that, Super Gas is rolling into the water box, and Bob Unkerfer, after showing me pictures of snow and trying to convince me why it's a good thing at his house, is going to talk about Super Gas.
Because we got green things at my house. Yeah, but we don't have to artificially water our green things. Mother Nature does it for us. John Filippi, Norm Brungar going to lead us off here in Super Gas. Round number 2, Little field in half last night. Going to whittle it around a little bit more today. Burgard working his way down track, gets the win. 10:05, dead one. 007 for an 8-pack. John Filippi goes 10:11 after being 0:01 leaving the starting line. A couple of good laps there. Filippi gave up the stripe at the other end, and Norm said, I'll take it. And take it he did. 007, dead one. Marco Paravalarvis rolls in his roadster. Xavier Zarmino on the right-hand side. The Grand Am rolling in out of California. Backup lights come on. Always makes me nervous when the cars start getting ready to leave. Zarmino, a little bit of smoke down there at the other end, goes 11 flat at 99 miles per, 10-12. Marco picks up the easy W, 145 miles an hour. Going to hang on for just a moment. Make a buzz down the Pennzoil side of the racetrack. Make sure that Zarmino's hot rod didn't leave us anything out there in the way of a deposit. Online deposit's good. On-track deposit, not so good. So hold it up. Ray Schoeneman and Janice Hogan. Here in round number 2, while we continue to look at that Pennzoil side of the racetrack. Word from the top end was he was clear as he made the bend. But again, the puff of smoke down here about the 900,000 foot mark. So hanging on for just a moment. Again, top dragster, need you lanes, please. Top dragster. You have been beckoned, summoned, requested, invited to the lanes. Come on down. Top dragster, round number 1. Need you lanes, please. We get the official all clear. Janice rolls in, Ray rolls in, and they both start pedaling. See which one of them can pedal fastest, quickest to get him to the other end of the racetrack firstest. Looks like it's going to be Ray. 10:14 at $142, taking 5 fouls. Stripe for the win. 10:16 by Janice. Janice had the better light, gave up the stripe. Ray looks over and says, well, thank you, man. Appreciate that. Very, very much. John Perino and Don Anderson come rolling in now. Don wheeling his C5 over here on the right-hand side. Perino on the left. The old school, if you will. 27 Ford T Roadster. Super Gas used to be filled with such kind of cars. Boy, both drivers making a little move to the right off the line. Perino reeled his in a little bit quicker than did Anderson. But Anderson's going to make it pay off at the end. 10:07 at $1.59. Once he got it straight and landed, he kept it going. 10:06 at $1.36. Marino got his back under control, leaving the starting line a little bit quicker. But Anderson with a 008 light, the ability to track him down to pick up the whole shot win. Don Cruz, right-hand side, the Grand Am. Taking on Daryl Mitchell's Chevrolet Cavalier Roadster. In one of the obscure body option models you can check off the order list. The Cavalier Roadster's going to get the win, 10:11 at $1.58. 10:03 by Cruz. Got there by 8 Hun. Broke out by 16 Thou. That'll be enough to make you say words like, curse it, dang it. Jason Kinney comes rolling in. His C5 Corvette taking on Mike Bay. Oh, man. Hello. Interesting matchup here in round 2. One of the big dogs going to get kicked off the porch. And this one may not be pretty. Bader on the left, trying to hold off Kinney on the right. 10:07 is going to be the 9:97. Kinney was a little bit late. Mike had the 0:03 reaction time. Goes 10:07 to pick up the win. He let Jason have all the stripe he wanted down there. Mike says, well, thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Ashley warned Daniel. There is no Ashley warned Daniel. So Tim Parker's going to get a freebie. So he comes pulling up on the right-hand side in his Camaro Roadster. So competition by run. Colorado. And a 996 at $1.67. Rodney Lee. Paul Weichman. Rodney went car shopping a few years back. Picked up the 61 Corvette from out in the middle of Kansas. Pretty good lineage on that hot rod here on the LVCVB lane. That's right. Isn't it Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Convention Bureau? Yeah. LVCVB. Whew. Paul Weichman on the Pennzoil side. Looks like Rodney rolled in a little deep. Weichman's going to pick up the W, running 10:03 at 151 miles an hour. Tom Staba, fresh off his jaunt down track in the Super Comp car, hustles back to jump into the Super Gas ride. Take on Trevor Larson. Trevor got the motor swapped into Super Street Corvette. Proved to be victorious with that hot rod. See if he can keep her going with the Camaro. Here in Super Gas. Just got to get around one of the big nuts on the East Coast. Not going to happen for Trevor. 15 Thou, too quick leaving the starting line. Hey, Tommy, did 32 at $1.23. Taking a bit of a parade lap down track. 141, 99 miles an hour for Trevor, as he is giving himself a stern talking to. Going down the quarter of mile. Davey Adams with the Ford-powered Mercedes. And Kevin Sexton up in a little Omega flash. Sexton on the right-hand side. Off and running. Here comes Davey. And the Mercedes going to get the win. 10:05.6. 148 miles an hour. 10:04.5. Sexton gets down the other end of the racetrack. Takes a 25,000 stripe. And he needed to take 20 or less. Grabbed a little bit too much. Comes up short. And Mark Yeager and John McCone come rolling in. 63 Corvette Roadsters, a pair. California auto dealer on the left-hand side. Yeager over here on the right. A fellow Californian. Good lights for the both. Code's a little bit better, but he goes 9.99 at 151 to break out by more than Mark Yeager does when he goes 10:01 at 169 miles an hour. Aaron Dolezal on the right-hand side. Pete Zach up on the left. Pete says, give me back a run like I had yesterday. Perfect. That's what not going to be. In fact, this may be his last opportunity unless something really wacky happens. Yep, 10:05. Dead one. 24 on the tree. Darren Dolezal gets the win. 152 miles an hour. 10:03. Zach was a little tardy leaving the starting line. Had a whole lot of making up to do, and I don't care how much he groveled, he just wasn't going to make it up at the other end of the racetrack. Top Dragster, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. Final call, Top Dragster. Final call, Top Dragster. And in case you're wondering, I'm not going to call you anymore. Butch Clee wine. And open up on the right-hand side. One light's going to go to Butch. 10:04 beats a 10:03 on a double breakout. 4 foul, the true difference between them down at the other end of the racetrack. 10:04.1 to a 10:03.7. Both drivers diving under the 10:05 super gas number here at the strip. Gary Cook and Rick Cates comes rolling in. Cates chasing down that Super Gas Championship. Brian Presler in the water box. Watching what Rick does in front of him. Rick loses, it's all Brian. Rick wins. Brian knows the pressure's still on. Win light. Go to John Cook. And Brian Presler sitting inside the car. Smiling. 10:05 at 156 for Cook. 10:07. 152 by Cates. Comes up 23 style short down at the other end of the racetrack. And Brian Presler, who pulls in now, his Corvette Roadster on the left-hand side, is the champ. And Jeremy DeMars is your Division 5 champ. Congratulations, Jeremy. And he's not even here, but I bet he is listening. Wow. Cook was wielding a big magic wand on that pair, wasn't he? Novotelos. Pontiac on the right-hand side. Off and running. Brian Presler right alongside of him. Identical lights. I guess Brian wants to go celebrate and party. 10:10 at 150. He's behind at the finish line. Botello goes 10:05.4 to pick up the win. So Brian can start the partying early. Jeremy can have a Barbie, have the shrimp on the Barbie and a cold one on the back porch. I'm home in Iowa tonight, celebrating a D5 championship. Dave Ruff and Val Torres worked their way down track. 10 flat, 155 by Dave, 10.05 by Val. 18 on the tree, 10.05 with a 7. 25,000 package. David Ruff would have had to have been perfect. 10.050 to have even had a shot. Dave Butler on the left-hand side. Joe Fisher on the right. I need to check in with Angry Tom, see how Tom's doing today. Ran him to the hospital last night. That's not good. Hope he's doing better. He'll do better if Joe can win this one. Get around David Butler's right. Little Vega there on the left-hand side. Joe in the Corvette gets the win. That'll make Tom a little bit better. 10-16, 143, 10-25 by Butler. Win light always helps you feel a little bit better, right, Tom? So Joe picks up the W at 143 miles an hour, and Dave Thompson and Steve Williams come rolling in next. Dave off and running, so Steve, the boss man at K&N. Trimming the tree with a 008 light, goes 10.06 with a 5 for the win at 163. 10.04 to $160 for Thompson. So he cruises through at the other end of the racetrack. We get ready to continue on. Top Dragster scheduled to come up next. What we got there?
Well, I was just looking. 008 taking 2 thou. Are we sure that's not Shelby? Are we sure?
I wasn't going to go there.
Hey, Brian. Congratulations. Heck of a year you had. Number 2 last year in Supercom, number 1 this year in Super Gas. Pretty good little run.
Top Dragsters getting ready to roll out from alongside the tower for round number 1 of eliminations. Cop Eliminator will be dropping in right behind them. here next to the tire lets us know that the blown, gas burning big block ready to take on the world. Megan Molinari on a competition buy as Russ Cienega had the issue yesterday with his car and not able to get her repaired after a pretty wild and raucous ride down the left-hand side of the racetrack. So a competition buy for Megan gives her an automatic invitation back to round number 2. Before we start sending them down track 2 by 2. It's a 656 up on the Pennzoil scoreboard. It's a 659 at 204 miles an hour. Chasing it down the back door. Tough break for Cienega as he not able to get repaired and get back, but that was kind of a wild ride he took. So we'll see him again in 2021, and Megan gets to come back for round number 2 a little bit later on. Gene 8 and Brian Howe. I'll go over on the right-hand side, the top dragster. Looking at Brian in the lane just 8. He says, man, I'm still trying to get used to it. Just let go of this button thing. It's a whole different scenario than his other ride. Not quite as quick and as fast as his other ride either, but hey, you know. Brian on the right, taking on Gene Eaton on the left. Gene, who drives one of them brown trucks during the week. Has a license plate frame on the back of the UPS truck. Says my weekend car's a lot quicker. There's neither one of them, but there we go. Brian rolls in stages. Gene right alongside of it. But better on the reaction timers for Eaton. Win light for Eaton as well. 695 on 181. Dead 7 on the dial. 627 on a 628 by Brian. 8 foul too quick. Jim Metter, need you to the lanes immediately, please. Jim Metter, need you to the lanes, please. Come on down. Jim Metter, need you to the lanes for your rerun. Come on down, Jim. So Eaton gets the win. Brian's day is done, well, at least at that ride. Indeed, all comes rolling in. Corbell Champagne's dragster on the right-hand side. Michael and Raleigh over on the left-hand side. The auditor. Please don't ever look at mine. But better out of the gate. Michael in, and she gets the win. 2-0 on a 23. At a $1.99. 674 on a 679. Dean Hall, a whole lot more quicker. Think you ought to go play deuces somewhere. 22 on the tree. Wins with the 22. Take a 22 stripe, as Alan points out. That was the wrong question. That was the wrong answer. Didn't fit the question mode. So you're saying she should go play twos somewhere on the table. Now, does she let the money ride on the 22s, or does she does she take the money and pick it up and not parlay it like, you know, the money she could have had if she had let it ride? Yeah, I resemble that remark. Gary Groves, thanks, Alan. Take it on Terry White. 7:35 in the handicap start. Going to turn it into a win at the other end. Goes 7:41 at $1.68. Gary Groves gave it a ride. On the 640, goes 6:55. Does not get there. Terry White picks up the W. Terry gets the invitation back for round number 2. And Wayman and Gary Vang come rolling in. The Mountain Motor Performance. Hot ride up on the right-hand side. Vang on a 6:29. Wayman's going to get a handicap start on a 6:95. Not quite as big a handicap as the last pair, but still substantial enough. Oh, baby. Like that front end up in the air and carry it out and set it down about 200 feet out. And get the win. Wow, Dan Wayman, that was a ride. 698 at 186 miles an hour. 631 by Gary Vang, who turned it red on this end. Coulda pulled it out on the other end had he not been 22 thou too quick. Dan Wayman hiked the front end up. Car moved a little bit to the right, straightened itself out. So Wayman, after standing it up in qualifying, put a little bit more weight in the nose. Still not, maybe another 5 pounds. At least 2. Whew. But he pulls out the win. He gets to try again next round. Shonda Blinzler rolling in her hot rod. Beautiful car. Out of Scottsdale, Arizona. One of these days I got to meet Shonda. Horses and hot rods. That sounds like my family. On off and running. Take out Wayne Daniel at the other end of the racetrack and does 17.7 on a 610 dial for the win at 229. 661 on a 662. Dan Daniel. Go look at that time slip and go, you gotta be kidding me. Takes the stripe and breaks out by 5 foul down at the other end of the racetrack. Yep. He was out of it. Just not out of it enough. Shonda picks up the win. Phil Dion comes rolling in. Don Sefton up alongside him. Don in the left lane. Dion on the right. Lights in red. So Don Sefton's going to get your win. He's going to motor through 679. Dead 6. How about a 16,000th package? 10 on the tree, dead 6 on the dial. Phil Dion turns it red by 2. Fouled, his day is done. We'll get to see Don come back one more time at least. Don Barth, we get on Frank Young now. Frank out of the Button Transportation race stable. Frank based out of Winters, California. The team based out of Louisiana. Button Transportation Group, always game players. Capable of running down in that 610 range. Frank dialed in 611 this time. Don on the left-hand side, a 657. So just a skosh more than a half a second. Handicap start going to go to Don. Sportsman Motorcycle needs you lanes, please. Competition Eliminator. Sportsman Motorcycle needs you to the lanes if you aren't already there. 611, 227. Frank Young gets the win. Dead 2. 10 on the tree. A 12 pack for Frank Young. Told you they were ready for the challenge. 656 on a 57 for Dawn as she gets down to the end of the racetrack and breaks out by 9 stinking thousandths of a second. Jeff Connolly's landmark iron entry up on the right-hand side now. another Arizona runner. Looking to see if he can make his way into round number 2 of our top dragster ranks. Got to get around Jeff Havens in the opening round to do it, though. Jeffrey there on the Las Vegas Visitors and Convention Bureau side of the racetrack. 683 the dial for Jeff, 616 for Conley. Start by Conley. 005 too quick. That'll give Jeff Havens the win. 687 on a 683 was 007, leaving the starting line. And we'll be back for round number 2. Conley goes 5 foul red, then runs 604. At 230 miles an hour, just a skosh quicker to 616. Prognostication. Marco Paravelarvis, the fig speed entry on the right-hand side. Taking on Yeshua Wilcox. Yeshua on the left lane. Out of Lake Tapps, Washington. Yeshua off and running. 771 to dial. Marco 649 goes 646. 213 miles an hour, and Wilcox picks up the win. 773 on the 771 at 166 miles an hour. So Marco in the fig speed car. Eliminated here in round number 1. Yeshua will be back for round number 2. Bob Button, boss man. Check signer over at Button Transportation, a Lafayette, Louisiana-based machine on the left. We saw Frank put together a nice 17 thousandths package a few moments ago in the other car. Now Bob's got to take on Brianna Weems. And here on the right-hand side, the home track runner, Race Tech chassis car. Brianna dialed in 669. And Button, like his team car, dialed in 611. Bob, instantaneous problem. Brianna goes 671. At all 1,320 feet of the racetrack between her and Bob Button. But she knew Button's machine was capable of coming charging around her at any point in time. And then to the other end, 71 on a 69 dial. Meanwhile, Bob Button, 24 seconds later, crosses the finish line and is idling up the hill. And with Bob still underway, fire up John Richardson, your number 1 qualifier there on the left-hand side, and Kitty Upton. This is a twofer round with the number of cars that we've got in the category. Winner here gets the bye in the next, and an easy advancement to round number 3. And then you get to start talking about being in the money. Kitty Upton. Park Corp, Miller chassis car over here on the right-hand side. Out in 656. Richardson on a 615. Cop Eliminator and Sportsman motorcycle. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. Competition Eliminator, Sportsman motorcycle, and our stock rerun in the lanes. Say goodbye to your number 1 qualifier. John Richardson brings the ARPMs up and just creeps right on down track. And Kenny Upton going to get a 14-second winning elapsed time slip. That is what you call a wacko run. But your number 1 qualifier out of here, Kenny Upton gets the free ride into round number 3. With that pass, and Mike Mendenhall's beautiful hot rod. Santee, California, Spitzer chassis car. Over on the right-hand side. 618 the dial, taken on and open. Boss man at the funeral home up in Pleasant Grove. Really? Bo still got your 3-way hearse, he sell it. Mendenhall right side, open on the left. Trying to get everybody headed towards the starting line now. Finally, everybody got in and staged. 680 on a 673 or 678 dial. 617 by Mendenhall on a 618. Got down there, took 13,000 stripe and broke out by 9-up. This is what you call having a very small window of opportunity. And just wasn't able to fit that car in through the window. Chuck Phelps, Roger Comstock, 2 Yancey chassis cars. Comstock, right-hand lane, 734 the dial. Chuck Phelps on a 639. Wow. Just shy of a full second handicap start. Roger will be off and running. Phelps paying homage to the late Sean Connery, goes 007, 635, 215 miles an hour. Hold a little bit on this 639 dial. Figured, hey, the wind light's on, might as well drive it out the back door, see what she's going to do. Again, Comp and Sportsman Motorcycle, you should be in the lanes by now. Comp and Sportsman Motorcycle should be in the lane. Mike McBrayer, a.k.a. Superman, up on the left-hand side. Taking on Brooke Warren Foley over here on the right. Brooke all the way from North Carolina. We determined yesterday that was approximately a 2,200-mile trip. Pull out of here, hang a left on I-40. Brooks car don't go nowhere. Oh, my English teacher would be so proud of me. 6:59, 166 by McBrayer. Superman throws the kryptonite bar over into Brooke Warren Foley's lap, and that car, when the light turned green, didn't do anything. Well, it died. And now Brooke. Going to idle it down, take her parade lap. As the next pair sitting in the water box, getting ready to come up, Greg Hicks and Aaron Steinke. Steinke on the right-hand side. Runner out of Dunmore, Alberta, Canada, which we determined yesterday was about 1,000 miles closer than North Carolina was. Believe it or not. T&T machine for the Canadian Energy boss man. Reinhardt, sometimes you scare me. No, most times you scare me. Not just sometimes. Greg Hicks up on the left out of North Las Vegas. His tow home will be much shorter and sweeter. Determined yesterday, though, that back home in Dunmore, Alberta, Canada would be relatively simple. You pull out of here and take a right, I-15 north all the way. Unfortunately, Aaron Steinke is going to have lane choice out on I-15. 7:33 at 181. Greg Hicks gets the win because Steinke turned it red by 5 thousandths of a second.
How good are you at geography?
Fairly decent.
You go out here, get on I-15, you turn right. What's the first state you hit?
Utah.
Arizona.
That's right, Arizona. Haven't been that way yet. I'll do that next year when I bring the motorhome out. Because Utah and the Valley of the Gods and all that over there, something I've never seen and I want to.
Yeah, the Valley of Fire right up here is pretty cool.
Yeah. But
you trim a corner of Arizona before you get to Utah.
Gets the win. Jennifer Waynes lights it red. For 007 too quick out of the gate. Moses 686 on his 690 dial, picking up the W at 196 for the Colonia, New Jersey runner. Playing out here on the West Coast because, well, it's a whole lot nicer. Jennifer goes 619, 223. Down at the other end of the racetrack, but all for naught after the 007 red. Logan Moore and Shane Molinari. Shane's hot rod on the right-hand side. We forced air induction M&M chassis car for the runner out of Battleground, Washington. And Logan out of Utah. Pete's Diesel Repair, Pete's Diesel Service. Entry there on the left-hand side. Molinari, but he's able to pull it out at the other end. 14 at the hit. Dead 2 at the stripe. 6:15.2, 213 miles an hour. 673 on a 72 by Logan Moore. He gave up pretty much the win on the starting line. Molinari throwing down a 16 thousandths package with a 32 light Logan Moore. Didn't have any chance. We just didn't know it yet. Chuck Capella and James Warden come rolling in. Ward right-hand side. 625 that out, 719 by Capella. right, everybody's locked, loaded. Trying to drag him down, top end now, and does. 623, 220 miles an hour. 715 by Crapell on his 719 dial. But Warden was 17 at the hit and parlayed it into the wind down at the other end of the racetrack. Geneva Nash's hot rod on the left-hand side gets ready to take on Hannah Cook. Hannah here in the right lane, making the run out of Nevada, California for the young driver. She'll be dialed in 734. Just a few last-minute tips from Dad out there and Geneva on the left. Driving the Spitzer car. 638 the dial, so again, right at a second handicap start. Going to go to Geneva on the left-hand side. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, please. Top Sportsman needs your lanes now. Top Sportsman, round at number 1. Come on down. And that one goes red. Geneva gets the win. And on a 638, she goes 638. On the tree, she goes 005. A 6,000s package for Geneva Nash at 213 miles an hour. 735 on a 34 if you're scoring back in the pits or at home. By Hannah on her 734 dial. But 5 foul, too quick leaving the starting line. And Mark Yeager and Mike Kyle come rolling in. Kyle with the Spitzer chassis, rear and Morrison powered. Pro Charge car in the right-hand lane. 610 the dial, and we've seen that car go. 610 on more than one occasion. 630. Mark Yeager up on the left-hand side. 56 the dial, got the handicap start. 3 foul difference this end, win light on the other. Michael Kyle. 608 at 229, 653 by Yeager. Both drivers under their respective dials. Michael Kyle, albeit he ran quicker than a 610, still closer to the dial. And that's good for the win. So Kyle gets to come back and Rare Morrison machine. 653 by Yeager ends his shot. Tom Bear, Professor Tom. Taking on Mark Simmons now. Simmons on the right-hand side. Out of Medicine Hat, Alberta. Spider Electric entry. 626 the dial, 688 for Bear on the left-hand lane. So Tom's going to go first, the Lucas Oil. Tom Bear School of Drag Racing entry. Tom will be looking over his right shoulder, trying to find the nose of Mark Simmons' hot rod down there. When they get just past the half-track mark, he'll start searching. He'll probably start searching before then, but it'll be that finish line decision time that'll make the difference, in all likelihood. Oh, baby, are they both green? Tom Bear goes 009, 685 on a 688. Mark Simmons hangs a bag of donuts on the starting line, runs 26.4 on a 26. How about a 4 foul package? That's what you call a dietary meal. And nothing between the bread on that one. 4 thousandths away from a perfect lap at 219 miles an hour. 190 for Tom as he cruises through on the other end. Don London, Steve Hamilton come rolling in. fresh squirt into the injector head on London's car over on the left-hand side. We'll be ready to set sail on a 6:30 dial. Hamilton there in the right-hand lane. 7:10. Red light by Don London. Steve Hamilton picks up the win, runs 7:08 on his 7:10. Gets the invitation to round number 2 at 189 miles an hour. 38 on the 30 by London after that red light start. Steve Cook should be in the left lane, but he's not there. So Greg Blaisdell is going to get a competition by run to close out the round. Oop, I stand corrected. He gets the competition by run. But not closing out the round. Miles an hour by Craig. 32.8 on a 32 dial. So he had that one set up pretty much correctly. 218 miles an hour. Taylor Metter, a.k.a. Free Taylor, should be taking on Mighty Mo. But we got no Mo. We got Mo, no Mo? Something like that. Taylor says that's fine with me. Competition by run puts me into round number 2, and I think I'll take it. Taylor got just a bit. 6:18, 228. Miles per hour on the 6:12 prognostication. And that is that for round number 1 of our top dragster competition. One pair of cars to rerun in stock eliminator, and then dive right into round 1 of comp eliminator. And Mr. Reinhardt's already got the microphone up.
Yay, me.
Warmed up his throat in the background. And
I still haven't figured out who made me the bonehead sign. I mean, come on, fess up to it. It's a cool sign.
Hey.
I might take it home.
Look at it this way. They spelled everything right and made it look pretty.
I'd put it on Facebook, but I'm not on Facebook. Should have replaced it with the Thing 1 sign. Nobody knew what that meant, except me and Nate. Just doing a quick check down there on the racetrack. They thought they saw perhaps a decal, something come off Taylor's car down there, just some little shiny something fluttering around, so Taylor could have been bling. Nah, Taylor wouldn't have lost her bling down there. Gary Coe and Jim Metter. If you remember Stock Eliminator, Gary Coe came up, made a single, and Jim Metter a couple minutes later rolled around the corner like, what? And what happened apparently was they got paired up back in the staging lanes, and then somehow they got separated. in the line coming up here. So fair's fair. We'll do it again. Gary Coe, the Mustang, dialed in at 920. Jim Metter, the SS396D automatic. 67 Camaro, the blower Ford, the big block Chevy. Jim Metter is predicting he's going to run 10.95. Gary Coe says 920, so the handicap head start will go to the white car. And then it'll be competition eliminator time. Hey, top sportsman. Attention to the pits. Top sportsman, final call. You need to be in lanes, paired up, ready to go, please. Top sportsman, final call. Need you in lanes. They're in. They're set. Metter clean and down their way, and here comes Gary Coe. He definitely got a little extra fuel in that thing, puffing some black smoke out of the back of it, but he pulls up alongside Metter, gets on the brakes, and takes the win, 927. At 133, I'm not sure what happened to Jim's car down there, but it slows to a 12.24 at 83 miles an hour, and that was that. We got competition eliminator under the arch. The comp championship is going to go down to Louisiana. A lot of championship trophies in Louisiana this year. Comp, factory stock showdown. Looks like Joe Mazeris doesn't want the practice run. He's just going to take the tree and back out. Number one qualifier, odd number of cars and categories, so he has no scheduled opponent. And if you don't need to practice and don't want to tear up the equipment, nothing wrong with doing this. Roll up, take the tree, and prepare for the next round. All right, looks like our top sportsman guys are rolling in there. So Joe makes it official and advances. It'll probably be a little bit more difficult to advance in the next round. I was watching Michael Kyle earlier. I wonder if anybody down at Rare Morrison is following along with what we're doing. You know, David or Darren or one of those guys. I don't know what made me think of that, but sometimes I just think random thoughts. Like I got up this morning, glanced out the window, and it didn't look like it was too breezy, and I thought, that's wonderful. I like tacos. Random thoughts. Ryan Warder, Matt Dahl.
I think those are called scattered.
No. That's Waffle House.
Scattered, smothered, and covered.
That's definitely Waffle House. Ryan Warder, the H automatic, down from Washington. And in the left side, Matt Dahl, the A super modified. Numbers on the scoreboard designate the handicap start, but no breakout in comp. All you gotta do is get a green light and get there. Get there, baby, just get there. I don't care how fast you go. You might care next round, but right now you just gotta get there. Here comes the joint venture. Here comes the Great Pumpkin. Matt Dahl pulls up alongside, drives by 8:01 on the 860, 159 miles an hour. And Matt's going to take a little bit of an index adjustment on to the next round. Warder goes 888 at 147 miles an hour after he didn't really run it all out in qualifying. But Matt Dahl, 58.6 under the index. And now we've got Doug Lambeck and Barry Forrester. Barry Forrester, that's C Econo Dragster. for Duco Driveline. I wonder what Duco Don is doing these days. I wonder. I haven't seen him in a while. Love Duco Don. Still might be the funniest thing ever when he, proudest moment of his life. Look how straight that is. He drove one of our Pro Stock cars into the sand trap about 150 feet. I'm telling you, he's like, look how straight that is. Lambeck going to be off and running. Here comes the Dragster. Red light start for Barry Forrester. Lambeck's going to see the win line down there on the Las Vegas scoreboard. Go 879 off the throttle at 119, 750 for Barry Forrester. Missed a tree by 16 thousandths of a second, and Doug Lambeck will advance. Scott McClay and Ryan Pretty. Ryan Pretty is here, literally just testing the factory showdown car. That Mountain View Chevrolet got a supercharged small block in it. In Comp Eliminator, we call that a factory stock super modified. Scott McClay, the C Econo Dragster. That's a small block Dodge powered, single 4-barrel, automatic transmission car. Steve Williams down there paying extra close attention to the McClay group. Handicap head start's going to go to the door car. Let's just turn it green, figure one out down on the racetrack somewhere. Okay, Ryan's green. Scott's green. Ryan's shut off. Scott's shut off. I guess, I asked for green lights so we'd have a fun race, and we got green lights, but I wouldn't exactly call it a fun race. Scott McClay just got 2 for 1 there. He will take a solo directly into the semifinals. And Ryan Pretty just easing it on down the boulevard. So if there's going to be a trophy, head back to Mountain View Tire this week. I guess it's going to have to come from Paul Mitzos. Now this is a fun pair. Don Beavers out of Tucson. Don is a Ford guy through and through and through. And Kevin Carter driving his dad's car. Now, when you're Kevin Carter, there's like no shame in, where'd you start your drag race car? Well, my dad's car. If you're me, well, my dad's car. The 69 Ford truck with a 360 in it, not exactly a powerhouse. Mom's car, however, 4-door LTD, 351 2-barrel, baby. That thing would fly. But that A nostalgia car over on the left side, that's a 2-time world championship car. And Kevin Carter on a 760 gives up a 1.05 head start to the Probe. And then tries to catch him. Oh, and a red light for Kevin. That thing picked the front end up and made a move that away anyway. Don Beavers, 807. You're kidding me. Don Beavers just went 807 against a red light. That's going to take him down 7 for his matchup with Doug Lambeck next round, and he didn't have to do that. Wow. 57.9 under the index if I'm doing the math right. And that's a mistake. I mean, you can, like I said, you can get there as fast as you want. It won't bother you until next round, but next round it'll bother you. Don Beavers just took 7 hundredths into his race with Doug Lambeck. Looks like Kevin stopped at the top end of the racetrack. We've got motorcycles under the arch. Top sportsman, final call. You need to be in lanes, please. Matter of fact, Super Street, we need you back now, please. Super Street for round number 2. Come on down. Motorcycles under the arch, last race of the Division 7 motorcycle season, and time to remember Joe. Bob's going to remember him because he won't be able to hear on the way home. What? Sportsman motorcycle rolling in. Danny Alves on the left side. Brian Howie on the right side. As we get to contest the last Sportsman motorcycle race of the Lucas Oil season here at the Strip at LVMS. They ease their way up into the beams. 811 going to be the dial in for Denny on the left side. He'll leave first, and Brian Howie. All right, you catch him. I'm sorry, that's 950 versus 811. I don't know why I got the math backwards. 936, however, is way too quick for Brian Howie. 840 is going to be the easy win for Denny Alves. I looked down there and couldn't subtract 8 from 9. Numbers is hard. It's like when I went to that payday loan place. I said, I need to borrow $500. They said, okay, here's the deal. By the end I got done, I said, I think I got a good deal. And somebody told me, you're going to be paying them back $9,400,000. And I said, yeah, but it's only a couple bucks a week. Danielson on the left side of the racetrack. Sean Connor on the right. Connor out there on the GSXR. He is way over at the wall. Look at Danielson. I mean, he is about as close to the concrete as you can imagine. And he's still going to get the win. 895 at 110 miles an hour. Sean Connor goes 918. Man, we need to get him like a mirror or a looking glass or a neck. You can turn around. Because Danielson was way out of the groove, way over at the wall. Way slow. But Sean Connor just gifted it to him. Now it's Ryan Kruger. ZX14 Cowie on the left side. Clayton Howie. ZX14 Cowie on the right side. Couple of stretched out, no bar bikes. Oh, and a red light starts for Ryan Kruger. He dropped the clutch about 1/10 of a second way too soon. And he's going to drive down the Las Vegas side of the racetrack thinking about what might have been. Clayton Howie's going to blast down to the finish line and stripe thinking about what is. And what is he will have another round. Brings up Larry Moda. Supposed to run Jeff Durfee. I don't see Jeff. What happened to Jeff? Jeff have a problem yesterday? Apparently he had a problem this morning because not able to make it up here for round number 1. So the Lucas Oil backed Gixxer. .886 for Larry Moda on his solo run. 149 to speed, super straight. Attention to the pit, super straight. Come on down. We're rocking along a little ahead of schedule this morning. We're just going to keep right on rocking. Super straight, need you to the staging lanes, please. Kahea Woods, the reigning champ, over there on the left side. Gordon Fangmeyer over here on the right side. Not a whole lot of handicap here. We're talking 1200s between, at least I think. Wait, I mean, yeah, 1200s. Numbers is hard. Numbers is really hard. They're off on the green. Kahea in the left lane. Gordon in the right lane. And Kahea taking care of business, 868 on the 872. It goes down as a double breakout. Fangmeyer goes 52 on a 60, under by 6. 68 on a 72 is under by 4. Kahea Woods wins it. Under by less, Leo Shaver and Bill Homuth. Bill on the right side, all the way in from Illinois. I love watching the split tree. That's still, every time I see it, makes my eyes go, huh? It's kind of like having monovision contacts. Like, okay, that looks good, and that looks weird. That looks like a win light for Leo Shaver. I don't know how. I mean, I do know how. I watched it, but an 8.95 for the win. Leo's 0.96, 7 above. Bill is 007, taking a chunk and breaking out. Gary Stouffer now on the left side. And Donnie Durenberger on the right. Durenberger down from Minnesota. Oh, and a red light for Gary. 0.34. Dropping the hammer too soon. He's going to get scolded by his pro drag racing wife. 884, they had the right number on the bike. 0.34. Did not have the timing of the clutch release down properly. Durenberger goes 10.04 at 126 miles an hour. Takes the win. Clay Pollitt, left. Mike Cregan, right. Clay out of Huntington Beach. That's a nice little place to hang out. Really nice little place to hang out. My grandma out of West Jordan, Utah. That ain't a bad place either. I don't think they have quite the access to surfing that they do at Huntington Beach, but now look at Mike. Mike looked like an owl down there. Turned his head all the way around, and then he let Clay slide by 5 thou. 904 for the win, 131 the speed. Mike Cregan goes 1032 at 121. And Clay Pollitt getting it done. Now it's Dave Wheeler and Cameron Belisle. The bar bike versus the no bar bike. One of the oldest, longest running discussions in motorcycle racing. The bar or the no bar? This time, the bar wins. Cameron goes 9:30 on a 9:25. David Wheeler left a tenth of a second back here. There was no way he was going to win that race. He got there first by 600s and broke out by a mile and a half. Wayne Taylor and Tom Medlin. Tom Medlin, who's going to wear number 71 again next year, as he has before. The fabricator over on the right side. The electronic tech on the left side is Wayne Taylor out of Fairfield, Utah, on the sled. Man, that's close to the wall. I don't think I've ever seen a sled bank off the wall before. And I'm not 100% sure if I saw one bank off the wall that time, but if he didn't, he missed a great opportunity because, man, he was that close. 902 Tom Medlin, 129 off the throttle. 1048 for Wayne Taylor, who got way over the wall. Mo Ryder's supposed to be in the left lane. Isn't that a perfect name for a motorcycle guy? Mo Ryder. Craig Jensen's in the right lane on his Polaris out of Utah. Never forget the first time I saw a snowmobile. I'm like, how does it go? I mean, I didn't know the concept of the whole track thing.
We had no mow earlier. We got no mow now.
Not a good day for guys named Mo. 967, 130 miles an hour for Craig Jensen. Solo run for the win. And Rick Newport, number 1 qualifier, gets the scheduled bye. A couple of 002 reaction times for the Matco Tools rider. Put him in the top spot. Super Street, Super Street. Need your lanes, please. Super Street, come on down. Rick Newport relaxes back to an 082. Reaction time that time. And then a 10:05, just easing it down there. Just over 100 miles an hour. Top Sportsman under the arch. Getting ready to pull up for round number 1. Nine cars entered our Top Sportsman field here this week. Doug Bracey was supposed to be matched up with Michael Chitty. Michael is not here. Or Michael is invisible. I believe it's not here. Because if he can make himself invisible, wow. What would you do if you could make yourself invisible? Let me put it, what would you do first? .721, Doug Bracey, 191 miles an hour on his free time run. That'll advance him into round number next. Looks like we're going to have another free time run coming up here. And since everybody here is a competitor, and I think most people online are kind of in the business as well, I understand why we don't just match up the solos, because that would ruin the whole ladder. It would ruin it, I tell you, ruin it. But John Baker Must have hurt something yesterday. Badly enough that he couldn't fix it and come back tonight. Today. Now. And that'll leave Mark Buring with an extra practice run. Hits the tree at 0-1-1. It's the finish line at 7-1-1. And there you have it. Now let's see if we can't make it a little more difficult on some of these guys. No, not yet? Yeah, we can make it a little more difficult on some of these guys. Carl Hagen and the Avenger. And Dino Dean. The Corbell Champagne Cellars. Heck Racing. The Corvette. Love the Corvette. Big Donovan. 3 deuces. Plexiglass scoop. And a dial-in of 698. Carl Hagen's dial-in is 753. So Carl will go first. Would you like to go first, Carl? You can go first. But don't go red. I said you could go first. I didn't say you could go red. I mean, I guess that's up to you, not me, but still. 701. 196 miles an hour for Dean Hall. 753 on a 753. Carl Hagen goes red and then runs dead on 4. Now it's Ken Ratzloff. The Studebaker. K&S Racing, that's Ken and Sandy. And Rich Okerman. Zeke's Automotive and Hot Rod Performance. Studebaker. Yep, 699 on the 699. 745 on a 43 for Okerman. They're 5 thou apart on reaction time. Rich Okerman was 2 above the dial. Ken Ratzloff was dead on 8. Fixed. Jay Childs. That thing is cool. 64 Nova. It's got a small block and a Pro Charger. I mean, that thing is just cool. And Pat War. Part of the Warpath, part of the Pete's Diesel Repair team. The Wars who were right in the thick of the championship chase all year long and are going to be changing some numbers on the side of their cars next year. Well, it really is a cool car. Unfortunately, guy's pushing it off in his stocking feet down there. As Jay Child's car ceased making noise and his crewman ceased wearing shoes when he stepped in the sticky stuff. And of course, just to make it feel even worse, Patrick War gets kind of wacky out there in the middle of the racetrack and has to take his foot off the gas, goes 802. But that little Chevy too, I saw that thing front end off of it yesterday. A Pro Charger small block. It's just cool. Brings up Mara Sylvia and Brian War. There's Bob Unkerford's tearing the building down back here. Oh. Gonna tear the building down with his phone. Sounds like something I would do. Mara Sylvia, nice to see her back. Haven't seen a whole lot of Mara over the course of the last couple of years. Brian War. Brian's having himself a pretty good year. You know, if you like division championships and stuff. Hey, Super Street. Attention in the pits. Final call, Super Street. Final call. Mara's dialed in 754. Brian's dialed in 7 flat. I can do the math on this one. Handicap head start is 54. Because I can subtract 0 from anything. And sometimes even get it right. Well, numbers is hard. That's right. 3 kinds of people in the world. People that can count, people that can't. And don't you forget it. I don't remember which one I am. Yeah. Group 2. To the stripe, a 704 for Brian War. Making it happen, 187 miles an hour, 59 for Mara Sylvia. So 4 above beats 5 above. War was also a tick better on the tree, and he will be back. Now it's Will Yakimitz and Brian LaFlamme. It's 2 for 1. By the way, the yeah. I thought it was you. Lone said it was him. You heard it from me? Oh, well then, couldn't have been you. Must have been Loans. I guess I owe Loans a public apology. .703, the dial for Will Yakimitz. Brian LaFlamme says 629. That's going to be a pretty big head start over there for Yak. But that is a Pro Charge Brad Anderson Hemi that is going to be chasing him down, and I mean in a hurry. They're off on the green. Here comes Brian LaFlamme. Throttle whack and a win. Yeah, you can kind of see that coming. When Will Yakimitz's reaction time was 1:55 and Brian was 0:11, you don't exactly need a PhD in top sportsman to understand how that's going to turn out way most of the time, including this time. Let's see, who's weighing in? Hi, Bo. It's breezy in Vegas. It's a little chilly, but it's breezy. That's the big thing. But we are racing away and having fun. Wish you the best of luck in your bracket race down there in Bowling Green. Greg Boutte weighing in. Boutte says with his marketing skills and my math skills, we could rule the world. Marty Castagno and Justin Linares coming up now. Rick Carlson weighing in. Having fun at work. Just passed his 16th COVID test. I've tested now, I believe, 11 nights in a row. Justin Linares dialed in 662. 57. Off and running with 716 on the side of the car. Closing in on the finish line. Here comes the Camaro. Not going to get him. 57. Holding on by 5 thousandths of a second. 718 on the 16. 66 on the 62 for Justin. 208 miles an hour. 5 thousandths of a second short. Yeah, do the home COVID test. Because they say, you know, losing your sense of smell and taste is a symptom. So every night I open a beer and I sniff it. I could smell it. Drank the beer, tasted it. Tasted pretty good. So I tested 10 or 12 times, and every one of the tests came back negative. Felt pretty good about that. And I woke up this morning feeling, you know, just a little bit woozy, a little lightheaded, and I'm thinking, man, that's scary. Probably ought to test again tonight. Can never be too careful. Jeff Gillette and Todd Young. Jeff Gillette, division champ, over there a couple of times over. Barry Pauley, Darren Seeley. The Indigene Reserve in the Kearns, Utah-based 88 Camaro of Todd Young, dialed in 768. 065 to handicap head start. Right lane goes first. Go. Oh, no. Right lane goes first, and right lane goes red. Easy. Don't hit anything. Thank you. Gillette goes 704, 196 miles an hour. Todd Young, after that thing went red, it kind of hunkered down and washed out, got out of the groove, and she was dancing around over there by the concrete. Just a little friendly advice. The center wall here at the Strip at Las Vegas is actually thicker than the outside wall. Neither one of them are going to be friendly if you make contact, but the center one will be even less friendly. Bring up Doug Crumlick, who I understand is moving to the other side of the world. Going to go down to Division 2 and pick on all those ducks like Sandy. What? I wonder if I bet Sandy's listening. If he's in the shop today, Ron Smith. His 1963 Nova, 830 cubic inch big block. He's looking over at Crummy going, 741. Cute. That's really sweet. 741. 717, the dial in for Ron Smith, 662 for Crumlick. I bet Sandy's listening. I bet they're on this shop. Here's what we can do. I got an idea. And this is a really good idea, too. Not like my last idea that was really stupid. 680 for the win. For Doug, 177 miles an hour. Ron Smith was absolutely in control of that race. 007 reaction time and way out in front. 713. If you are listening from work, shoot me an email. Announcer@nhra.com. People work in their shops on Saturday. You know how to get a hold of Gary Stennett on Christmas Day? Call the shop on Christmas Day. He'll answer the phone. I'm the same way. Call my shop Christmas Day. Warren Johnson, call the shop Christmas Day. Paul Mitzos and Judy Radford. Judy in the Dodge truck. Paul Mitzos in the Dodge Stratus. Got a 688-inch Spiegel big old motor in it for the Mountain View Tire folks. I bet Stennett's listening from his place. I bet he is. Stennett's just a listener. He's just a listener, you know. If you're having issues, you're having troubles, he's a listener. He once listened to me for 2 hours before I realized he had earbuds in, and he pulled one out and went, what? Mitzos bumps in, lights the second bulb. Judy does the same. Both drivers away on the green. Mitzos problems right off the starting line, and the Dodge goes silent. 740 for Judy Radford. That is trust in your crew chief, because she, a hun from breaking out. Paul Mitzos is slowly cruising down the lane. 1561 at 53 miles an hour. And Mel Uichi, if you remember, he was here on Test and Tune Day. It's here yesterday. It's a new combination they've got in that thing with the blower motor, and they've been, well, let's just say it's got a gremlin in it someplace they haven't apparently figured out yet. Unable to get it to fire back here in the staging lanes. Shout out to Joe from American Cam, who is following along at work today. If you're working at this, it's going to be your one chance to get a Reinhardt shout out. If you're at work, send me an announcer email, announcer@nhra.com email, and I will give a shout out to your business that's listening today since you're not being productive. Unless it's going to get you fired. Then I can say hi to Matt Harris. Hi, Matt. Oh, actually, somebody wanted me to say hi to you, too. Who was it? Who was it? Mike Proctor, 1963 Corvette. That's the former Paul Snell car. Now you can see that's Mitzos that's still up on the top end of the racetrack. They're giving him a little boost with the quad down there. And they just told the start line, go ahead and send him. We are clearing off. So Mike Proctor was supposed to run Mel Uichi. And Proctor with his blown Brad Anderson. Big old Hemi Corvette. Takes a free ride. Did you see that? Your personalized message. Man, that thing is dancing around a little bit. 671. 208 miles an hour. Harem says he's sort of working at High Gear Enterprises. And we're going to go take a look down there. As you saw a little something on the racetrack. Said, let's just hold up, double check, triple check, make sure all is well.
High gear is working.
Well, you know.
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Russ is in the shop rebuilding his wife's minivan. U.S. Logistics. Stephanie Mott is having to work because of those pesky month. Wait a minute. Month end close? It's the 7th. You must do your books like you're counting ballots.
There's truth in that statement.
They could do that. You know, it's funny. That all started with Clint Thompson. When Clint Thompson was racing his alcohol funny car, and he wanted to race someplace, and I said, "That's it. Go to Clint Thompson Chevrolet. You know, every Corvette's $10 off." It was a riot. He said like 4 or 5 people came in and like wanted the $10 off. I said, "They buy cars?" You know, well, yeah, they buy cars. So then, when Drew Skillman, of the $10, when Drew Skillman was out here racing and winning on a regular basis, we started doing that at Skillman Chevrolet. And he actually wanted to make it a real deal. He's like, "Nah, heck, make it 500. Nah, that'd suck all the fun out of it." He said, "Look, dude, I'm here to sell cars." All right, racetrack is good to go. Joe Sinard, Dave Cook. 67 Mustang. I do like that Mustang. It was pretty cool. You see Kelly Harper right behind him yesterday when we put the Mustang side by side. It was a great photo op. Great photo op. Cook out of Novato, California. I sure hope we get to go back up there and race again next year. Like going up in the wine country. The wine country. I want to go back and race in Sonoma. Okay, which one of those was weirder? Joe Stannard let go, and his did like a twist and shout on the starting line. Then he runs dead on 5 when David Cook wasn't even at the 3:30 mark yet. Cook's car didn't move when it was time to go. Stannard's car moved all kinds of weird, And then he runs that thing down there, flat puts it to the stripe with nobody coming. Joe, that is trust in your dial, buddy. That is trust in your dial. David Cook goes 1586 at 93 miles per hour. Greg Blaisdell in the left side, and the aforementioned Kelly Harper. What kind of plane am I looking for again? I can never remember that. A Foxback. A MiG Foxbat. Okay. Kelly, that's where you got to start looking for me now. A MiG Foxbat. Since apparently that SR-71 thing's not going to work out. Okay, everybody who's listening in Tazmekistan that has an airplane for sale, send me an email, announcer@nhra.com. Craig Blaisdell on the left side. Great to see the Warren sisters back here at the racetrack. Been too long since I've seen them out here competing. All right. Down and away on the green light. Let's see what happens at the other end down there. We got a Camaro, we got a Mustang, we got a dancing through the aisles. 662 for Kelly Harper at 209 miles an hour, 711 for Blaisdell at $1.92. The better reaction time of the two was 1:14. Let's just leave it at that. And we've got one final car. It's the number one qualifier. It is Jeff Conley for Landmark Iron with that Scoggin Dickey force-fed big block powered Camaro that'll run low sixes. Ron Butt's working at Penske. You'll have to be more specific. Penske's a big joint.
They got lots of fingers.
Yeah. B&H Performance Machine in Post Falls, Idaho, building engines. And listening in, Phil and Chris. I think that's what B&H stands for, Phil and Chris. I hope they're better with building engines than they are at naming companies. Jeff Conley had the back end of that thing wash out, and it went that away, foot off the gas, and he's on down the road. So he'll pick up the win at 10:34, 104 miles an hour. And next time we see him, hopefully we'll have a lot less singles and a lot more better side-by-side racing. We got Super Street coming up under the arch. We got Nate Hershey coming up in the microphone. Really? It's going to be Nate. I would totally support that. Totally support that. But as we do make the swap over to Super Street, kicking things off here in round number 2, we have got our 11:05s up on the scoreboard. We have got Justin Beaver and Scott Michelle in the water box, and we got a quick little announcement about fuel sales. Hey racers, just a heads up, fuel sales is going to be closing up shop right at about 1 o'clock today. So you got about another hour and a half if you are going to be needing fuel. Basically, if you are planning on making it a long day, which I don't see why anybody would not, but if you are planning on making it a long day, they got specials out there on C11 and C25. Go out, see Danny out near the front gate. He'll get you hooked up and set up. But again, they're going to be closing up shop at 1 o'clock today, and of course with the plan of not being here tomorrow. If we do end up, well, you might want to go out and see him before that. Scott Michelle, Justin Beaver off and away. Michelle off the throttle stop first, making his way down the racetrack. Goes 11-11, puts 4 aces up on the scoreboard and gets the win light as Justin Beaver got by him just before the finish line, got there first by 44 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. Beaver
had the 075 reaction time, which was about 0.03 of a second behind Scott Michelle with the 048. Michelle watched Beaver drive by and said, all right, it's all yours. I'll just take the win light and move in around number 3. That'll work out better for me anyway. So Scott Michelle advances. Is now John Dexter and Dave Gotts. How about your first and second finishers in Division 7 Super Street last year, lining up side by side here at the final race of the year? Gotts, who was the runner-up in that whole deal, lining up the Camaro on the left side out of Corona, California, and John Dexter, who is a coach by trade and the outgoing Division 7 Super Street champ. That's kind of his moonlighting job. Both drivers are pre-staged as Dexter and Gotts let each other think about it just for a moment. Dave goes ahead and lights up that second half of the LEDs, and away we go. Throttle stop has done its thing for David Gotts. He is on the gas as John Dexter right alongside. Win light's going to belong to the champ, John Dexter. By 7 10,000ths of a second, John Dexter gets there first. David Gotts followed him through and breaks out 11:04 on the 11:05. Gotts was 0:52 on the tree. John Dexter was not at the 0:17 reaction time as Dexter gets the win light. Oh, and by the way, I was just informed by Mr. Mike Rice that Geneva Nash has been selected as our best appearing car here this weekend. Geneva, congratulations. That beautiful dragster. We'll go ahead and invite you to bring it on up here so we can get some photos taken care of and get you your award. Geneva Nash has been selected as best appearing car. So Geneva, go ahead and bring it on up here. Pull it right on up the return road and we'll get you parked in here behind John Calvert. That you can see out there with a little bit of activity on the center line. We actually had a mirror that found its way onto the racing surface instead of on the race car, which is not where it's supposed to be. It should have stayed attached to the car. Apparently the bubble gum that was used to put it on failed.
Next time, use Gorilla Glue.
Gorilla Glue? I like that stuff.
Got a bad MAU.
Gorilla Glue works well.
Bad mirror attaching unit.
MAU, the mirror attaching unit? See, those are the technical terms that, you working in the shop down there doesn't quite get it there. But while they are out there cleaning up a little bit of that stuff that's left over from the mirror, we do have to continue some shout-outs. Dave Hunt, down at Racecraft, listening in the shop, Madison Heights, Virginia, sent in the email. The B&H stands for Barton and Hudlow, apparently. Oh. I think you might have been right with Ron and, was it Paul and Chris? Ron and Chris? Phil and Chris, that's right, but it was Barton and Hudlow. And then we did get clarification at the Penske Chevrolet down there in 96th and Keystone. And then Mike Hart sent in an email as well. Shout out to Victory Supply. Does that say Inmate Products? That says Victory Supply Inmate Products. And, well, he's sending the shout out, apparently, if you want to be the well-equipped inmate. Jimmy Galani getting the win there, 11:11 on the 11:05, was 14 on the tree. Mike DeCarolis was behind at the hit with the 0:58 reaction time. Takes 33 thou at the stripe to break it out 8 thou, and apparently Sean, Dad Mike, is sending a very special shout-out to you. It does say, like, Victory Supply Inmate Products. So if you would like to supply your inmate, Victory is the place to be. Funny Car Chris is listening in as well. I don't know if you're back home in Idaho or what part of the country you're running around in. Hey, Sean Schaefer and Trevor Larson. Schaefer, who has seen a great deal of success in race cars over the last couple of weeks here at the Strip, trying to do it again, goes 11:04.6, no good. Trevor Larson gets the win light. 34 on the tree in the Glenwood, Minnesota-based ride. Being above the dial gets the win light. Where are you? Listening in at home, I recognize the photo. There you go. As we now bring up our next two, Ryan Giacone and Rodney Lee. Hey, alcohol cars It's your turn. Need to have you make your way into the staging lanes, please. Alcohol cars, both funny cars and dragsters, come on down. Come on down. Alcohol cars. Rodney Lee, Ryan Giaccone over the left side. Off the throttle stop and takes that big old battle forward down to the finish line. Can he turn on the bulb? Yes, he will, and a double breakout. Rodney Lee was 11:01. Ryan Giaccone was 11:04, and the 11:04 beats the 11:01 on basic math. So that's going to do it. Giaccone advances. As next up, Seth Palvidor and John Boycroft. Palvidor turns it red by 0.02 of a second, and the Fairmont for Tres Amigos Tequila falls by the wayside. Win light goes to Boycroft as he goes 10.98 at 133 miles an hour, 037. He looked up, saw the win light was on, and said, let's go for it. How low can you go? And he went 10.98. But the win light was on. Palvidor turned it red 2,000, and he bows out as now Dave Thompson and James Brown. JB and the Beretta for Kid Performance and Dyno coming in out of Bakersfield, California. That 588 cubic inch ride.
Downtown James Brown.
I don't know if it's downtown. I thought it was downtown Julie Brown. I think it was like James Brown, as in like, getting hot. I'm trying to remember what. I mean, James Brown did a lot of songs. I think my favorite was that James Brown skit that Eddie Murphy did on Saturday Night Live. In the hot tub. Getting hot. That was one of the great ones. Unfortunately, James Brown, well, he was a little too hot. 002 red. He can go downtown now, if he wanted to. He gets out of the throttle and will coast through. It's an 11:09 for Dave Thompson after he was 007 on the tree. So Thompson will take the Chevrolet, the Shameless Racing Chevrolet. Into round number 3 is now John Perino and Dan Bain. Perino in the Mustang out of Saugus, California with the 11:05. Dan Bain in the Camaro from right here in North Las Vegas. And as we continue to get them headed down the racetrack. Win light this time. Gonna belong to Dan Bain. Bain trip, zip, perfect reaction time, and 11:10 down the racetrack. They like ones and zeros. 3 zeros in the reaction time, 11.101 for Dan Bain. John Perino, unfortunately, he does not like ones anymore. Had a reaction time that started with a 1, and he goes 11.01 on the loss. Once again, alcohol cars, you have been called, please, if you would. Alcohol cars, we do need you into the staging lanes. That would be alcohol funny cars and alcohol dragsters. Should be like 8 and 8, right? Should be like 8 and 8. Ooh. Speaking of a couple of more, Wade Samuel and Nikki Cannon. Cannon coming down out of Washington in the medical industry for that CNC Olympic heating ride. Nikki on the right side. Wade Samuel out of Colorado. Lining up the 65 Chevelle over the left. Tree drops and a red light start for Miss Nikki. Nikki missed it by 1,000th of a second. Wade Samuel, 16 green, now chasing down 11:05 in the Chevelle. Goes 10:97. Nikki Cannon doing what so many have done before, and that is, joining up in like camp commiseration. 001 red, and then goes dead on 4. 11:05 on the 11:05. Wade Samuel with the win light will advance, as that's going to bring up Michael Chitty, the retired racer out of Ames, Iowa, and Shelby Williams. Got Dad Steve standing alongside. Shelby, who has been really coming into her own. The past 4 weeks have been transformative for Shelby as far as how her performance has been. She ended up winning a bonus race when we were out here at that fall fling. And since then, the confidence has grown, the stripe, all of it has just gone tremendously well. We'll see if this ends up the same, or if Michael Chitty will end up lighting up the scoreboard, and the win light turns on again for Shelby Williams. 1094 beats 1087. Both drivers were way under. But Shelby Williams, looks like she may have made the right choice, cut it loose. Michael Chitty goes 1087. Shelby goes 1094. And the double breakout, Shelby Williams gets the win light. She was 21 on the tree. Michael Chitty was 008, but just took too much down at the finish line, and the win light belongs to Williams. Is now Davey Adams and Jed Dahar. Dahar and the Nova here on the right side. Davey Adams and the Maverick on the left side. Tree is dropped, lights are green, and the chase begins. Win light belongs to Davey Adams. Again, the double breakout math. 11:03 beats 11:01. Davey was 11 on the tree. Jed was 45 on the green side, and then goes 11:01 on the loss. And as our next two get them lined up, Chris Bracey and PJ Giacalone. PJ for Team Pizzazz, the 55 Chevrolet on the right side. They are looking at something on PJ's car here. Chris Bracey, the Vallejo Coin Exchange ride, already lined up on the left. Apparently a little communication with PJ in through the window. And at this point, I'm not sure that PJ's car is running, and I'm starting to see a little smoke coming out from under the hood. They are getting really interested in what's going on underneath. They're calling for a fire extinguisher. And it appears from the angle where we're sitting at that they're just not happy with this. Because again, they were sitting there trying to figure it out. Yeah, that just was not right. So it'll be a solo shot for Chris Bracey. As unfortunately for Giacalone, the activity on the starting line resulted in having to use a fire extinguisher. To get out whatever was going on under the hood. And we're going to give the solo shot to Jacob Rutledge. As Rutledge, 10 on the tree, gets to chase down the 1105. And then goes 11:00 at 135 miles an hour. So that is going to wrap up Super Street. I'm going to send a little shout out to Ken Hemstreet. Ken, who is listening in at Busy Bee Garage. He was actually apparently listening intently as he put in what the B is for. That stands for Bud, down there in Fullerton, California. And Ken is the son of Bud. So Ken Hemstreet. Dad is listening in down there. And then Chris Butler, listening in at Royal Purple, been listening in since Friday, doing home graphics, and appreciate you listening in. But pretty cool deal. So we've got a little stuff to take care of down in front of the tower, and I've got another little duty that Mike has asked me to take part in. So I've got to go grab a camera and do that.
You're going to be a duty guy?
I'm going to do a camera duty. But I'll be down there in a moment, and I'll be on the other side of the camera, and we'll just let you guys see what's going on in front of the tower.
Howdy. DMP awnings. Let me just say that again. DMP awnings. I have them everywhere I go. There's one following me around now. You can't see it, but it's up there. I'm probably going to have one tonight if the girl hasn't. God bless you all, and DMP awnings.
Crew Chief Pro is drag racing's most respected ET prediction and electronic logbook software. Since 1989, Don Higgins and his team have constantly refined Crew Chief Pro software to help racers with these important features: ET predictions, throttle stop predictions, race analysis, weather analysis, and opponent analysis. They integrate with RacePack data acquisition systems, Timeslip Simulator, and 1320 Go software, and with all performance weather stations. In addition, Crew Chief Pro carries the finest racing weather stations on the market today, alerting you via text or pager and delivering you with up-to-the-minute data critical to making the best decisions on the track. NHRA World Champions use Crew Chief Pro software and systems. Why shouldn't you? Find out more today by checking them out online at www.crewchiefpro.com.
All right. Well, we are down here on the starting line, and we had to wait a little while, probably a whole lot longer than you wanted to wait, but we are standing down here with Brian Presler, your newly crowned 2020 Super Gas World Champion. Brian, congratulations. It must have been kind of just nail-biting watching those last couple of weekends play out here, and especially having to move some of the races around. Tell me what's going through your head right now as you hold your hands on this Lucas Oil Wally.
I'm just glad all the anxiety and the stress is over, because waiting around for that makeup race, and I hadn't been looking at the points until we got shut down, and then I decided I was going to look at it. And then after Rick Cates started running up on me, and I just started counting his runs and watching him close it in on me, and I was getting nervous, and I'm just glad I was able to hold on to it and get her done.
So it did come down to kind of that last. Rick Cates was out here watching that. Where were you at the time? Were you listening? Were you were you just trying to pretend that it wasn't? What was going on in your mind watching him run?
Well, I was in the pair right behind him, and I was already celebrating in the cockpit of the car. So the fact that I went 24 on the tree was, amazing at that.
So I'll tell you what. Obviously, people don't get here on their own. You've had a lot of help, a lot of folks behind you. Who was it that was really crucial to you this year in helping claim this trophy?
Oh, only one person, my wife, Terry. I mean, she traveled to Indy with me. She traveled to Texas. She put a lot of miles on, and she don't like to drive. But, no, without her, I could have never done it. And this is hers, too. Thanks, babe. I love you.
Well, congratulations. Hold and enjoy that 2020 championship trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, the Super Gas World Champ. He is Brian Presler.
Nice job, Nate. Congratulations to Brian, as I mentioned, following up on a runner-up finish last year in Super Comp. You guys having himself a pretty good little run out there in the .90 classes. We've got our first pair of alcohol dragsters pulling up under the arch, just about ready to kick things off. Round one of eliminations, the fastest cars we're going to see on the racetrack today.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Weems, and I'm here to remind you that it can wait. It can wait to open that Snapchat, read that text, Facebook update, Twitter post, or Instagram photo. Remember the mom and dad rules. Don't text and drive. It's the law, too. We want all of you to drive safe from all of us at Ted Weems Tire and Auto.
LODRS, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard, high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
Welded 16,000 series fuel pumps equal big, badass car power. With 250 and 420 gallon per hour models, you'll never worry about fuel supply again. An aerospace Teflon seal, stainless valve seat, and 10-vane steel pump element gives precise, controlled, and reliable flow. And a built-in adjustable relief valve provides stable pressure under the most demanding conditions, pass after pass. Finally, a car pump that's worth what you pay.
Hey y'all, Emily Volkman here from
Lee?
Thank you, everybody. With every head bowed and every eyes closed, let's give thanks. Father in heaven, thank you for this blessed day, and thank you for your love and guidance. And Father, we ask that in these troubling times that you bring us all peace. Peace and blessings upon our men and women of our armed services and the law enforcement. There is no greater sacrifice than to sacrifice one's life for the sake of another. Today, we are all gathered here as friends and family, and we are to race and to have fun. But Father, we ask that you place that great hedge of protection upon everyone here at the track. Bless us all with peace and safety, and we pray that all those blessings will be both generous and gracious. And let's all be careful that we give Jesus all the praise and glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Lee. Please remain standing as the flag flies above the arch here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Remove your hats if you would for our national anthem. All right, we are ready to fire them up. First pair of alcohol dragsters at the ready line, and they have been given the signal. So here we go on a 61-degree breezy afternoon. It's going to be fast out there. We're kicking things off with Joey Severance and Brandon Greco. Rather interesting, I think. I would have thought Jackie and James would have been the first pair out, but apparently Joey Severance wanted to go first. Get out there and attack the track immediately after the Division 7 staff and the Las Vegas Motor Speedway team have given it a little quick massage. For Joey Severance, his dad Joe, J&A Services, Noonan Power, and Brandon Greco driving for Jerry Mattern's family. Mentioned Bisbee, Arizona yesterday. Mike Burns is coming up here in just a moment. Makes his home down in Bisbee, and I got a note that said Jerry Mattern's mom and dad actually grew up in Bisbee. It's a electric little artsy town that used to be a mining town down in southern Arizona. Who'd have thunk it? So many people here would have a connection there. So a couple of blown cars going to kick it off here. They'll be revved up on high C in qualifying. Joey was third, Brandon was sixth. But I mean, come on, let's be real. Qualifying. Whoa, hang on, Brandon. 5:23, low ET of the event. 276 miles an hour for Joey Severance. Top speed of the event. Brandon Greco, man, that thing was off on the starting line at 0.25, and then it made a move to the right out of the groove, and when it corrected back, it was way sideways. The bad news for Brandon, he lost the race. The good news for Brandon, he is going to bring Jerry's car back in one piece. Stock Eliminator. Oh, attention to the pit. Stock Eliminator. Need you to lanes, please. Stock Eliminator lanes. So 5:23, 276 miles an hour. That's low ET and top speed of the event. And that's just the first car down the racetrack. Still dealing with a pretty good breeze out there, about 17 miles an hour, give or take. From the south-southwest. 3,045 feet of density altitude, 19 water grains. The good news is we're, long way from the dew point, so we don't have to worry about that. I know how concerned some of you probably were. Johnny Otten and Mike Burns. That was a smoke-free burnout. And that was a more conventional burnout. Johnny Otten qualified in the number 2 spot. Had a nice hit at 5:33 to open things up, and then didn't get down in the second session. Mike Burns, 5:38 and a 5:43. A couple of good consistent cars for the retired airline pilot. Just making this field was a pretty formidable task, since 13 cars came and took a swing at it. We ended up with Kim Parker in the number 1 spot, Dwayne Shields in the number 8 spot, separated by 0.08 of a second. And then we just watched Joey Severance daylight the whole field. Stock Eliminator. Oh, attention to the pit. Stock Eliminator. Need you to lanes, please. All 21 of you. Crews have done what they can do now. We'll leave it in the hands of the drivers. Johnny Otten blows the tires off of it. And Mike Burns goes 627, 191. That thing was laboring out there from about 400 feet to the finish line, but when the car in the other lane. It's amazing looking at the tire tracks. When those things wheel speed like that with no downforce on the wing, that tire footprint went from 17 inches wide to about 1.5 inches wide. And then came right back down. But the number 2 qualifier, Johnny Otten, just exited via tire smoke for the 111 Inc. folks, and 6.27 for Mike Burns put him in the semifinals against Joey Severance. Two more injected nitro cars. Rolling in here, it's going to be the number 1 qualifier, Kim Parker in the green machine. Folks at Car Star. And Dwayne Shields, the muscle milk driver, who makes his home right here in the valley. Albeit Boulder City, which is kind of the other side of the valley. Down by the dam. Yep. Dwayne Shields qualified in the number 8 spot. He made 2 solid runs, 5:39 and 5:40. Kim Parker also had a good consistent race car yesterday with a 5:39 and then a 5:31 that rocketed Team Green right straight to the top. Normally when you qualify number 1, you don't think about having to race Dwayne Shields in the first round, but then normally you don't think about guys like Casey Grizzle and Sean Cowie being non-qualifiers. Everybody had the same 2 shots yesterday, and everybody's got the same weather conditions and track conditions to deal with here today. and Parker just knocked the tires off on his starting line, and let's see if they don't turn it. Turn signal on down here. Dwayne Shields goes 538, 274 miles an hour, and he gets the win. 5.384. Very, very consistent again. And again, you can see the tire track that goes from 17 inches wide to 2 inches wide. When that thing just jumped right up as soon as it lost traction. So Jackie Frick and James Stevens wait patiently for the signal to fire up their hot rods. The winner of this one's going to come back and race Dwayne Shields. And they fire up the Fink equipment car, and I got to tell you, I'm a little surprised. Jackie Frick, as the number 4 qualifier, had lane choice in this pair. She just watched 2 pretty good injected nitro cars in front of her both blow the tires off before they went 3 feet. And it's her prerogative. They could have opted to swap over and take the Pennzoil lane and decided not to. Now if they go out there and run 519, well then obviously John Fink knows more than I do. Okay, let's be honest, John Fink. James Stevens, Performance Truck Team out of Gothenburg, Nebraska. Stevens qualified with a 5:35, Jackie with a 5:34. But today is a whole new day. Wheelie bar double check over there for Stevens and team. They'll be revving up the car in the right lane. They'll be idling off the starting line for the car in the left lane. But I think the real question in my mind is, can Jackie get cleanly off the starting line? James Stevens had to pedal his about 100 feet out. 5:29, 273 miles an hour. So 2 cars in front of her both knocked the tire off, and Jackie goes right straight to the stripe at 5.292 and 273 miles per hour. Listen up in the pits. Oh, attention to pits. Stock Eliminator, final call. You should be matched up and pulling forward. Final call. Stock Eliminator should be in the lanes. So, Mike Burns is going to come back and run Johnny Otten in the semifinals. On the other side, it'll be Jackie and Dwayne as we fire up the first pair of funny cars. Yeah, once or twice. Southwest, graphics and wraps. National Auto Collision. The back. Young Hunter Jones, second out of the water box area, taking on Brian Haug. Brian, who bowed out in round number 1 at Top Dragster, marking his Top Dragster debut, hoping to have a longer, better, more fruitful day with the Alcohol Funny car. Working with Johnny Lindberg, qualified in the number 3 spot with a 5:58. The real show-off in qualifying was Sean Bellemere, who went 5:48 and then 5:47. Chris Marshall, 5:51, came in right behind him. And we look at Annie Whiteley, qualified down in the number 8 qualifying spot. Well, you know, kind of like the Dragster field, if you're going duck hunting in this field, you might be in the wrong field. Like the sign in front of the cornfield that says, "Beware of the sharks." You might be in the wrong place. Brian Haug. Folks at Oregon Motor Coach have jumped on board with his team. And Hunter Jones out of Tucson, Arizona, is they rev them up and get ready to stage. Hunter Jones hanging in there with him. Good move on the starting line, but it's just not enough. 5.519. 267 miles an hour. Hunter Jones was 0.44 reaction time, grabbed himself a little bit of an advantage at this end. And then 577, 251 miles an hour, improved from qualifying. Just didn't quite have enough to get out in front of Brian Haug. So Brian steps up from qualifying by 7 hun. Go 5.519. And Ray Martin gets set to race Jay Payne. Jay, who had said this was last call and said he was going to retire at the end of the year. I nominated him for the Pants on Fire Award. Votes are still being tabulated. Let's just put it this way. When I talked to him at the beginning of the year, his level of certainty about the retirement tour was much higher than when I talked to him at the end of the year. Well, you know. But the Thunder Slug, and I think he's got kind of a renewed interest in NHRA for the 50 whatever years he's been out here doing this. But now that his son and daughter are both participating in the sportsman ranks, Madison got her alcohol dragster licensing completed this weekend. Jay just might be thinking about sticking around a little longer. I guarantee you Ray Martin's thinking about sticking around a little longer. Kirsten down there with him. The IVAT Coatings Denali Concrete team down from Anchorage, Alaska. Jay just had to manhandle it. 566, 260.91 miles an hour. Jay Payne, Ray Martin goes 622 at 239. You heard him pedal it early and then click it down there before the finish line. But Jay Payne making it happen. 5.666. That's 5 2/3 of a second. 260.91 miles an hour. Listen up in the pits. Attention to pits. Super comp. Let's go ahead and head this way. Stock Eliminator. You need to be paired up and pulled forward. Super comp. Come on down. We'll get you matched up for the next round. Got one stopped out there on the racetrack and they're taking a look. Scott Huntsman, a 2 next up in Salt Lake City, is following along. So Emily, Kieran, and Leaf are all listening back in Minnesota, and Grandma and Grandpa made them stay home while they come out here and chase the races around? Okay. Jeez. Well, I get Emily, Kieran, and Leaf should get ready for some really cool grandma gifts when Grandma and Grandpa get home. No pressure. Dwayne Shields going back to get ready for a matchup with Jackie Frick. Top end of the racetrack clears off. Bodies come down. Sean Bellemere. 5 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 and Annie Whiteley. I got to tell you, don't know if they're listening, paying attention, or following along or not, but I thought it was pretty cool that Doug Gordon is not here this weekend. Annie Whiteley, by the way, thought that was pretty cool too, because she qualified number 8, and if Doug's here, well, you get the idea. But his daughters, Maddie and Macy, spent the summer traipsing around the country with mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, and working on the race car. Once they locked the championship up, there was a junior race that the girls could attend this week. So instead of staying here and racing the alcohol funny car, packed up the show and went back. I'm trying to remember where it is. Somewhere over in Northern California. But Dad figured that the girls took the whole summer of racing off so they could go out and help him, and it was time for him to take a race off and go help them. Sean Bellemere, back-to-back champ, the Killer Bees, Bartone, Boggs, Bellemere, Hussey Copper. Red Line Oil, license plate says butterflies, because when you think of Tony Bartone, doesn't that just make you think, oh, butterflies? And Annie Whiteley, the J&A Services Why Not Racing Team. Championship contender in her own right. She is not a normal number 8 qualifier. Annie continues to struggle with the car a little bit. Sounded like Sean had his foot off the gas for a second as well. 5.504. 269 miles an hour for Bellemere. 9 to 23, 106 miles an hour for Annie. And it sounded for all the world like Sean pedaled that thing down there, but he just ran top speed of the meet at 269.62. And Sean Bellemere will have a matchup coming up with Jay Payne in the next round. Carrie, you're welcome. And yes, you are going to be going home with 4 cases. Trying to figure out what happened here. Like, my microphone cord gets drug across the mouse pad and it changes the size of the screen. We know Sean is going to race Jay. Well, we got to know now, what do we got? Who's going to race Brian out? It will either be Hannes Wernert and the Sons of Speed, or it will be Chris Marshall and the Disturbed Racing Team. Chris Marshall, who made a really nice run in qualifying last night, jumping up to a 5:51. Brianna lines him up as always. Little added encouragement there for the number 2 qualifier who chose the Pennzoil side of the racetrack. Folks at Rad Torque Systems jumped on with Chris about a year or so ago, and big part of his program now. Yeah, that looked pretty normal-ish. Somebody want to explain that to me in like 500 words or less? It's like both of them rolled in at an idle. Tree came down. Hannes had a 0.3 reaction time. Marshall had a number on the other side of the decimal point. Then Hannes went out there and rattled. Marshall sounded like his car was stuck in second down there at the finish line. It darn sure wasn't in high gear. And a 704 at 159 carries the day. Rah, rah, rah. I'm telling you, it's like bowling. Sometimes you can throw 106 and win, and sometimes you throw 258. Guy kicks you right in the chops. All righty, stock eliminator is under the arch. If you're still racing in stock eliminator and you're not lined up, dialed in back in the staging lanes, we are about to run without you.
Come around the left-hand side, second-gen runner. Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Super Comp, looking for you in the lanes. If you're not there yet, you're late. Come on down. Super Comp, need you in the lanes, please. 21 cars, going to whittle it down to, wait a minute, I can do the math on this. 11. By run this time around with the odd number of cars goes to Chris. And all set and sail for the other end of the racetrack now. Eases off at the other end, goes 1086, 97 miles an hour. So Chris moves on to the round of 11. Gary Coe and Chris Ashley going to try and join. Is it going to be the factory stock A Cobra Jet, or is it going to be Chris's 90 Camaro on the right-hand side? PhotoLady.com and Holly EFI. Ashley on 1168, Gary on a 924. Going to try and track him down. Everybody's in. Ashley, off and running. There he goes, sitting and waiting patiently. Now working towards the other end of the racetrack. Company owner out of Oregon, looking to stick around another round. Not going to do it. 1163 on a 68. Ashley picks up the double breakout. Both drivers under by a bunch. 919 for Gary Coe on his 924 dial. He's under by more, but only 5,000 more, to be honest with you. Gary Emmons and Rich Ariotti. Next pair to come rolling in. Another pretty healthy handicap start. Ariotti on the right-hand side. 340 Duster. 1120 up on the Pennzoil board, and Fort Lucas Oil Products. Emmons Motorsports. Gary Emmons gets the win automatically. Ariotti lights the red bulb on this end of the racetrack. Gary's going to cruise on down the boulevard to an 897 152-mile-an-hour shot. 11:20, dead one by Richard Ariati. Oh, man. 11:20 was the forecast. He goes 11:20 with a 1. Just 15 foul. Too quick out of the gate for a run that could have been. Steve Foley and Tom O'Loughlin rolling in next. O'Loughlin on the right-hand side, all the way from Massachusetts, the Voodoo Ranger. Race operation. Big Block Chevelle, 68 edition. Over on the right-hand side, Foley's 340 Demon. Made the comment earlier. Love all the 340 Demons and Dusters out here. Classic game bodies out in the West don't rust like they did in the Midwest. There ain't none left in my part of the world. Let's put it that way. 11:18. Foley's going to get the win. 108 miles an hour. 11:46. Tom O'Loughlin at 113 miles. Both drivers breaking out down on the other end. Foley able to stay closer to his. Picks up the W and moves back. Mike Williams still in the hunt. For the championship here in the division. The E-Stock Automatic Remac Transmissions entry on the left-hand side. The only car left in the hunt, trying to chase down Steve Wan. Got to get around to Andy Kimball. Kimball's going to work his way through the gearbox of the Mustang. See if he can track him down on the other end. 11:28 to a 10:89. Not a whole lot of handicap start for Williams, but he gets the win. 11:27, under by 8 thou. 10:85, under by more thou. Here's Kimball as we call Super Stock to the lanes now, please. Super Stock, need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down, Super Stock. Need you to lanes, please. So Williams picks up the W. Moves on to the next round of eliminations. He'll be back to take on Foley. So the next pair comes rolling in, Daryl Goheen and Errol Farmer, the LS-powered Camaro and the 340 AAR CUDA. And Errol's got problems. So Goheen's going to pick up a competition buy run. And Daryl moving on and going rounds. With the wind at his back, he runs 11:19 on the 11:20. So Darrell becomes one of our final 11 cars left in our stock eliminator field. Super Comp and Super Stock. Need your lanes, please. If you're not there, Super Comp, we've given you your final call. Super Stock, need you to lanes now, please. Super Stock to the lanes. Round number 3, come on down. So get Farmer's car pushed back and out of the way, and a tough break for a classic 340 AAR CUDA. We'll clean up on the Pennzoil side of the racetrack from Farmer's Hot Rod. And obviously disappointed with not being able to make that run down track. But Goheen gets the win. Now Scott Burton and Doug Gibson going to be rolling up. Ford versus Chevrolet, Mustang and Camaro. Old school taking on new school. Burton, the new school Ford Mustang. Cobra Jet, 974 in the dial for the Colorado runner in the left. Gibson C-Stock Automatic, big block, 396 combination. Here on the right-hand side on a 1059. So Gibson's going to be off and running. Working his way down track and looking over his left shoulder at the front fender and the front bumper. Scott Burton's Mustang as they close in on that finish line stripe. Cut a light, run the number. Red light, this one's done. Doug Gibson turns a red and Scott Burton picks up the win, goes one more round. Runs 974.4 to 974. A little lackadaisical on the lead, but Doug Gibson had already gone red. Scott New was in the bank. So just a good opportunity to make a solid run down track. 11:24 by Doug, shutting it off at the other end. It coasted through. Burton moves on. Mark Kirby and C.W. Hofer come rolling in next. The Formula Firebird, right-hand side, 1973 vintage machine. 455 poncho underneath the hood, 1128 the dial. Kirby on 1120. And yet another one of our fleet of 340 Mopar rides out here. CW on the right-hand side. Calamasa, California, giving it a solid run. Trying to come back for the next round and accomplishes it quite well. 11:32 at 110. 11:25 by Kirby at 107 miles an hour. So it'll be CW and Goheen in the next round. We come back with 11 cars left in eliminations. Right now it's John Dorley and Buddy Jensen going to duke it out, see who gets to come back and run Scott Burton's hot rod. Jensen on the left, the F-Stock automatic, small block Camaro. Dorley's High Country Hemi. Soon to be tucked away into the confines of the Dorley compound in Telluride, Colorado. Put away for the winner. Buddy Jensen goes red. John Dorley says, "Thank you, sir. I'll take it." High Country Hemi working for the other end of the racetrack now. 997 the dial. He goes 998 at 132. 1135 for Buddy. But he was too quick out of the gate by 26 thousandths of a second down at the other end. And that kind of negated that opportunity to fame and fortune. Dwayne Scheitland and Stephanie Wong roll in. 440, 6 packs a pair. 70 Challenger left side, 70 Cuda right leg. One's an A-stock automatic, one's in B-stock automatic. And Stephanie hands it over to Dwayne. All she did, though, was beat Dwayne to the red light. And she didn't beat him by much. But Scheitland says, "I'll take the win." 1040 at 113 gets the W. Stephanie too quick on the draw. Goes 1070 under 1066. So Dwayne's staying alive. He'll come back to run the winner of this pair. Be it Private Ryan or Ted Romero. Now Ted, if you remember last time, had to get around Justin Lamb. So Ted's adventure through stock eliminator. Certainly a, what's the word I'm looking for? Challenging one here today. That's a good way to put it. Challenging. Ted, off and running. McClanahan right alongside of him. Double A stock automatic, big block Camaro. Trying to roll in. Romero trying to do to McClanahan what he did to Lamb. Cut a light, run a number, but he runs too quick a number, and he goes 1059 and breaks out. McClanahan goes 992.1 on the 992 dial to pick up the win at 133 miles an hour, and it'll be McClanahan and Scheitland in the next pair. A stock eliminator now down to 11 cars. And we continue on. And again, as Super Comp gets ready to make their adventure down the track, looks like we do a little track prep for them. Super Stock needs you to the lanes, please. Super Stock. Bring them down. Let's get you paired up for your next round of eliminations. Super Stock needs you to the lanes, please. think it was. Love to give himself a birthday present here today. Pick up a Wally once all is said and done. Got the So Jack Sadler and Steve Parsons sitting waiting patiently. Call came from the top end. Check the track, so we do that real quick. So the call goes out, fire him back up. Track check's okay. Jack Sadler. And the birthday boy, Steve Parsons. Sadler on the left-hand side, out of fig speed. It's good to have Les and his crew here. The trailer back at the back of the staging lanes. Sadler on the left. Parsons on the right. Towards the top end, how about 9:05.8. Jack Sadler, 168 miles an hour, 9:06 by Parsons. 169. Better light went to Sadler. Wind light goes to Sadler. We'll get the invite back, as we'll be down to a baker's dozen. Blake Williams taking on Sean Hart. Hart on the right-hand side. The Utah 22-year-old youngster. Down the right-hand side. Blake Williams out of Chandler, Arizona, making the toe up. Torco Race Fuels entry. Answered chassis machine on the left-hand side. And former D7 Super Pro champ. Couple pretty decent green lights. Separated by just a couple of foul out of the gate. 920 at 145 for Blake. And 96 at 110 for Sean Hart's hot rod. Over on the right-hand side. So Williams moves on. Tanner Theobald and Lori Warden come rolling in next. Tanner up on the left-hand side. The Theobald Motorsports team. Player, runner. What'd you call that earlier, Nate? It's gone from a team to a consortium. Lori Warden out of Santa Ana from Bellwood. Auto body and paint. Up on the right-hand side. 905's on the scoreboard. Ready to set sail for the other end. And here we go. 937 at $140 by Lori. Tanner Theobald, 10:22 at 107 miles an hour. Super Gas, need you lanes, please. Super Gas, needs you to the lanes. Come on down. First call, Top Dragster. Needs you back. Top Dragster, needs you back to the lanes, please. Round number 2. Mike Lane, right side, taking on Eddie Cox. There's 2 more line up. Cox off and running here on the Las Vegas side of the track. 8:9:07. And he comes up short. Mike Lane was 16 at the hit, goes 9:06 to take 2. Foul margin of victory down at the other end of the racetrack. So Lane moves on. Cox's day comes to a early conclusion. Mike Cornelius and Mark Darso. Darso got the small block, the alcohol burner, the low rider. Understand Mark's got some family back in Minnesota. Watching. He's working his way down track. A little tardy out of the gate, cost him at the other end. He goes 9:06 at $1.64. But Mike Cornelius had the better light. Is 9:08 at 166, able to get there and take the stripe by 9 thousandths of a second. So Darso comes up a little bit short. Mike Cornelius moves on to the next round of elims. Dean Bush and Russ Stevenson. Again, Super Stock, Super Gas, and Top Dragster. You've been called to lanes, please. Super Stock, Super Gas, and Top Dragster. Need you to the lanes, please. Come on down. Dean up on the left. Stevenson on the right. 9:05's on the scoreboard. Red light start, Bush. Stevenson gets the win. The bids are aboard. Already lit up with the victory lights. Runs 9:12 at 174 miles an hour. 9:16 for Bush. After a 13 foul red light start on this end of the racetrack. So Dino's day is done. Russ moves on. Dory Quigley comes rolling in alongside Ryan Diosdado. The electrician on the left. The Quigley girls for Lucas Oil and K&N up on the right-hand side. Double 08-906 with a 0 at the other end gets the win for Diosdado. Tori Quigley 9048. She was a little tardy leaving. Light wasn't bad, but compared to Ryan's 008, it was tardy. Diosdado gets the win by 15 thou down at the other end. Ryan Mangus comes rolling in alongside Brian Presler. Brian, who claimed the Super Gas National Championship in the last round of Super Gas action. See if he can return his focus back to the quarter of mile in the Super Comp car. He better be focused. Pull in alongside Mangus. We are clean, we are green. I say something about getting focused again? I did. about a 008 Lightning gets the win? 008, 908. 164 miles an hour. Presler moves on in the Super Comp car. 9048 by Mangus. Second off the line, he was 24 on the tree. Takes a stripe by 18,000, breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second. It's Tom Staub and Chris Vang come rolling in, and I will pretty much tell you that I would surmise their first time to race each other. Since Vang normally hangs out in Colorado, Staub normally hangs out on the East Coast. Yet here they are in beautiful Las Vegas. Side by side. Well, the opportunities probably been there before at the same race. It's not like they see each other on a regular basis. Stop on left side, Bang on the right. The Mountain Motor Performance team trying to hold off Tommy, and does. 908 beats a 909. True margin of victory at the stripe, 3 thousandths of a second. Tom was a little bit better at the hit by a hun. Bang a little bit better at the stripe by 3 foul. And the Mountain Motor Performance team, we're all happy. But Trey Vetter and Steve Kasner come rolling in. Interesting pair to deal with. Steve, who got here a little late, got one shot at the track yesterday. His way through round number 1 and round number 2 with one time run, using the Austin Williams approach to it. That was highly overrated. Kasner on the right, Vetter on the left. See which one I'm going to prove to be victorious. It's going to be Kasner. 902 beats a 901 on the double breakout down at the other end of the racetrack. Trey's under by more than what Steve is. And Steve says, hey, I'll come back and play at least one more time. Val Torres and Tom Baird. Next pair to come rolling in. Super Gas, Top Dragster, need your lanes, please. Super Gas and Top Dragster, needing you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Torres on the left-hand side. Patriarch of the clan. Tom on the right. Professor Tom. Double 06, 001.
006 dead 1. Have a nice day.
Yeah, for Val, 006, dead 1, and your day's done.
Get out of the way.
Tom Bear goes 9050, 001. Taking 6th out stripe for the win. Sheesh. A 7-pack, and you're going home. What's the expression? Some days you're the window and some days you're the bug. So Val Torres, although he came up short on that run, with Trey Vetter going out a few cars before him, just clinched the D7 Super Comp Championship. 007, dead 1, or 006, dead 1, and you're going home. Yeah. Right place, right time. Jim Grossi and Doug Broaddus as we go into Super Stock. "24 cars left in our Super Stock field. Going to whittle it down to a dozen. See if Jim Grossi and Doug Broaddus wants to be in that final dozen. Well, they both want to be. 933, Grossi's going to be. at 140 miles an hour. He was 45 at the hit, taking 6th stripe for the win. Doug comes up short, runs 9:38 on the 9:37 at 141 miles an hour. And John Irving comes sliding in next, taking on Brian Brozard. Brozard over here on the right-hand side. And it looks like we got stuff emanating from underneath Brian's car. John Irving appears to be going to get a competition bye in the Super Stock Championship battle. Here in D7 may have just come to a conclusion. Well, maybe not yet. John Irving's going to cruise his way on down track, 1084 at 104 miles per. Brian came in leading the points chase. Jimmy DeFrank is going to have to go 3 more rounds just to tie him in points.
Jimmy DeFrank, now is he any good?
Jimmy DeFrank, to answer Alan's question, yes, he's pretty good. He can hold his own. Nate sitting behind me says, he's all right. They'll clean up on the Pennzoil side of the racetrack before we get ready to send our next pair. Randy Logie comes rolling in now. Super K automatic, yet another one of the multitude of 340 A-bodied machines here this weekend. Demons and Dusters. By the way, anybody out there looking for a good Mopar project, I got a new neighbor just moved in. Got about a 70, 72 Demon. Got a 500 cubic inch Mopar sitting in it. Got the cage in, got the cell in. I think he said the car needs to be wired. Although I did hear it rumbling in the garage the other day. Always nice when you have neighbors move in that can appreciate high performance. Anyway, Randy Logie, George Stasi. Here we go. Let's get back to it. Have a second handicap start, Randy. And George tried to trim that just a little bit too close. Turns on the red bulb. Back on this end of the racetrack, and Randy Logie goes 1070. 122 miles an hour to pick up the W on his 1066 dial. Stasi goes 1022 in the runner-up effort in this round. Don Keene and Justin Lamb come rolling in. Stage it up now, the little 289 Mustang on the left-hand side. Justin's big bad Cobalt on the right-hand side on an 891 dial. Now set sail for the other end of the racetrack. Cobalt trying to track down the Mustang. Top end, gets it down. 891, dead 9. 19 thousandths package for Justin Lamb. 1066 by King. 66 on a 65, but he's 22 thou short. Getting to the finish line is Glenn Stowe. Gets ready to take on Jeff Miller. Miller, who has claimed the Division 4 Superstock Championship, looking for a top 10 finish nationally. And right now, I think every round he wins, he's just adding to his points total. Miller on the right, a 1009 in the Super G automatic Camaro. Snow in the GTJ automatic Firebird on the left-hand side as Miller blinks the bulbs. Snow comes rolling in. Handicap start to Snow by just a tick, and here comes Miller. Finish line coming up side by side. It's going to be Snow getting the win, 10:36, 127, 2 thousandths of a second difference down at the other end of the racetrack. 6,000 leaving the starting line between the two. 2 thou between them down at the other end. Miller goes 10-10 on a 10:09 to come up those 2 thou short down at the other end of the racetrack. So Gary Coe rolls in to take on Larry McClanahan. Factory Superstock B and Factory Superstock C. I will tell you right now that Gary Coe is in deep doo-doo. McClanahan off like a rocket ship when his side of the tree came down. He goes 9:21 at $1.25. Gary Coe was late. Goes 8:63 at 162 on the MPH scale. So McClanahan's Mustang gets to come back and play. Gary Coe's hot rod. Well, it's done for the day. Phil Kakuza, your number 1 qualifier. The Cobalt up on the left-hand side. Out of California Muscle Cars, the GTJ automatic. Taking on Todd Haste. Get a pretty good handicap start. Second. Couple bulbs on the tree. Got to go to the 327. Chevy 2 over here on the right-hand side. Todd off and running. Phil trying to track him down. He's driving the stripe down at the other end, gets the win. 1091 on the 1088 at 119, taking 10 foul stripe for the W. 10 flat by Phil on the 998 dial, and he is second across the finish line. Johnny Calvert's Calvert Racing and Cal Tracks Mustang on the left, and Larry Zavala up on the right-hand side. Zavala won a squeaker in the last round. Just a couple of thou between him and Terry Emmons. And now he's back to see if he can force John Calvert out at the other end of the racetrack. Calvert on an 861, Zavala on a 995. Pull in and light the blue lights. Zavala's off and running, and here comes Calvert. Calvert's Mustang trimmed the tree much better on this end of the racetrack. Goes 867 for the win. 153. Zavala was a little tardy. Little? Yeah, at least a little. 993 at 132. Trying to make it up on the other end of the racetrack is Scott Burton and Mike Logie. Come rolling in next. Burton left side. Logie on the right. 340 cubic inch. Apple Transport 72. Barracuda. This one's going to get interesting. Separated off the line, but only by 2 thousandths of a second. Logie's going to squeeze out the win at the other end. Goes 11:43 at 113. 989 on the 992 by Burton. There's the Firebird, just a little bit too fast down at the other end of the racetrack. Jimmy DeFrank, the California Car Cover Company team. The man who wants to be your division champ one more time. Saul Brozert's car have some problems on the line, get pushed back. Jimmy right now says, all I got to do is keep going rounds. The door is open. Round number 2 of Super Stock coming at you. Frank picks up the win. He's getting a little bit closer. Out of the groove and hugging the center stripe. Now back over into the middle, and DeFrank gets the win. 920 at 140 miles an hour. 889 at 142 by Skip Loeffler. Jimmy DeFrank picks up points with that run. Still got to go at least 2 more rounds to equalize the ties. Jacob DeLong comes rolling in. Lloyd Walford, 79 Volare, the factory GTK machine. Taking on Tony Mandella's Super J automatic. And yet another. Of the 340A bodies, the Grape Ape. Mandela on the left, 1036. The lawn on the right, 1018. Out of the gate they go. This one's fun. I like races like this. 3 foul between them leaving the starting line, and DeLon gets the win at the other end. 1016 on the 1018. It's 10 thou closer to the dial in than what Tony Mandella's 1033 at 124 is. So Jacob gets to stay and play. Tom Ferrugia and Ed Niquette. One of these two is going to be the last car in this round to receive an invitation for round number 3. Ferrugia on a 959, Niquette on an 831, the little Cavalier on the left-hand side. Ferrugia skies the front end of the Camaro. Niquette's car makes a move to the right. Eases it back in, but it opened up the door for Ferrugia down at the other end, who goes 961 at 140. Ed Niquette, 836 on the 831 at $161, and he was trailing from the get-go to the finish line and just could not make it up. Super Gas. Round number 3, getting ready to roll up. 21 cars left. Top Dragster, you should be in the lanes. Round number 2, Top Dragster, need you to the lanes, please.
Howdy. DMP awnings. Let me just say that again. DMP awnings. I have them everywhere I go. There's one following me around now. You can't see it, but it's up there. I'm probably going to have one tonight if the girl hasn't. God bless you all, and DMP awnings.
Crew Chief Pro is drag racing's most respected ET prediction and electronic logbook software. Since 1989, Don Higgins and his team have constantly refined Crew Chief Pro software to help racers with these important features: ET predictions, throttle stop predictions, race analysis, weather analysis, and opponent analysis. They integrate with RacePack data acquisition systems, Time Slip Simulator, and 1320 Go software, and with all performance weather stations. In addition, Crew Chief Pro carries the finest racing weather stations on the market today, alerting you via text or pager and delivering you with up-to-the-minute data critical to making the best decisions on the track. NHRA World Champions use Crew Chief Pro software and systems. Why shouldn't you? Find out more today by checking them out online at www.crewchiefpro.com.
Is your car running warmer than usual? When was the last time you had a cooling system flush? A simple cooling system flush can help prolong the life of your radiator, thermostat, and even your engine. A little maintenance can go a long way. Make an appointment today. Call 702-735-7315 or visit us at tedweens.com.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
LODRS, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard, high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Hey y'all, Emily Volkman here from Service Department Solutions to talk to you automotive dealership principals, service, and parts managers. Service Department Solutions is an automotive consulting group who can help you maximize your service and parts operations and your bottom line. We will submit a factory warranty request to your OEM for reimbursement of labor and parts markup according to your individual state statutes. We've dealt with all manufacturers and know how they will treat you. No dealership is too big or small. We handle them all. Maybe your guys need a little extra training and some new processes implemented. We've got them and can provide that extra push to help your winning team. Stop by the trailer and see us. Visit our website or call 412-651-2356. We're here for you 24/7.
Racers, when it is time for your next race trailer, built the way you want without compromise, look no further than Vintage Trailers. Troy Stone and the entire Vintage team has been in the custom race car trailer business for over 27 years, and for over 22 years racing alongside you using the products they build and sell. Vintage Trailers can put you in exactly the right equipment, whether it's with living quarters, bath facilities, traditional rig, or a stacker, with over 24 designs in-house or built to your specifications. No matter what the need for you, your team, or your entire race operation, Vintage Trailers has what you need. Just look for the slime green rig at the next race to see the quality, vintage manufactured custom stacker, or check them out on the web at vintagetrailers.com. Vintage Trailers, quality by design.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Weems, and I'm here to remind you that it can wait. It can wait to open that Snapchat, read that text, Facebook update, Twitter post, or Instagram photo. Remember the mom and dad rules. Don't text and drive. It's the law, too. We want all of you to drive safe from all of us at Ted Weems Tire and Auto.
back into Super Street again. We'll just keep working our way through that rotation till we crown some champs a little bit later on this afternoon. All right, well, just got word from the boss man that we are on weather hold for a bit. So, Super Gas, those of you underneath the arch next to the tower, you guys can head back to the pits. And Top Dragster, those of you that are in the lanes already, as well, you can head back to the pits and we'll holler at you when we need you back. Right now, I'm going to go on weather hold. You can look off to the southwest and see some of that gray and some of that moisture. And obviously, the rest of the weather conditions. Super Gas, you can head them back. Top Dragster, you can head them back. And we are on hold for the weather for right now.
Hi, I'm Peter Biondo, and I love this life.
We are in California, but clearly you don't have the Southern California accent. Tell me where you're from.
Yeah, and I don't have the Southern California weather either, Warren. I'm from Queens, New York, born and raised, and yeah, it's a different world everywhere you go. Every state feels like a different country right now. On this whole COVID deal has been different, to say the least.
Yes, very different. Coming out here, we've had to adapt with the masks and lots of other social distancing things, but you're right, you get to travel quite a bit, don't you?
Yeah, and I was able to see a lot of parts of the country recently. So the way New York reacted to to COVID was an aggressive, early, firm approach to knock it out. I mean, obviously it's the most populated area per square mile, and they did just that. It was tough. That we were all sitting indoors, and I have 2 young children and with a lot of energy. So yeah, I saw that side of it. I saw the New York side of it. Now that seems to be, we're kind of profiting, so to speak, from being very disciplined during those times. And then we went to Galot, North Carolina, for our spring fling there just a few short weeks ago, and it was a little bit more people were a little bit more, I'm not going to say they weren't as concerned, because everyone's concerned about their health, but it wasn't as tight as New York. And then here we are in California. We're racing well, I'm not racing, but I'm watching Kyle and Mike Rice and everyone put on a double divisional, Lucas Oil double divisional, where everyone has to wear a mask, walking outside and everything. But we're racing, and that's what's important.
It is important. And so with you, let's go back a little bit into your growing up and such. Have you always been from Queens? Is that where you grew up?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, my wife Emily and I purchased a house that I was born and raised in, right on 68th Street in Queens, New York. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I was in Queens. I was born in Queens, which, by the way, is I won't say a stone's throw away, but let's put it this way: Emily and myself rode bicycles to Central Park in the middle of center of Manhattan. So that's how close we are. We're basically 3 to 4 miles from Manhattan. Yeah, it's where I like it. I tried Jersey for a while. Nothing against New Jersey, but just New York feels like home.
One thing about this drag racing thing is it takes a lot of real estate and a lot of, you got to have a lot of space to be a part of this, how does a guy in Queens that's like wall to wall or house to house, all on a block, it's all tight and confined, how do you pursue your habit of drag racing living in Queens?
Yeah, we had to be creative, and we learned it from my father, who he would have an open trailer, back it into the driveway. We had a driveway, fortunately. A lot of houses don't even have driveways in Queens. Back the car into the garage, and we would load it up and go racing on the weekends. But no, back then there was not the total homes, motorhomes. It was a different world. It was a station wagon, which was the grocery getter, which was also our street eliminator vehicle for my brother and I, where we cut our teeth in drag racing. And yeah, we hook it up to the trailer and go. So it was simple, but trying to live in Queens now and with the total homes and the bigger trailers and multi-cars and so on, the way it works is basically we would rent out a spot in Jersey or where there's more land, where we don't have to pay $10,000 a month to to store our racing operation. So that's what most people that live in Queens now that race, they'll have a place in Jersey that's kind of on the way to most tracks, a yard, something. But yeah, you don't keep it in Queens, not a motorhome and trailer. It won't last very long there anyway.
No, I wouldn't think so. So that's where you grew up, your dad,
Yep.
Sal?
Sal is my older brother, and I have an older sister as well, yep.
Okay, and your dad is, who's your dad?
My dad is Sam.
Sam, okay.
Yep, which is short for, I don't know how, but for Severio. So my grandfather was all started in Sicily, Severio. Then my father was born in Sicily, also named Severio. He didn't want to write it out; it was too long, so they changed it to Sam. My brother, they named him Severio. They didn't want him to have to deal with writing it out. They changed it to Sal. I carried on the tradition and named my son Severio.
And you're making him write it out.
He's writing it out, according to my wife, because I asked her a couple of weeks ago. I said, we shortening it? She goes, no, let's keep it. It's cool. So,
so tell me about growing up in a racing family. What was it like with your dad and with your brothers, or with your brother?
Yeah. So to start with, my father really, I mean, a lot of this story could be about my father. He is a really interesting and, how do I say this without me boasting about him too much? But he really was a hero in every sense of the word. So when I was born, my mother passed away a couple of days after I was born, and so here's my father, who moved over from Italy when he was younger, and had to make a living in as a single parent with a 3-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a newborn. And that's saying a lot, especially now that I know how hard it is if you really care about children and you put your all into it. It's a full-time job. And so my father had his work cut out for him there, but did an outstanding job of providing for us, making it happen every which way, whether it was cutting corners, very frugal. So he raised us. He was a street racer when he was younger. He was in a gang called the Misfits, a street racing. But it got dangerous, as street racing does, and they took it to the racetrack. And my father, along with a lot of other friends, Butch DiLorenzo, the late Butch DiLorenzo, who's like a second father to me, James Antoinette, there was a lot of racers in that area, and they all went to Englishtown and went to National Speedway in Long Island, and that's where I grew up, really. Grew up at the racetrack.
So tell me about your dad and how he made his living and how he raised the three of you.
Yeah, so he was as far as I can remember back, he was, at first, he was the Japanese beer, Kirin beer. He was a salesman for Kirin beer, so he would actually go to bars and restaurants in New York City area, in Manhattan, and he would have to pitch them why they should carry gear and beer. He was doing that for a while. Then he got into a little bit of real estate, got his real estate license, and did some investing and stuff like that. He was very resourceful and smart, and street smart. He dropped out of high school, by the way. Never made it past second year of high school, but very street smart and very hard worker. So after Kieran Beer, I'd say about 10 years with Kieran Beer, then he went to, after a little bit of real estate, brings us towards more 1989-ish, and we were in college. I was in high school graduating, and he just made it happen no matter what, Warren. He was, whether we were growing up, younger, he would bring us to the racetrack. He would race. He would have to have a babysitter for us, basically, and you know, we would just be in the station wagon and waiting for him. And you know, he was always there for us when he needed to be, and he always made it happen when he needed to be. That's there's a lot of stories. I mean, in New York, it was a different time. You ask, so I'll tell, right?
Right.
I mean, there was a time when he was very protective of us. So when, if anyone, he was extra protective of us, I think, because he was a single parent, and he was very, I guess he figured he had to, you know, fill a lot of shoes there as a parent. And I remember one time we were at Englishtown, and he was winning every single weekend, pretty much. I mean, he would, not only would he dominate, again, this is going to sound boastful, but he really is a hero in every sense of the word. He would let us sleep in, get to Englishtown without any time runs, just so we could sleep in, because we were, you know, kids, and we would get there. He would win, you know, 3 out of 4 weeks, usually. And the announcer, this is a pretty funny story, but this is a different time. The announcer wasn't Louis Bloom at the time, but it was, I forget his name, I believe he passed, but he called over the PA, my father. He accused him of cheating over the PA. And my father saw us there, and so we heard it, and I could see his face, like, and I just knew it was a time bomb ticking. I was about 10 years old at the time. Well, the announcer then said, all right, Super Pro to the lanes. Sam Biondo, that means you two, and something like bring your cheater box with you, or something like it. He was way out of line. And obviously my father is, if everyone knew the story, the real, what my father really had to deal with racing, he was way under budget compared to everybody else. He was always the slower car, looking over his shoulder, pure Pontiac motor. I mean, he was the type of guy who we would stop at the gas station, fill half his fuel jug up with 93 octane and the other half with racing fuel, because he didn't want to spend it all on racing fuel. Ice, he wouldn't buy ice. He would buy we would take the milk cartons, fill it with water the night before in the freezer. That would be a block of ice I mean, he was very frugal. So there was definitely nothing fancy about his race car or over the top. But so he hears the announcer say that, and that was it. He just started making a mad dash to the tower. At this point, I think I was somewhere between 10 and 12 years old. I followed him up there. I didn't know what was going on. And walks into the tower, and the announcer's is talking, announcing the race, and my father just gives him a left hook, knocks him right off the chair, and that was that. And there was no lawsuits then. It was just a different time. If he was the type of guy, this was all growing up, whether a guy bumped him on the Long Island Expressway to be funny. He was always the type of guy who would stand up wasn't a big guy, but he had the respect of a big guy, because you could just tell he believed in what he believed what he stood for, and he was, you know, a lot of those types of incidents happened growing up, and, you know, fortunately no one ever got hurt.
Did it feel like a tough upbringing to you?
Yeah, it was, you know, it was definitely, I didn't have anything obviously to compare it to, So I didn't know it was tough at the time because my father provided for us and my family was close-knit and had a lot of friends. But now that I look back on it, as I got into my 30s, I realized that, you know, it was tough. And there was times, you know, you go to school and something as simple as the teacher would say, as parents, make sure your mother and father come in, as parents-teacher conference tonight. And I would get embarrassed because I was like the only one in the class that, I felt anyway, that didn't have a mother. It was just things like that, those kind of situations would happen, seem to happen over and over, that would make it tough, that I was a little bit of felt a little bit of an outcast. And obviously you lose one parent, you're kind of worried more about losing your other parent than what's going to happen to you. So there's all of that stuff that I really didn't realize. I thought was kind of normal, but when I hit my 30s and now 40s, I realized that that was different.
So how do you think that has shaped you now as an adult with your own family, with your kids and your career moving forward? How do you think that upbringing has impacted how you turned out?
Yeah, that's a great question, because once I had kids of my own, Emily and myself, we have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old right now. It made me appreciate so much, first of all, about how what my father had to deal with, for good or for bad, and it made me put I guess the man that made me. Obviously, it was hard as a kid, but the man that made me was that same toughness that I saw in my father, that he would stand up for his family, that same hard work, that I would do anything for my family, stand in front of a bus, you know, all of that stuff that you hear that could sound kind of phony. It's real. When you become a parent, and when I became a parent, it's real. I do probably think about, like, or maybe worry a little about more than the average father does, about, like, what if something happens to one of us? Maybe because I'm starting to feel the pain that I went through with that, and my father and my family. But aside from that, I think it made me stronger and be able to handle a lot of tough situations that life deals you with.
So how is your relationship now with your father and with your siblings?
You know, we have a relationship that's truly unique, Warren. There is so much trust. I mean, we have a lot of things together. We have a business together. We have a building together. And there is never a question about money or some of the stuff siblings fight over when they get older. Like, there is never even a thought if one of the other siblings are not being fair. I mean, no one ever asks a question. It's but on the flip side, you know, my mother, when my mother passed when I was young, and my father never really talked about it. And I think growing up, that now that I have kids, I can feel why he did that. He was trying to protect us from any kind of, you know, didn't want to make us sad as kids, and it was, you know, and probably in his mind, it was sad. So he kind of guarded us from all of that. And you know, when you become the parent, it's just amazing how much stuff flashes back into your childhood. It's life is really funny how it all works out.
The relationship with you and your family related to your business. Tell me about your business, first of all.
So I hit on the siblings a little bit, but I didn't hit on my father. We same thing with him. We have a really special relationship. Growing up, you know, he would challenge us, me, put us in situations that would always challenge us. Never really forced us into drag racing. He would take me to hockey, take me to baseball, then take me to the track. Take me to hockey, take me to baseball, and take me to the track. Mostly hockey and the track. A little bit of baseball, but I wasn't too good at that. Hockey I excelled pretty good in, and he kind of laid it all out there and would challenge us. He would put me in a car that wasn't very consistent because he wanted me to learn how to drive the finish line. He did that over and over again, and there was always, getting back to your question, the relationship is always a silent trust that is really hard to come by all the way around in my family. But go ahead, your other question.
No, the question was about the family business.
Okay, yeah, so fast forward to late 80s. We're in this house that I live in now. We're in a small garage that can barely fit one car, and my father decides to call his friend Charlie Bacola, who was really good with electronics, actually helped develop a patent for one of the alarm companies. Very intelligent guy. Started building practice trees in his home. And we go to the races. My father would write on the side window of the station wagon and shoe polish, practice trees for sale, $2.99, whatever it was. That's how it started. The demand, it was just going to the racetrack and people seeing that, and he would sell 1 a week, 2 a week, got to like 10 a week, and Charlie Bacola could not keep up. That's where my father would say he made one of the biggest mistakes business-wise, because he felt like he had some ideas with delay boxes, and a lot of credit goes out to Digital Delay, a lot of credit goes out to Den & Bear. I'm not taking anything away from them at all. Everyone has patents for different things, but my father did have a lot of ideas with that kind of stuff, but didn't have somebody that can actually do it. So we became more or less a distributor for a lot of the electronics companies. And anyway, it started in the garage and with practice trees, and then got a little bigger with delay boxes. And I was in college, and that's when I kind of had to make a decision on where I was going. I'm studying business management. I'm feeling like I'm going to be something to do with finance in New York City. But as I got to be a junior and a senior, and I was packing orders, and I started doing a little marketing, and I just naturally fell into the Biondo Racing Products business, and for 30 years going now, it's still going. We're not in a one-car garage anymore. We have a building in Queens. It went to Long Island, it went to New Jersey, and now it's back in Queens. And throughout it all, throughout 26 of the 30 years, it was always run out of a house. Nobody really knows that. Now, the last 4 years ago, we moved it back to Queens, and we bought a building, my brother and I, and we run it there. But for 26 years, we have this image as a big mail order company. No, we had Sparkle suits in one bedroom. We had my father had a big house that he lived in by himself, and we used every bedroom for stock, and the basement was all the offices. Like I said, he was always very frugal, and we didn't have to pay any rent for the business. And it's where we are today, Queens. And my brother's a lot more into it than I am now, because I branched off into A, having a family, and B, spring fling, fall flings. And but my brother, Rich DiLorenzo, and Rich Schreiner are all in with it, and it's doing well still. I just have a small part in it now.
So you said early in this that your dad was a hero. What kinds of traits or qualities did you get from him that are part of you?
Well, as I was growing up, they always say you're gonna be like, you're gonna be whoever you're around the most, whichever parent, you're probably gonna absorb a lot of that. And I went to 4 years of college, St. John's University, and I learned more sitting at a desk across from my father in 1 year than I did that I could apply to life. Now, this is just me. I'm not saying anything wrong with college, because it was a great, for many different reasons, it was great. But I learned more being with my father and just listening to him on the phone, and I picked up a lot of. I'm a lot like him. My brother and sister will tell you that. I'm probably more like him than my brother is. I picked up all the good and the bad. I picked it all up. I picked up he has a lot of integrity, and I feel like I picked up a decent amount of that. On the flip side, if you pushed him too far and you got on the wrong side of him, especially 2 or 3 times, and he lost his trust in you, you're done for life. And unfortunately, I kind of picked that up too. He was the type of guy that if you said one thing and did another, that was his pet peeve, and that's kind of my pet peeve too. I don't care, even in our spring flings or when we talk to a lot of racers or in business or in life, or my children, hopefully I can instill in them that it's okay if you make mistakes. It's okay if you do something wrong, but don't, preach and act this part and action show another part. That's probably the biggest thing I picked up from him, for good and for bad, because you're supposed to forgive and forget certain things. It's like the 2 or 3 strike deal. Like once it got past 3 strikes with him, with somebody, for what I just talked about, and I picked up that for good, for better, for worse, really.
Well, I know this is starting to sound like a therapy session.
Yeah, hey, it's good. I probably needed it.
But a lot of times we don't say to people what we want to say to them until it's too late. So what would you say to your dad?
Well, everything that I'm saying to you about him being a hero is what I should say to him, really. He's had a stroke, so he's 83 now. He answered the phones at Biondo Racing right up until the night of his stroke. Dad, before that, Dad, why don't you go play golf? Why don't you go on a vacation? No, I'm good. Never. All he wanted to do was help out the business and help out us. His life always seemed to be dedicated towards us, more than himself. Very unselfish. So he had a stroke 2 years ago, Warren, and doctors didn't think he was going to make it. He did make it through. Had some really challenging times, and I watched him go through it. Just before I came here, we had to rush him to the hospital because he had an infection, and he's still doing okay. He's partially disabled, needs some help, but little by little, when I sat in the hospital with him the other day, I'm starting to talk about these kind of things. He's never spoke about this kind of things openly. Like, our actions were always showing it, but our words were never. That's the way we were brought up, and that's the way I am, and that's, my wife unfortunately has to deal with that. I'm not a big, use the love word a lot. I mean, I'll show it to you, but I don't say a lot, but this has taught me, watching him go through this stroke has taught me, Warren, sitting across from him, start to bring stuff up. I haven't quite told him he's my hero yet, but when I get home, I plan on doing that. I did write it once. I haven't said it, but I wrote it in it was a school deal, and they talked about, you had to fill out like a questionnaire. Anyway, so we're getting there. I need more therapy, I guess.
Well, if it was a school deal, that would have been 30 years ago, so you need to say it more than once every 30 years.
Yeah, but I didn't say it. I wrote it.
You wrote it. Well,
that's the problem.
Now,
but yeah, it's
now you can say it.
Yeah, and when I was in the hospital with him the other day, he's to the point where he's lived a full life, and he basically looked at me, and I never, again, this is going to get pretty deep, but I never understood when people say, well, I'm ready, I've lived a full life, I'm okay with dying. He told me, looked me right in the eye after we were getting ready to get him into the ambulance, and he said, I might be dying. And I'm looking at him, okay, like what? He's looking right in my eye. You got to come to grips with this, Pete. You need to come to grips with it. Tell me you're going to come to grips with it. I don't want you to be sad. I lived a full life, and I'm happy, and I'm ready. And I never really, and I'm not saying he's dying, but he's lived a full life. And all I said was, I said, Dad, when God's ready to take you, He'll take you. I really didn't know what to say, but that's what I said. But he's you know, he's a tough guy. He's doing well, and he's hanging in there.
Well, mortality is a tough thing, and we can kind of touch on that a little bit too as we talk about the flings, because you and your partner Kyle have been together a while, and Kyle's been going through quite a lot. Tell me about your relationship with Kyle.
Yeah, well, it started in '93 as my brother met him, and he came to Indy, and I won Indy that year. That was my first national event win, and we had my father was there, he was there, it was great. And that's where we met, and we had so much in common. We both loved sports. We both had the same kind of mentality, drag racing, and here was a East Coaster and a West Coaster who always talked probably kind of smack about each other, like, oh, he thinks he's good, he should come to the East. He was probably saying the same thing about me. You know, I'd read National Dragster, see Kyle, oh, he won. Oh, look at it, he won with a couple of 30 lights. Huh. You know, that's really what was going on as a young, cocky, you know, I wouldn't say it out loud, but in my head, that's what I'm thinking, and he was the same way. But we met, and we raced together for a little while. We became good friends, and then in 2010, we were on a family vacation with my wife and his wife, and it just happened just like this. It was January 1st. We were drinking some wine, and we said, why don't we do a bracket race? We started talking about here's how it started. We started talking about what races are we going to go to in 2010, and we really couldn't really pin down a lot of races that were fun. The Moroso 5-day deal was kind of faded back and wasn't really popular, and so we just said, you know what? If there's nothing out there, it's like out of necessity, right? There was nothing out there that we saw we really wanted to go to, so why don't we put something together? And we were crazy. We started at guaranteeing $20,000 each day, and we started in April of that year we started, so we didn't have much promotional time. We really didn't know what we were doing, except for common sense and writing it down on ideas on a sheet of paper, but that's how it all started.
So did you ever imagine 10 years later that the fling series, the fall fling and the spring fling, would really be the standard for how to do a bracket race right?
Warren, I couldn't have imagined a lot of things that happened in the last 10 years with this flings. You know, I'm the type of guy, and Kyle is too, we keep our head down and we work hard, and we really don't dwell in the moment. But now that you look back on it, and it was the same way with myself racing, I never was a guy who, like, if I won a race, I always, all right, what do I got to focus on next? Just my personality, and we were the same way with the flings. As it was growing, we were just always looking forward and never really dwelling on what was really happening. And, you know, it did become the standard, and I'm proud to say, you know, we thought outside the box. We were the first ones to do door cars and door car versus door cars, Dragsters versus Dragsters. Now that's universal, and I think that's great. Stuff like that, stuff like cutting the track short to 1,000 foot. Now it's cut to 8th mile. But we thought outside the box. We worked hard, and no, I would have never expected it. Especially after the first year. The first year was a bomb.
So what was a bomb about it? What do you remember about it that you is glad that it's done? And
I'll never forget being in the Best Western hotel with my wife the night before we were opening up the gates. The forecast was 80 to 90% chance of rain every day. We didn't even think about canceling. Purse guaranteed, didn't think about canceling. But I was to the point where I just wanted to have the opportunity to try this. And I said to myself, nobody's going to show up. Who's going to come? And my mind really started playing on me. And I walked out at 5 o'clock in the morning towards the highway. The hotel was by the highway. And just watched. And I just said, can I please see a rig? Please, I just want to see one rig. That's how bad it was. I was like, I feel like we might only have a handful of cars here. This is going to be crazy. So that sticks out of my mind. I came back into the hotel. My wife, we started just, she's praying and saying it's going to be all right. We'll do what we have to do. But yeah, so of course the weather people were wrong. Didn't have a drop of rain. It was the worst forecast you could call for. You could act, I mean, you'd never want this forecast as a race, putting on a race promoter or whatever. And didn't rain a drop. Lost $17,000 that event and worked our tails off. And we were taking the banners down, and we said, I looked at him, I said, Kyle, you think we're ever gonna see these banners again? And he goes, probably not. And I said, yeah, I can't, you know, I can't see it. But here we are 10 years later, probably 18 events under our belt now.
With the flings, like you said, you've done a lot of innovation and a lot of creativity to set the standard. If there was anything you could pick out that you're most proud of, what would it be?
That's a great question. I'm most proud of the late nights, the not giving up, the 3 o'clock in the morning where I would be just dead tired and I would continually just work on different aspects. And I would go to basketball games, Knick games, Yankee games, and I would try to come up with ideas that would make things different. So I think, to answer your question, Warren, the thing I'm most proud of is that we didn't give up after the first year, and how hard we worked, and you know, how two best friends, and now my wife, it's hard to run a business with your wife. It's hard to run a business with your best friend. They say don't mix that stuff together. We do it, and we have a chemistry. My father called it synergy. He told me a few years ago that you and Kyle have the best synergy I've ever seen as far as complementing each other, and I'm really proud that we were able to get through a lot of turmoil and keep focused on working hard and not giving up.
Well, from my exposure to you, one thing I would never question is your work ethic. Does that apply to your entire life?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes my wife would say to a fault, but you know, once you have a family, Warren, things change. So I really was nonstop working on the fling mostly, and some Biondo racing. From 2010 until we had Severio in 2014. Once you have a family, you have to know how to flip the switch, and I'm still learning, but I'm getting better.
Let's talk about racing a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
I've heard you're pretty good.
Yeah, well, if you ask Kyle, I'm a has-been, but.
Well, I knew that you'd won world championships, but 7? Is that right?
7, yep. Between Kyle and I, we have 7, and he has 0.
Tell me a little bit about those championship years and how that all materialized and what life was like back then when you were chasing championships.
Yeah, so from the first championship to the last, things have changed quite a bit. I'm not sure people that don't chase the points or haven't chased the points realize how much effort you really put into that if you roll in. It's same as parenting. Like, parenting can probably be easy, but if you're really all in and really care about what you're doing and your kids, it's not that easy. It's effort, and I wouldn't change it. But very, very similar to racing. When I chased it, the first couple of championships, first 6, I was all in, non-stop racing. I mean, I'd hit the practice tree. I would, whatever it took. I mean, I took it. It's all I had. I mean, not all I had, but that's how deep my passion was. It felt like it was all I had. Fast forward to my last championship, and I knew I was about to have Severio, and I knew I was gonna, I'm not retired by any means, but I knew I was gonna, racing was gonna take a back seat, and it has since 2014. And so I gave it everything I had that year, knowing it would probably be the last time I chased it for a while. And fortunately, I won it. So it felt, they all feel great, but that one felt better than anyone because I knew that that was going to be it for a while. I'm not going to have the time between the flings that were growing and the family that was starting. I wasn't going to have the time to do this for a while, and I didn't want my last shot as I got closer and closer, and I was going head to head for the championship. I didn't want to have to think about how I dropped the ball, or I wanted to be proud of how I finished, and I was. I'll be back at it. This is in our blood, and this is my passion. I really love everything about racing. Again, I went to St. John's University. I thought I would go down the New York City corporate road, end up selling racing products, end up meeting a bunch of nice people, end up starting a race promotion business, and end up doing well racing. So yeah, I wouldn't change a thing, and I'll be back. My wife even said, "Why didn't you race this weekend?" I said, "I'm just not. I'm not ready. Like I want to work on it right now. I want to help Kyle here. I want to spend time with him, work on the spring flings, and for the remainder of 2020, our game plan. And when I'm ready to flip that switch again, I'll be out there."
So with your wife, Emily, right?
Yep.
With your wife, Emily, when you were chasing championships, how did she fit into that? And did it affect your relationship in any way?
Well, we were only dating back then. So we married right around the time I quit, right before I yeah. So we married 2 years before I stopped chasing championships. So we were dating back then, and then we met for 5 years. We were dating when I was chasing, and then 2 years we were married. But even those years, I wasn't chasing it every year. I was on off pretty much. From 2009 to 2014, I would go all in, and win or lose, then I would take a step back, take a breather, focus on businesses and everything else in life. But and dating Emily, but she's a racer. We met at the racetrack, so you know, everyone called me really lucky. You know, you have a beautiful wife. She races. She likes racing, but. That really isn't why I'm so lucky. I'm more lucky that she absolutely understands when I go to chase a championship, or when I'm out here helping Kyle this weekend. She has 2 kids, and she's parenting them solo right now while she's at Samantha Coughlin's house and having fun. But I'm most lucky that she is a great mother and a great wife. Forget racing. That's what life's all about, right there.
Emily's a pretty good racer too. I understand the first time she was in the seat of a super gas car.
Yep.
At a national event, she won.
Yep. Yeah. She's a darn good racer. We were on our way. That's one of the most memorable weekends I'll ever recall. We were on our way to Bristol. And she wanted to try super gas, and actually I was racing so much, and she really wasn't racing much. She moved up to New York. She changed her whole life. Came up to New York, left Florida for New York right in the dead of winter, by the way. We tore right to the wolves. But yeah, we went to Bristol. On the way down, what some people don't know is on the way down, the hardest part she was nervous about was doing a burnout with a line lock. She didn't have much experience. She always ran dragsters, no line lock in dragsters. So didn't start out too good. She started out with, she thought it was going to be a foot brake deal like a streetcar burnout. And so the whole way down, we're in my friend's minivan, and I'm YouTubing while I'm driving. I'm handing her the phone, and I'm showing, okay, this is how you do a burnout, you know, and I'm playing along with what you do in the video, visual, and me doing the action. You know, press the unlock button, pump the brakes. Well, when we got to Bristol, I thought a lot of people watching that fence were a roadster. And the only reason I was comfortable with it was I said, you know, we'll go with Bristol. Bristol's altitude, the horsepower won't be quite as much as sea level, and it will be a little more tame. And she's a great driver anyway. Does her first burnout, and she was under the misconception that she was hitting the gas, and it was don't do that. Then instead of getting up, the tire getting up and starting to spin, she would just, would walk out. After 2 times of walking out, because she was under the misconception that she was giving it too much gas, but the reality was you have to kick it good and get it spinning. So after 2 of those, the other guys pre-staged just about, and I just went there and I said, forget about feathering it, just put it to the wood and go, you know, let it eat. Well, she did just that. She did a pro stock burnout to 60 foot in a super gas car. I'm not kidding. I walked up to the starter. I'm trying to think. I can't remember. Lyle? Is it
Mark?
Mark.
Yes.
I walk up to him. I said, I'm sorry. Won't happen again. You know, I know we're maintenance guy waiting everything. Anyway, she pulled it together. Had a decent run. First round beats David Tatum, and 2 days later, she won. I was under the tower in Superstock final. She won. She was 00. She started like that. This is how she finished. She was 003, took 009 stripe, and won the final over Marvin Benoit. To this day, when he sees her at PRI shows and stuff, he's, you know, even one of those. And to add to it, I won right behind her. At that point, I knew there was something special there, and a couple of my friends said, you know, why didn't you propose to her right then and there? And that's not really my style. I'm not a big, I wanted to do it, you know, I separate kind of racing and, I don't know how to put that, but I wanted to do it my own way, our own way, and I did it in Florida, in West Palm Beach. And that's when, but yeah, that was her race. She won the first national event she entered in Super Gas, and that's the only national event she entered in Super Gas, by the way. Since then.
So she's got a perfect record in Super Gas.
Don't touch it, right?
Right, just leave it alone. They call you the Terminator. What do you think about that?
Well, I don't really have much of a choice what they call me when they have the microphone in their hand, but it started with Louis Bloom. According to him, I was 19, 20 years old, and I was walking in front of the tower watching my father race, and I didn't talk much. I was very shy. At the time, I was lifting weights and had probably a cut-off shirt. Looked like a true New Yorker, you know. And he just said, you know, here comes Sam Biondo, and there's his son Peter, and he just started saying, hey, you know, I come to terminate you, and started like mimicking me like I'm some sort of robot, that I was winning a lot racing and I don't talk much. And that's how it started, and I don't mind it. I mean, I think it's a really good compliment. Could be called a lot worse.
People say a lot of things about you. One of the things they say is you're one of the most natural, gifted drivers behind the wheel, where you can climb in any car and have a legitimate chance to win. How do you feel about that? Well, there's a lot of people in this sport. There's Jay Coughlin, there's Lou Pagacki, there's I could go on and on, the Richardson brothers, that can be defined as a natural. I feel, you know, I don't know how you earn a title. You earn a title like that, but it feels good. It does, because like I said, I'm not one to dwell on success as I've had it. But when you look back and you hear things like that, it's you realize what you did. But in my mind, I do have a knack for drag racing. I feel, and I love it. But I think I work a little harder than some of the other guys, and that's, maybe it is somewhat talent. I like to say I'm a natural, and but I think a lot of it comes down to work ethic too. Or just effort in general, really. Well, tell me about preparation. I would have to think, to be at the level of success that you're at, there's a lot of mental preparation that goes into it.
Yeah, and it depends on the stage of life I was in. You know, back in the early 2000s, I had a practice tree. That was when Moroso 5-day was big, and that was before crosstalk. So you had, you had a lot. To win a race, you'd have to cross over some of the rounds, and look at the opponent's top yellow, and some of the rounds look at your own top yellow. So I was a guy who, on Friday nights, I would set the practice tree up Friday afternoon, out in the yard. I would take 20 shots on my side of the tree, 20 shots crossing over in the sun. I would wait till it got dusk, do the same thing. I wait till it got dark, do the same thing. When I got to Moroso, I was very well prepped, and I was the guy who, if I was crossing over, I knew how to take 15th thou out of the box with the incandescent bulbs and the way the sun was hitting. I was setting up red really from my last hit, but I was confident, and those are the little things that go a long way in this sport. So I was a little bit of a racing nerd, I guess. My friends were partying, and I was, now don't get me wrong, I had a lot of fun too, but when it was time to go to Moroso, that was it. And I was whatever I needed to do. And when I got down there, it was, people were partying and stuff. I wasn't the type to go out drinking. I'd have fun as much as the next guy, but I wasn't I can't race as well with a hangover, especially now. So, you know what? There's a time for everything, and there wasn't time for me to do stuff like that.
Well, you talked about time and being your time and such. You mentioned that you've had a couple of situations on the racetrack that tested you.
Yep.
Tell me a little bit about that and what you went through and how you got through it.
Yeah, so I would say part of the reason that I have done well in racing is that I always push a little hard to see where the limits are. Like, I'm not afraid to go red. Aggressive. Well, that also, you could pay your price with that mentality, because there was it was one time that I remember specifically I was driving my brother's comp car, and that aggressive mentality and that, do whatever it takes and push yourself to the limits and push the situation to the limits, backfired and almost killed me, really. Like, I drive my brother's Beretta. I never driven it before. It was a comp car that left like a super stock car, and whatever, the preload might have been off a little bit. Doesn't matter. During the 3-time runs, it moved around a little, and I had control of it. Rule number 1, don't get overconfident. Rule number 2, realize that a track can be different at night than it is during the day. And rule number 3 is, you don't win at any cost. I know some of the NASCAR people say, well, there's a line there. So after manhandling the car, I got this. I'm running first round, it's Pomona at nighttime, and at nighttime, that groove, it's very important you stay in the groove. I'm racing a guy, Wolf, I think his last name was, in a Pro Mod type car. Turbo car, I believe it was. Whatever it was, it didn't make much noise, and there's a reason I'm saying that. I leave, the car goes up in the air, gets out of the groove a little bit. I'm like, all right, I got to give up. My gut instinct was, that's it. Well, my gut instinct was right. What was wrong was that this is first round. I don't see or hear him. I'm at half track. Half of the car is still out of the groove. And instead of getting it in the groove and kind of going right into it, I just went right, what's the word? My adrenaline kicked in, and I just put it to the wood. And I didn't see or hear him because his car didn't make much noise. It was one of those silent shh. And lucky for me, he hit the tree good, because in time runs, he was dead late. The reason I say that, when I got back on the throttle, I crossed the center line, hit the wall hard. You could Google it. Peter Biondo Pomona crash. Horrible. Nighttime, flipping over, on fire. He missed me, would have killed me. I mean, he was coming by at 200 miles an hour. So thank you, Mark Wolf, for hitting the tree. Good that run, because if you would .1 or .2, I'm dead. I'm not sitting here right now. So when anybody questions, I mean, I don't want to get too into anything too religious here, but I will speak on behalf of what I've been through, and I have proof that somebody was watching over me. I flip over, I'm upside down, the wheels are still spinning, the car's on fire. All I see is fire under the hood. How am I going to get out of here? The fire is coming. Well, my driver's side door, coincidentally, or somebody was looking out for me, which I think, was off. So I was out of that car before it went up into flames. Anybody that ever questions, is somebody watching over you specifically? Absolutely. And I had a torn MCL or ACL, whatever they call that, and I was fine. But if you watch the crash, Peter Biondo Pomona crash, looks really bad. But yeah, that's where yeah. And the safety safari came down, and the first thing I said to him was, "I'm sorry, guys. I knew it was my fault." I mean, people can say, "Yeah, it was Pomona track." Cody Lane, I would think it was Cody Lane, crashed a few pairs in Superstock in the same lane. Yeah. You can blame the track all you want, but I have to be aware of the track that I'm on at the time. It's not the same track as it was during the day. And I wasn't, and I paid the price. And I said to guys right away, I said, "I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry for this. It's all on me. I screwed it up. I should have never got back into gas."
After you went through that incident, did it change your philosophy? Did it affect you in a way that you might have been afraid to get back in the car?
Yeah, I think you always learn, especially from a almost tragic incident like that, and it shapes you a little bit towards where it kind of knocks you back down where you need to be a little bit. But I'm always still pretty far up there as far as pushing the limits. That part will never change. Hopefully I can just keep it below that line where I can, it works for me by helping me be aggressive and win races, but I don't cross the line where I, make a foolish decision like that to try to win a round.
You're older now. If you look back and you could talk to your 21-year-old self,
I would say a lot of things.
What would you say?
First thing I would say is, don't be so damn shy, because I was very, very shy. I had a lot of friends, and we went partying and stuff, but when it came to asking girls out and stuff like that, I waited, here's a good example, I waited to 2 days before my prom to ask, and the girl absolutely, the whole class knew that she had the hots for me, whatever you want to call it back then. And she was a good-looking girl, Dolores, Spanish girl, beautiful. And I just was too shy to ask her. 2 days before the prom, finally I said, I got to pull the trigger. Went up to her and, would you come to prom with me? So that's the first thing I would change. Just have fun with life. I would tell my son, have fun with life. Be more like Kyle. I mean, if I could grab something from Kyle and his persona that I can, I'm sure he can say the same to me, that we both kind of, he'll probably tell you, we both kind of feed off each other, and he's one extreme, I'm the other, and we kind of bring each other a little bit that way. Well, be more like Kyle, have fun. That's what I would tell a 21-year-old. I mean, not as much fun as Kyle probably had when he was 21, but maybe 50% as much fun.
Probably not as much fun as Kyle's having today.
Yeah.
Of the things that are a part of you, what do you want to pass on to your son?
Everything that I've learned, everything that my father's passed on to me that I'm proud of. The integrity part. I feel like my word is good. I want to pass that on to him. If I promise you that I'm going to meet you tomorrow morning and do this interview or do another interview or something, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna set an alarm and a backup wake-up call. have your actions be as good or better than your word. I'm not big on words, man. I'm big on actions. Show me. Like, I don't, like, my wife, you know, she, and that's a female persona really, but every time she hangs up the phone, she tells her mother that I love you. And I say, what, she forgot from yesterday? And we would joke about it, but and she says, well, maybe you can grab some of that. And I was brought up where you just show them. And I'm not saying either one of them's right or wrong, but that's me, and that's what I want. I think it's so much more important for my son that I could pass on to him is be a man of your word, and your actions are more powerful than your words. And they always should supersede your words. I don't know if supersede is the right word, but they always should be higher above your words or outperform your words. Just same thing with the flings. I feel like Kyle and I always say this, and I'm proud to say it, even if it comes out a little bit cocky, but I feel like we under-promise and over-deliver. And that's always, that's it. That's how I am in life too. I feel like and I think I grabbed that from my father, and I would hope my son would grab some of that from me.
What's your future look like? What's out on your horizon?
Yeah, great question. So, I mean, as much as I love the family business, and as much as there's so much sentimental attachment, as much as I know the business very well and I can be a great asset, I feel like my time there is, I don't feel like that's my calling. I feel like the spring flings with Kyle, the raising the family, and being all in, literally like my father was, I feel like those two are my calling. And I did one drag racing school. That's when I did the one drag racing school, I left New Media Dragway, and I called my then girlfriend, now wife, and said, I never had so much fun in my life and made money doing it. That was my exact words. And so that and the spring flings and family, that's where my future is, as far as I could see it.
Anything you'd change?
You know, when you do any mistakes you make, I'm the first person that's really hard on myself. But you did it. There was a reason you made that decision at that time. There was some, you know, and there's a lot of things I would change, but at the time, I made the best decision I could with what was dealt with me. Would there be anything I would change? That's a really, I would say, you know what? Even any mistakes I've made, even if I've done wrong by anybody or whatever, it makes me who I am today. And no.
We all draw our inspiration in life from a lot of different sources, and sometimes it's people that are close to you in your life. You've been friends with Kyle forever. Tell me a little bit about Kyle and how he inspires you.
Kyle has always inspired me for a lot of different reasons, but for those that don't know, Kyle has had a battle with cancer, to say the least, and he's been winning that battle. And as far as I can see, he's going to keep winning that battle because of his attitude and the way he approaches it. His inspiration, watching him go through what he goes through, Warren, and the way he handles himself and his attitude puts everything in perspective, and is, for instance, for what I've watched him go through the last 2 years, stage 4 cancer. The first doctor gave him, I don't even want to say what the first doctor said, but it wasn't good. 6 months later, gets a bad scan, now the doctor tells him, you know, not looking good. Flips it around, has a great attitude, calls me up, tells me he's going to be fine. He's just got to focus and put his mind to it. I'm telling you, has an attitude, has the energy of somebody, of a 20-year-old that's not sick. Watching that and watching how we were working together at Galat, I see a correlation. I see it. We're on the way to Galat, Spring Fling 2020, whatever, a month ago. Forecast is the second worst forecast we ever had. Usually, we would really be hung up on it, like, man, you know, we work so hard for this, we go to start a PRI, we get all these prizes, and we got it all together, we got the staff all coming. We're not gonna, can't race in the rain. But I found not only did we work really well together, but it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't nearly as big of a deal, the rain. We laughed about it. We started laughing at the forecast. Said, can you believe it's this bad? But we're gonna find a way to make it work, because we always do. And a lot of that is basically, you find a way to beat cancer the way you have. This is a piece of cake. We'll find a way around this. And that is the biggest inspiration that has changed my perspective on life. And I was at the Spring Fling this year in Galat. Anything that was thrown at us, not a problem. We're going to figure it out, because Kyle can figure cancer out and he's beating it. And this is a piece of cake compared to that. So that's my inspiration, and that's how he has changed me in the past 2 years. He is amazing how he's handling this. And he's doing well right now.
He is doing well, and it's amazing how much support there is out there in the entire racing community. Everywhere you go, people know about Kyle and his fight, and how much love and support there is out there. And you know, it's a testament to a great person.
Absolutely. And to that point, there's a reason, yeah, the racing world reached out and absolutely showed a support level that I couldn't have even ever imagined. But when you really look at it, he has always been there for everybody else, to a fault. I mean, to the point where, you know, sometimes he's at a Spring Fling race and a guy asks him to help dial him in, and he'll go out, look at his logbook for an hour, and we'll be scrambling. I'm like, yo, where were you, man? We had this happen. I was helping that guy. That's the type of guy Kyle is. And that all came full circle when he got sick. And all the years that he put everybody else first, now all these people were putting him first. And that's just how life goes.
It's almost a natural connection for you, since your father was that way and putting you first growing up.
Yep.
And now you've got your best friend is the same way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the older you get, the more you realize how things work themselves out in the ways you would never expect, but they work themselves out. Call it divine intervention. Everybody has their own religious beliefs, but if you treat people right and you work hard, that's what I want to instill in my son. Everything else will work out. Love your family, treat people right with integrity, have good values. Everything else will come to you if you stick to that, even when it feels like it doesn't. I had a pretty rough winter. Everybody has had a lot of rough days and months with this COVID deal, and watching Kyle go through that, watching my father go through that, what he's going through, and trying to be strong for my family and show that face that my father showed me, and for good or for bad, I put on that strong face just like he did for me when I was young and he was going through stuff. I never knew it. Well, I try to be strong for my family, and it was hard. It was really trying couple of months, especially when you factor the COVID, the sickness of Kyle and my father. And but what I was getting at was, at the point, it seems pretty dark at that point, but and you feel like at some point, like you're never going to see the light. And here we are. It's June. He's doing great. My father's still hanging in there and doing well under the circumstances, and we're in Sonoma, California, and there's drag racing going on. There's your light. and I have a beautiful wife, 2 young kids who are absolutely the most fun. They're hard. I'm 49 years old. I have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old. You guys do that math, and now I know why why people were intended to have kids at 30 and not 40. But you know what? I wouldn't change it. I worked my butt off then when everyone else was raising a family, all my friends, and now I'm raising a family, and everything else is taking a back seat.
Earlier in our conversation, you kind of shied away from the subject of faith, but it sounds like you depend on your faith, and it's been put to the test.
And absolutely. The older I got, the more I saw how God works things out for you even when you don't expect it. Whether it was the door flying off that Beretta that let me escape that fire, whether it was the other accident I have at Orlando when I went past the finish line, lost my brakes, and was in the wilderness trying to figure out how I'm going to stop this thing, picked a small tree, no kidding. It was an oak tree. Anybody knows anything about an oak tree, it's the hardest tree you can hit. Well, that was the best thing that could have happened because it stopped me on a dime, and I didn't go through any big trees and rumbling around. And yeah, it hit it on the right side of the car. If you saw a picture of the car, again, you would say there's no way he walked away from that. I walked away, again, when they took me down there and showed me the tree that was still standing with my bumper mark on it, and you look at the car and you replay the whole thing and you say, how did I hit the oak tree? How did I survive? But the whole time when I was getting ready to go into the forest, back that's what they had, it was way down there and at the end of Orlando there at the racetrack, I remember looking up and saying, all right, I'm going in for a ride. And it felt like, Warren, it was probably 5 seconds. It felt like 5 minutes. I grabbed each seatbelt and I just said, God, help me. And the whole time I was like, I'm going to be fine. I don't know why, but even when I crashed the Beretta, I'm going to be fine. Someone's there with you. So yeah, have a lot of faith. And the more you have situations like that, they say with faith you should have the faith before, you have to believe in the faith before you see it happen. And I did to a point, but when you start seeing and feeling stuff like that, there's something special there.
Well, all in all, you can say you've lived a blessed life.
Yeah, in my 49 years, I'm sure a lot of people can say this, but I've had a lot of ups and downs, and again, I wouldn't change a thing.
I'm Kyle Seipel and I love this life.
So we sit here in Sonoma, California, and it's been referred to as the House of Big Nasty. So this is where you grew up, right?
Yeah, but honestly, I pretty much grew up at Fremont. My mom ran Fremont Drag Strip since 1988. My dad has raced at Fremont Drag Strip his whole life. And that being said, I definitely grew up at Sonoma also. Watched my dad race. My mom has raced here. Have a lot of family and friends out here, and I really can't believe that they would actually, the the officials here, after knowing me my whole life, would hand me the keys to the track, but here I am in 2020, and I have the keys to the track, absolutely.
This is your hometown, right?
Yeah, I live about 45 miles from here, absolutely.
I've met your mom and dad, Georgia and Ted, and tell me a little bit about your family. Are you an only child?
Yep, only child, absolutely. My dad started racing in 1958, and I'm very proud. My dad is my hero, first and foremost. But that being said, he's raced the same car, Warren, since 1958. He still bracket races that car here in 2020, and same car he began racing in 1958. And so he's raced for 62 years. My mom, I grew up at the track. Every weekend we were at any type of Northern California track there was. There was Fremont, Sonoma. We would travel up to Bakersfield, Orange County, and I didn't play sports. This is what I did every weekend, which is pluses and minuses to that. Obviously, me running this track, I probably wouldn't be able to run this track without having that background. But we spent every weekend that we could at the races, and pretty much all I know, bracket racing to me is pretty much like top fuel to Tony Schumacher, let's say. But I grew up at the track. My dad's bracket raced his whole life. When I was a youngster, my mom would always tow him around. And I remember whenever my dad would lose, we would ride in the tow truck together, and she would tell me what he was doing wrong all the time. So one day my dad had enough. He said, "You know what, George, I think it's time for you to race." This is probably about 1983, 84. I was about 12 or 13. And she raced for about 5 or 6 years. She did very well. She didn't do very well to begin with. She found out right away that racing is a lot harder than what it looked like. But that's pretty much the background that I've had. I started, my mom running the track, I had to abide by the rules. So there was a loophole in the rules back in the day to where you could race a motorcycle without a driver's license, but you obviously need to have a driver's license to race a car. So at 12 years old, I started racing a 22-second motorcycle at Fremont. My dad and I go out every Wednesday night. And I progressed through the ranks. Once I got to high school, I had an 18-second Nova, and then 12-second Nova, and then the family Austin Healey Super Street car. Then I raced my dad's Super Gas car, and we've kind of progressed. I've raced just about any type of sportsman class there is, yes.
So as a kid, did you ever have any desire to stick and ball sports or anything like that?
I really didn't. Being an only child, I was a little defiant. I wanted to do something different than what I was doing my whole life. I didn't want to race, so I was a very avid bowler. Growing up, I was a bowler. I went to Hawaii, did a lot of different tournaments. I was actually, I was nationally ranked in the top 10 when I was 12 years old. I had I think a 195 book average when I was 12 years old, and I thought I was going to be a professional bowler. My mom running Fremont, she always asked me to do some different tasks, and I wanted to hang out with my friends and stuff. So before you know it, 12, 13 years old, I started working the time slip booth, and I got the bug, bottom line, when I was a teenager, to where, you know what, I think I want to follow my dad's footsteps, and here we are, I'm 49 years old now, so almost 35 years later, this is what we do.
But it sounds like you didn't really have a chance.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But only child being a boy, I think that the road was pretty much paved for me to be a racer, for sure.
So having been around your mom and your dad, Georgia and Ted, both of them are big personalities, for sure.
Yeah, sure.
And you come across that way as well. But if you dug inside yourself, would you say you're more like mom or dad, or?
I would say a little bit of both, but probably more like my father, I would say. He was my hero growing up, racing, still is. 83 years old, he's still battling out here today with the youngsters. And but yeah, I would say I have both for sure, but probably lean a little bit towards my father, yeah.
You refer to him as your hero. Why do you say he's your hero?
I've seen him accomplish so much with so little. Yeah, he's very, like I say, he's raced the same car since 1958. He's very budget minded, let's just say, and he's accomplished so much in his career with I wouldn't say non-superior equipment, but with equipment that his car, his Super Gas car, is probably worth $15,000, $20,000. He's out here competing against $100,000 race cars and holding his own. But When I was growing up, he won quite a bit, and he's my hero for a lot of different reasons, but mostly for what he's accomplished with very little means, really.
How was it for you growing up? Were you like a good student? Did you go on to college? Tell me about those.
I was a little bit of everything. I was a better student when I was younger. The older I got, the less intrigued I was with school. Graduated from high school. Didn't know what I wanted to do. Like most, I actually thought I could be a professional race car driver, which it was very short-lived. But that being said, I went to junior college. Was going to explore the real estate. That didn't pan out. I had a couple different businesses that didn't pan out. So that, as my dad would say, that's pretty. My mom, for that matter, they both say that was my tuition. I had a couple of businesses that fell by the wayside, and instead of going to school, I went to the school of hard knocks, let's say.
If you look back at those businesses when you tried to step out on your own, even though financially they might not have panned out, what kind of life experience did you get out of them? Yeah,
it's a great question, Warren. I definitely found out very quick that you need to be prepared, a lot more prepared than I was for either business. It was, only child. I'd say I had pretty much things in my own way growing up. And thought that I could run a business the same way without being prepared, and everything would fall my way. But I found out very quickly that there's a lot of competition out there, and unless you dot your I's and cross your T's, you're not going to succeed. So I would say that I learned once again the school of hard knocks very quickly. But it was at the time you didn't really realize that it was preparing you for things in life further on. But at this point, I would say that it was a great experience to get me where I'm at now.
Most only children are spoiled.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Are you spoiled?
100%, 100%. I mean, I'm 49 years old, and my mom, she fed me lunch today, and I'd say that. My wife always kids me. She says her next husband will not be an only child. She's seen the side of the only child all the time. That's for sure.
Well, using terms like next husband, that probably doesn't bode very well for you.
Well, it's a little bit tongue in cheek. She always kids me, but no, we have a great relationship. I have two young children: 6-year-old Hudson, 14-year-old Sydney. They both do their. Hudson just started junior dragster racing, 3rd generation. My father and him and I were at a race about a month ago, had a great time together. But that being said, my wife doesn't come to the race as much. This is my own deal. She has her own things that she does, and we make it work, and we have a great relationship, absolutely.
So how did you meet your wife?
We went to high school together, high school sweethearts, yep. We went to school, when we grew up, you started high school in 8th grade, and I actually, in Spanish class, decided that I'd sit next to her during one of the big midterms and copied off her, and got in trouble for it. And here we are. That was 1989, actually 1985. So here we are, 35 years later, married. So pretty cool stuff.
For some reason, I get the general impression that you might have been a little bit of trouble as you were a high schooler.
Yeah, absolutely.
The rebellious teenager.
Yeah, that's why my mom still doesn't trust me. She thinks that I'm the screw-up that I was when I was a teenager. But yeah, absolutely. I was very rebellious. Once again, could do about anything I wanted back in the day and didn't think there was any type of repercussions. But I was very rebellious, let's say, absolutely.
Have you grown out of that, do you think?
Not 100%. Not 100%. I mean, for the most part, hanging out with Peter has made me grow up a lot, learned a lot about business, and he's a great best friend that's made me progress very quickly, for sure.
Tell me a little bit about how that relationship happened. I mean, you're in California and he's in New York. It's not like you're pen pals.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Great question. So I had known about Peter and Sal. They were the East Coast terrorizers. They dominated bracket racing on the East Coast. On the West Coast, I was pretty much their equivalent. We had very similar backgrounds. We both fathers raced. Our fathers both had very prominent bracket races on each coast. And 1992, Sal came out. He was chasing the world championship in Superstock, and his wife Tony Ann and Jimmy the Shoe, Jimmy Harrington, the three of them came out to Firebird. And I went up and talked to Sal and said, hey, I've heard a lot about you. I'd like to, I'm Kyle Seipel type of thing. And one thing led to another. We had a couple dinners out there and became very good friends. And he said, you know what? My brother's your same age, and I bet you guys are going to hit it off. And that was in '92. And I think I met Peter at the U.S. Nationals in '94. And, you know, he would be the first to admit that I was probably very cocky. He was very cocky himself also. We didn't hit it off to begin with, but one thing led to another, and we became very good friends. And it's been a great relationship. You know, I think that sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
His friendship has meant a lot to you.
Yeah. Absolutely. You know, when you have best friends, you try and make each other better people. And he's done that for me for sure. Yeah. And I hope I've done the same for him. You know, it's like I say, your best friends, you try to make each other a better person. And the best thing ever happened to me. Sure. Yeah.
This closeness has been put to the test over the past couple of years. How do you develop and maintain a friendship like that, being geographically
different coasts? Yeah.
Yeah. How does that happen?
There's a lot of texts and a lot of emails. That's for sure. Yep. You know, when we first started the Flames together, I had a full-time job at Helmet City. He has a full-time job at Beyond the Racing Products, obviously, and it was stressful. I mean, we're both working 10, 12 hours a day, our normal job, trying to do the spring cleans essentially on the side at that point. And yeah, it was very stressful. You know, there was times that he wanted to kick my ass and times I wanted to kick his ass. It wasn't very good communication, but obviously at this point we both know that what he excels at and what I excel at, and we've made a great partnership. You know, we couldn't ask for a better partner.
Well, it seems to me that even though you're an only child, he's more like a brother to you than anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. That's for sure.
Let's talk about racing a little bit from back in the day. You were a pretty good racer.
Yeah, I was pretty good late '80s, early the '90s. You know, raced with my father. Wanted to make him proud. That was most important to me, is to show my dad, listen, I've watched you race my whole life. I want to show you that I could be as good or as good as you, or possibly better. And that was my goal, to really make him proud. And we made a great team. You know, I won 10 ET finals with competed with my father, and 12 divisional championships. So we had a real good run together for sure. It was a lot of fun.
You still climbing the race car today?
Once in a while. Yep, I definitely still have that burning desire in me to do it. That being said, I like being on the other side of the fence. It's a lot more challenges to promote a race or to be a manager like Sonoma, let's say. But yeah, I still compete, absolutely.
Your relationship with Peter, even though you're close, at times you can be competitive with each other, can't you?
Oh yeah, for sure. We both drive one another in a lot of different ways. You know, he maybe made me a better person, better racer. I could wholeheartedly say he would probably say it's the same thing about myself, that I've made him a better person and racer. And we would compare notes about racing, about how to dial cars and things of that nature. And we've made each other better racers and people, for sure, most importantly.
The Flings, the Fling series, today it stands as the standard for how to do a bracket race right.
I appreciate that.
And so tell me a little bit about how that all started and the process, and what made you want to do such a crazy thing?
Well, I grew up at the racetrack, and bracket racing was always my forte. I mean, that's when we were at the dinner table, my mom and my father and I, we'd always talk about different strategies and bracket racing in general. You know, 1977, the ET Finals started in Famoso, and that was, to us, the ET Finals growing up, that was the U.S. Nationals. So bracket racing was always my thing. And growing up, at the racetrack watching different kinds of bracket racing. There never was much big bracket racing on the West Coast. So I always told myself someday I'd love to have a big bracket race on the West Coast, and met Peter in '94, and we just, you know, things progressed, and we were at in Tahoe together, our families and I, and you know, we said, you know what, bracket racing, East Coast, West Coast, it seemed to kind of people aren't having as much fun as what we kind of remember growing up, and you know, we wanted to put on a race that people would have a good time at, be a fair race, and just most importantly have fun, because we thought that aspect was really kind of falling by the wayside. So you know, we were in Tahoe, and we spent 3 days together, and probably 2 of the 3 days we were in a cabin, made a bunch of notes on what we would do and to run a race. And 11 years ago we did a race at Bristol, and we thought we did everything right. We spent about 9 months preparing for it. We got a really bad forecast. 5 days at minimum with 70% chance of rain each day. And lo and behold, the forecast scared a lot of people away for obvious reasons, but we had the race didn't get any rain, oddly enough, and we had about 160 racers, 170 racers, and we lost a considerable amount of money. Never thought we'd have the race again, pretty much, when we left, both of us, for that matter. Agreed probably not to have another race, and weeks after the event, we had a lot of positive feedback. Rachel said, you know, we had a great time. We'd love to come to another one of your races, and we decided to do another one in Bristol, and I think that 160, 170 car count went to 300. Had a very profitable and fun event, and things have progressed, and that's pretty much how it started, absolutely.
The fling is sort of about the race, but it's more about the experience.
It truly is. That's our motto, race experience. But you're right. You know, part of the business model is that most bracket races race at a very small track. They're not used to coming to a facility similar to Sonoma. We want to bring them to a facility that has a wow factor. Like, wow, I never thought I'd be able to race at a venue like this. So the facilities that we have chosen over the years, Bristol, Vegas, Galat, have that wow factor. And we wanted to treat the racers, not only have that wow factor, but wanted to treat them like a professional. We had the live feed, which back in the day wasn't so prominent, and we'd interview them as they won the event, and just try to put them on the big stage, so to speak, and treat them like they were a professional racer, that they wouldn't have an experience like this anywhere else. And we're very fortunate to have a lot of manufacturer support from the get-go that helped us progress very quickly, and we never take that for granted, for sure.
The Spring Fling is a very innovative event as well. It's different than bracket races were at the time, and now, like I said, it's become the standard.
Yeah, but we decided early on we'd like to separate door cars from dragsters. You know, when we first started, there was probably 20 to 25% door cars, 75% dragsters, let's say, and we thought that if we could even the playing field and have a reason for door cars to come out and think they had a fighting chance, which at the time they're really for the most part, door cars didn't really think they had a chance against dragsters at that time, at least, and we'd separate them until they were down to 16 cars or less. And you're right, we've done we were fortunate enough to do True Start with Bob Brockmeyer, something that Peter and I are very passionate about, the worst red light rule. And there's been quite a few other things that a lot of our competitors have followed, and we're very fortunate, for sure.
Looking on the horizon, what do you see with the fling? What do you think the next big thing will be, or what's the next step for the flings?
Well, for us, it's probably going to another event. You know, we've been very slow to grow. We want to make sure that we make these events the best we can. You know, we both have young families, and I have a job at Sonoma. He has a job at Beyond the Racing Products, and we want to make sure that we don't spread ourselves too thin to this point. But we think that we've fine-tuned the model enough to go to another venue, another event. So I think here shortly you'll find that we're going to go to a fourth event, and who knows what leads from there. You know, we progress very slowly. We try to make sure that we have enough demand to go to these events, and once again, you know, we feel going to a fourth event is the right thing, and that's what you'll see within a short time frame, for sure.
The sport has been a part of your whole life. What do you find the best part of the sport?
I'd say the friendships, camaraderie, friendships. You know, it's pretty much all I know. But that being said, it's all about memories for me. I mean, I would say that 90% of my friends that I hang out with is because of drag racing, quite honestly. And right before this interview, as a matter of fact, I was at the LODRS trailer, and there was 10 of us just telling stories for the last 20, 30 years that it's just, it's all about memories for me, for sure.
How'd you get the nickname, Big Nasty?
That's Andy Morris. Andy Morris from Division 6. He came up with that name. You know, I think that it's more about the late 1990s, early 2000s that I was very fortunate to turn on a lot of win lights, and he said, you know what, I think I'm going to call you the Big Nasty because nobody could shut you down. But you know, I used to weigh 270 pounds at that around that time frame also. So it's a little combination of my size, let's say, and my presence on the dragster back then, at least.
So talk about your reputation on the drag strip. When somebody pulled up next to you, what's going through their head, or what do you think's going through their head?
I don't know. That's a great question. You know, it depends on what you're. Like you say, I was very fortunate in the 90s and early 2000s to where I was turning on a lot of win lights, and mostly I choose that mostly because we were so much ahead of the curve. My father and Dan DeVita were very prominent bracket racers back in the day. Danny actually works for me now here at the track, and they were on cutting edge of technology, delay boxes, throttle stops, you know, dialing cars to that matter, and you know, I was gifted with a lot of skills behind the wheel, but most importantly, I think that the equipment we had might not have been superior, but we had a lot of knowledge that a lot of other racers didn't have, and I think that's probably what was going through their mind, that, you know, Kyle's a good racer, but I know that Danny and his dad, Ted, have taught him a lot, so I better be on my toes.
So growing up, and even today, your dad is your hero, but who else do you feel like is a mentor in your life to really help influence you and guide you? Yeah,
Dan DeVita, most certainly. You know, he's a second father to me. But I find myself, when I was growing up in the tower at Fremont, I remember whenever it was called the WCS back then. That was, I think, the Winston Championship Series, which is the Lucas Oil equivalent now. I would always watch some particular drivers, and there was a lot of different categories. Bill Meropoulos in Comp Eliminator, he was one of my heroes. He was an innovator, always a very good driver. And Brad Anderson, you know, alcohol funny car racer, he was a big influence on me. My mom ran the track at Fremont. I always looked up to him. He was, once again, an innovator. And I tried to take a little bit, I would be in the tower working the computer pretty much. And I always tried to watch the racers that were winning a lot. And I tried to take a little bit from each driver to emulate that in my own driving myself. Yep.
Well, let's fast forward a little bit. You moved into managing this track where you spent a lot of your life, and it's gone through quite a bit of change since back in the old days.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. You know, my mom ran this track for 29 years, decided that she wanted to retire, and she was kind enough to hand me the keys, and she's worked for a great staff out here at Sonoma, and that made, between knowing the staff prior, and when I say staff, pretty much the upper management here at Sonoma, but also just as important, I knew I already had a relationship with a lot of the upper management here as it was through my mother, but probably the most important thing is that the staff that she had here in place, a majority of the employees that worked here 20 or more years, and you know, it was pretty much going back to a racing analogy, it's like handing me a pro stock car. All I have to do is make sure I get it from point A to point B. Everything was in order. Anything from ticket sales to track prep. The things that I was good at promoting and things of that nature is what the track needed the most. And I could utilize what was in place already as far as a staff. And I'm not one to go out there and scrape the track, do the rollout. I'm not one to be. That isn't my forte. My forte is more marketing and putting on the event. So it's kind of a great match, and the staff has had my back. I've been here now for 4 years, and it's been great. You know, between doing this and the Flings, it's I couldn't ask for a better opportunity and better lifestyle, quite honestly.
Lifestyle is important. You have a wife and you have young children, basically young children.
Yep.
A little later in life when you became a father.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a 6-year-old son, Hudson, 14-year-old daughter, Sydney, and she's a high schooler. He's in the 1st grade, and yeah, they're very important to me. My wife is a high school principal, and she's been in that trade for about 10 years now, and you know, they always have my back in all my racing endeavors, and I have their back in their careers and their school and any type of activities, and it's been a lot of fun. You know, I never did any kind of sports growing up, so Sydney's been in soccer and swimming, and it's been fun to do those weekend activities that I never had a chance to do myself growing up.
Well, as you said, your wife's had your back, and so let's talk about the past couple of years. And life can turn on a dime, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It hit me square in the face, absolutely.
So tell me a little bit about that, kind of that day. I believe the story is you went to the dentist.
Yep.
Just for a little bit of dental work. And,
sure.
And life took a major turn.
Absolutely. One thing led to another. I was at the dentist and they said, you have a little growth on the side of your tongue. You probably should get that checked out. So I went to my family doctor. He took a look. You know, we better see ear, nose, and throat specialist. So I went to him. All right, well, you know, you have like a 1% chance, but we need to take a little sample of your tongue. Let's take a sample of your tongue tissue, see what comes back. I'm like, oh, 1% chance. Why are we even doing this, you know? But all right, let's go for it. So he takes a sample of my tongue, and I'll never forget, I was at home with Hudson. Got the 2 days, 36 hours later, let's say. The doctor calls up and says, Kyle? I said, yeah. He said, I have to talk to you. I'm like, yeah, what's going on? He says, well, you have squamous cell cancer. I said, oh, okay. Well, you know, here Hudson's shooting me with the damn water hose at the time. We're having a good time, and you're telling me I have cancer. I mean, it hit me like a ton of bricks. So, obviously, and so they said, you know, we need to start. You're going to have a 6 or 7 hour surgery, remove about a third of your tongue. And we're gonna go in, and we're gonna take care of this. So, you know, probably about 3 to 4 weeks later, we had the surgery. During the surgery, there was more cancer than anticipated. There was cancer in my lymph nodes. They took out about 30 lymph nodes, and said, well, you know, the cancer was a little more aggressive than we thought, but that just means that you're gonna have to have radiation. You're gonna have to have chemotherapy, and then, you know, things, by all means, everything should be back to normal. So we went through about 3 or 4 months of treatments there, radiation treatments and chemotherapy, and did that process. Everything was fine. You know, said, all right, well, everything should be good. And then probably about 6 to 9 months after I got done with the radiation chemotherapy, I developed a cough, and had this cough for about a month. And my wife said, listen, this isn't normal. So called up my oncologist, and she said, you know what, we should probably have a scan, see what's going on. And got the call, had the scan done. Once again, thinking, probably, I've got a little cough, no big deal. And doctor calls up and says, well, you know, I hate to tell you this, but you probably have 2 to 3 months to live. I'm like, what, 2 to 3 months to live? What are you talking about? Yeah, you have lung cancer now. The cancer that's transferred from your tongue to your lungs, and you have 2 to 3 months to live. And so, you know, being as competitive as I am, I said, we're gonna change this right away. So the best that we could. So came up with the game plan. Decided that, you know, I had Kaiser, which Kaiser has pluses and minuses. I'll be the first to admit, but they were pretty much limited on what kind of treatment that they could give me. They've already given me a prognosis of living for 2 to 3 months. I was not taking that for an answer. So I have a lot of great friends, and decided they'd start pulling their money together to pretty much explore different options as far as treatment went. So we went over to MD Anderson, my wife, Peter, Emily. We teamed up, said, listen, we're going to come up with a game plan. let's go to MD Anderson in Houston. That's one of the best Kaiser establishments there are in the nation. And then also Jake Coughlin, very good friend of mine, ours too, Peter, Emily, my wife Dana. He's had some connections at the James at Ohio State. And so we set up an appointment there. We said, we're just going to go to MD Anderson, we're going to go to the James, figure out what they would do. We have a little bit of money that what people have donated. Let's take that money and figure out a plan here. So the four of us went to MD Anderson, had a very good visit with some doctors there. My wife flew home, Emily flew back to New York. Peter and I went to the James, had another good visit there, and decided that the doctors at the James would work with Kaiser. They would come up with what they would work together, come up with a game plan that they thought would give me the best chance of survival. And luckily for me, I had a very young and aggressive oncologist at Kaiser that was willing to listen to the doctors at the James, that she got everything authorized, which was, I wouldn't say impossible, but I was very fortunate that they were able to work together, let's just say. And we started a very aggressive treatment plan there. And gosh, at this point, put it in the rearview mirror, but probably 6 to 9 months worth of treatment. And, I've beaten stage 4 cancer at this point 3 times in my life now, so I'm very fortunate.
3 times?
Hold on, I didn't beat it, because it's come back twice now. I'm 3 times total, but I'm never going to say I beat it, but I have cancer in the corner, Warren. Let's just say that I got tucked in the corner, things are getting back to normal, and I'm very happy, very, very, very fortunate.
So when you went to the dentist, or prior to that visit, did you anticipate anything? Did you feel anything?
No, nothing at all. Everybody always asks that, and to this day, they have no idea how I got the cancer, which to me is absolutely crazy. I mean, I had no symptoms. I didn't chew tobacco. I didn't smoke. I didn't have any of that, and no signs at all prior. Like, pretty much, I thought I was invincible. I really did. And, everything happens for a reason. I've realized that at this point in my life, and maybe it was a way of grounding myself, but it was good. I mean, I wouldn't say it was good, but definitely made me more grounded. I realized that I can't control as much as I thought I could, and, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, but here we are. Like I say, we've gotten stage 4 cancer in the rearview mirror 3 times now, so very, very, very lucky for sure.
Well, you've got 2 armbands on. I'm going to kind of ask you about both, but the first one on your left hand.
Yep, this is Team Chaos. That was a lot of the financial support that I received. People from all across the United States bought these wristbands as donations. And, I keep this on my wrist to realize that I'm not in this battle alone. We're all in this together. And the right one, Marco Perevalaris gave this to me. He says, trust the process. So whenever I get down and out or something, I look at this, Marco reminds me that trust the process. His family and father have been through some similar items, some similar things to myself, and that's how these 2 represent.
When you got the prognosis, did you have any idea that you had thousands of people across the country that were in your corner?
No, not at all. Absolutely not. It was astonishing. Is probably the right adjective to use. I had no idea. I knew I had a lot of friends, but and that's what got me through it. When I was down and out like anybody would be. There's highs and lows, and I just remember that everybody has my back, and that really got me through a lot of these different, a lot of the lows in my life through this cancer battle. But no, to answer your question, absolutely not. I had no idea I had this much support nationwide. It's very, very eyebrow raising, very fortunate once again. But no, I had no idea I had this much support. Not at all.
Well, this would be a good opportunity. I know you've talked to a lot of people, as you always do, but if you could say anything to those people that supported you, what would you say?
It's thank you. It's very cliche, but thank you. I mean, you guys got me through this. Unless you've been through cancer, you don't have no idea what it takes. you got to really, really, really dig deep. And, whenever I have my doubts, I look at this wristband and I say, listen, I got people across the country counting on me. And I would say thank you is, it's not even the right adjective to use, but what I would say is thank you to everybody, absolutely. I mean, just the donations alone allowed me to explore different options that, a lot of people didn't have. I've been through chemotherapy so much that, I met a lot of people on this route, this cancer route, that weren't as fortunate as myself to have the options I had, and to have that financial support behind me has made all the difference in the world.
Well, one thing I can say, because even though I've known of you, I never met you until after your cancer situation developed.
Sure.
But it has always struck me your positive attitude, having the right attitude about it. Talk a little bit about that and your approach.
I've always been a positive person. I always kid a good buddy of mine, Dan Fletcher. He always says the glass is half empty. I'm always a half full type of guy. So, I've always had a positive attitude. And once I got diagnosed, my competitive side came in, and I always told myself that, listen, there's somebody out there that has this worse than I have it. And if there's somebody out there that has this worse than I have it and they're surviving, then I'm going to beat this, So positive attitude along with not wanting to lose, it definitely got me through it.
If you look at your perspective on life before cancer and your perspective on life now, how much has it changed? A lot. Most obviously it's changed a bunch. You don't take the small things for granted, anything from a meal at home with your family to a win light maybe not turning on. Your perspective is completely different. You realize that the small things in life aren't so small, and I'd say that you don't take things for granted. For sure, you have a whole different perspective, and don't take anything for granted, for sure. Do you realize how much your fight inspires others?
The older I get to that, I do, yeah. And, I've met a lot of people in this process that, I try to look at perspective once again. That's what I've gotten out of this, a lot of this perspective. I've been fortunate, believe it or not, John Schumacher, who I didn't know very much at all, helped me out a bunch. He had a very similar tongue cancer, and it's, at my age, you don't really have anybody you could talk to that kind of I needed to have a coach, let's say, that, listen, you're going to have these emotions, you're going to have this to happen when you have chemotherapy, and Don was actually very informative and a very good friend that I could text at any time, and so the reason why I bring that up is I've tried to do that with other cancer survivors, to where things that got me through my cancer battle, I've tried to give them inspiration to do the same.
What relationships in your life have gotten you through it, and how have they helped you?
I really can't pinpoint one. It's been, like I say, Don Schumacher. I could name probably 10 different individuals that have got me through this. But there's not just one. Obviously my family support first and foremost, my friend support first and foremost, Peter and Emily instrumental. But it's not just one thing. It's just trying to take everything and trying to combine everything into one big team. And I would say that's what's got me through it, is not one individual, but the whole team concept got me through these battles.
If there were do-overs, what would you tell your younger self about what was going to happen in your life, and would you change anything about the way you lived your life?
Well, shoot, everybody has that, I think that, I don't even know how to put this, but when I was growing up, my father and I dominated, but we never won a world championship. And, he was, once again, very modest, what the best way to explain it is probably, I had big aspirations to be a world champion, a prominent racer. He was more small budget, let's just do everything on a very small scale. I wanted to be a world champion. So we had a lot of success together, but I decided to do other endeavors with I raced for a lot of different teams, which I wouldn't change at all at the time, but I would say if it changed anything, I would probably race with my father more than I did, just to have those memories, instead of I guess it was pretty much ego-based, really, to be honest with you. I wanted to have more opportunities than what my father could present, but I thought that my father was limiting my opportunities to a certain extent because he didn't have the aspirations to be world champion. He just wanted to have, for him it was mostly about, I wouldn't say dollars and cents, but for him it was more practical, and to chase a world championship, you're never going to make any type of money. But I had these aspirations to be a world champion. I wanted to branch out and race with other people, which has given me a lot of opportunities. But that being said, to change anything, I'd probably say that I'd race with my father a lot longer than I did, even though we still hang out together, but it's not the same. I would say to change something, that's probably the main thing.
The people that are closest to you, what would they, if they were going to describe Kyle Seipel, what do you think they would say about you?
He's a crazy bastard. You never know what's going to come out of his mouth. No, who knows? I try to treat people the way that I like to be treated, and I would hope that most would say that, Kyle will have your back all the time. Yeah, that'd be important to me.
Well, I can tell you, when talking with Peter, the biggest quality that he talked about with you was that you put other people first. No matter what your situation is, that you put other people first.
That's cool.
It's always a good thing to know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. That's important to me too. Yep, sure. I mean, I don't always do that, trust me, but I definitely always try to be coherent about that for sure. Yep.
If you're looking out at your future, how far out do you look, and what do you see?
Well, everything that I've been through, you pretty much live, I wouldn't say day to day, but you don't take a day for granted. So that being said, I don't have, a 5-10 year plan. I want to be the best husband, the best father, the best partner, the best friend, let's say, to Peter. I'd say I have short-term goals, and the short-term goals is to be, once again, the best in those, best promoter, the best track manager, the best father, the best husband, the best friend I can be, and that's most important to me. Racing has got me where I am, but that being said, I would say that that's the most important items, and these spring flings have been the best thing that ever happened to myself, and we continue to grow those, and if we can still have success, have a good time, and continue to grow those events, that'd be important also.
You're still having fun.
Absolutely. That'll never change.
It's your opportunity. Super Gas. One test hit to adjust for the 8th mile index of 6:35. Super Gas needs your lanes now, please.
Well, alrighty then. 8th mile racing here at the strip at LVMS. There's been a lot of it done here over the years. Not quite so much in the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Let me see something here. Man, back down to 54 degrees. 2,724 feet of density altitude. And here we go. Dave Adams on the left side, Jake Rutledge on the right. The new target down on the scoreboard. How many guys do you think are going to take a picture of this and go, yeah, here, this is me and my Super Streeter. Dialed in at 695. I would. I mean, why wouldn't a guy? Or a gal? Obviously, the throttle stop's a whole lot different for an 8 mile than it is for a quarter mile. 7 flat to a 705. Those two guys both pretty close right out of the box. They'll adjust from there and get ready to come back and race. One free time run. Hey, listen up in the pits. Oh, attention to pits. Super Comp. Super Comp for your 8th mile time run. Come on down. Super Comp. 8th mile time run. You want it? Come get it. Dave Thompson, Dan Bain, left to right. Red lights work just the same on an 8 mile race as they do on a quarter mile race. And they don't count in practice just like they don't on a quarter mile race. 707, 117 miles an hour for Dan Bain. Thompson's going to have to pull a whole lot more stop out of that baby. Now it's Trevor Larson, Scott Michelle. Super Comp, you want the time run? Come get it. Super Comp. To the lanes, please. Scott Michelle's car got out of the groove and was just kind of weird the whole trip. 710, 97 miles an hour. 704, 119 for Trevor Larson. I just thought of something. If you're a top-end throttle stop guy, oops, that'd be a little different, wouldn't it? Chris Bracey on the left side, John Bycroft in the right. Big block Camaro, small block Dart. .703, 110 miles an hour for Bracey. Bycroft goes 708. 105, both of them with double O hits at the tree, so they haven't forgot how to drive this end of the racetrack. Just got to figure out what to do at the other end of the racetrack. Jimmy Galante on a solo. .709 for Jimmy Galante. 115 miles an hour. Is it just me or has nobody been in the sixes yet? I don't believe we've had a 6-second run yet with a 695 index. Wade Samuel, John Dexter. Listen up to the pits. Attention to pits. I'll call Dragster. I'll call Funny Car. Come on down. Need you now, please. I'll call Dragster and Funny Car to the lanes, please. .705 to a 705. 007 Dexter, 005 red for Wade. And now it's Shelby Williams. I'll call Dragster. I'll call Funny Car. Need you to the lanes, please. And Shelby just did a burnout, getting pushed off the starting line. Fortunately for her, this was a time run and not the next round of competition. Unfortunately for her, assuming they can fix it, they're going to have to try to figure out how to make that baby run 695 without the assistance of a time run.
That car looked good on the trail.
Super Comp, final call. Attention on pits. Final call, Super Comp. If you want the practice run, now's the time. I'll call Dragster. I'll call Funny Car. Need you to staging lanes. Tim Parker left, Ray Schoeneman right. See if we can get somebody on a 635 down there. Interestingly enough, a tenth of a second was the closest anybody in Super Street got. Index 695, and there were a whole lot of guys ran 705. But nobody ran into sixes. $650 and $650. Take a whole pile of numbers out of the box. Those guys are like that. Butch Clewine, Paul Weekman. Butch left. Paul right. .643, 125 miles an hour for Butch. Paul goes 006, 646. See, the issue with 8 Mile racing, the thing that makes 8 Mile racing so much more difficult than quarter mile racing is you only have half as much time to make the wrong decision. Tommy Stalba left, Joe Fisher right. If you're like me and you know you're going to screw up the finish line, you only have half as much time to figure out how to screw it up. 6:31, Tommy Stalba. That's the first car we've seen go under. And 6:61 for Joe Fisher. Man, that thing kicked the tail when it came off the stop pretty substantially. Gary Cook left, Marco Paravalaris right. He totaled 7 thousandths of a second, turned both of them red. And a 6:32 for Marco. All right, looks like he and Tommy Stalba both studied for the test. Gary Cook goes 6.66 at 110 miles an hour. His car was dancing down the center line. Hey, listen up in the pits. Oh, attention to the pits. Top dragster, you will follow alcohol. Get them warmed up. We're going to be calling you in here pretty quick. All right, listen up. It's going to be top dragster, comp eliminator, super gas, top sportsman, because we got that extra round of super gas, and then we'll try to get back into our rotation. 6:34.8 for Steve Williams. Right now, he's looking like the man. Don Anderson goes 6:59 at 132. And yes, I know the super gassers are in their cars in the lanes and are not listening to me, but somebody share that with them, please. Val Torres left, Darrell Mitchell right. Val Torres, who has already won himself a division championship this year. And I'm guessing he's rooting for Jimmy DeFrank, just because Val and Jimmy have won so many of them together. It'd be like old time's sake to have a pretend virtual, not really banquet, and have the two of them be there. Darrell Mitchell goes 6:33, 6:48 for Val. Hey, listen up in the pits. Oh, attention to the pits. Top dragster. Let's go ahead and make it official. Bring him to the staging lanes, please. Top dragster to the lanes for round number 2. Looks like we got Alcohol Dragster, Alcohol Funny Car ready to go. So again, top dragster, need you to the lanes now, please. Remember, dialing them into the 8th mile. Fellow, 20 on the bulb. 6:31 on the track. And for Davey Adams, hot lapped it back after making a run at his super streeter. Brings up the bends. 631. 114 miles an hour, so that'll take a minor adjustment, and he'll be ready to go. Now we'll swap over into Super Comp, and then we'll get back into competition. .575, the index here as we roll into our Super Comp. Steve Kasner on the left side. Russ Stevenson in the right. Top Dragster, we need you guys up here, please. Top Dragster, round number 2. Come on up. Yep, reaction time is a skill that doesn't change. 596, 146 miles an hour for Steve Kasner. Russ Stevenson goes 646. I'm guessing that the harder you hit the throttle stop, the tougher it's going to be to make the adjustment here. If you're used to cooking it out the back door at 180 plus miles an hour, you're going to have to make a whole lot bigger adjustment than a guy that used to going out the back at 162. Lori Warden and Jack Sadler in right now. .578, 133, Jack Sadler. All right, that'll play. 006 reaction time. Lori goes 584 at 139 after being 004 on the wrong side. Blake Williams. Left lane. Mike Lane in the right. .585, 136 miles an hour, Blake Williams, and a perfect reaction time. Mike Lane, 606 at 137 miles an hour. Now it's Tom Baer and Ryan Diestato. It's definitely chillier out there, even though it looked like the sun was trying to peek out for a minute. That is, it doesn't seem nearly as breezy, and that's definitely good. And then 593 at 135 miles an hour, 580, 134 for Tom Baer. Chris Vang and Tim Parker. We've got to the Colorado portion. of the program. And it looks like our alcohol dragsters are getting ready to pull up in the arch. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top dragster, this is final call. I need you guys and gals into the staging lanes. Top dragster, need you in the lanes. Top dragster will be followed by comp eliminator, and then super gas. And super gas is a round behind. And then we'll go into top sportsman, and I believe at that point we'll go back into the regular rotation. But top dragster needs you right now. Final call. You will be followed by competition eliminator, and then super gas. Side, second time we've seen that actually in the practice run, and then a 569 for Tim Parker, 583 for Chris Vang. Those two could compare notes and figure out exactly where they need to be, because one's too quick and one's not too quick enough. Right, not too quick enough. I said that right. Mike Cornelius gonna be the last one, and then our alcohol cars are pulling up, getting ready to go. .577, Mike Cornelius. Well, there you go. Making it look easy at 135 miles per hour. .06 degrees out there right now. 2,498.87 feet. Water grain's up a little bit. I mean, not compared to Houston, but compared to here. As we plug in the first two alcohol cars. Alcohol funny cars are pulling forward. Semifinals, T, A, D. Got three injected cars trying to get Joey Severance surrounded. Word to the wise. Surrounding Joey Severance often ends with him coming out fighting and going home with the trophy. Especially here. Something about this place. Firing up Mike Burns' car, let it build a little heat. And we should be giving Joey the signal here pretty quick. And there it is. Severance left side out of Oregon. Mike Burns out of Bisbee. This probably is pretty close to meet in the middle. I mean, not exactly. I guess Oregon's a little further away, but Well, a whole lot closer than the next matchup's going to be, where one guy's from Boulder City and the other lady's from New Jersey. You don't exactly need a PhD in geometry to know which one of those is further away. And for Mike Burns, looks like unable to get that thing backed up. It is still running down there. And I believe they just shut that thing down. They're going to need to get Mike out of it, get him over the wall so Joey can go ahead and make his run. Yep, he'll get out of the car, get over the wall, we'll send Joey on his way, and the only thing he's doing right now is racing for lane choice. Tough break for Mike Burns. Got the win in the first round, came back here and not even able to contest the second round. Well, let's see if Joey decides to press the issue for lane choice. I'm guessing like a chilly day on a chilly track. This thing could run pretty good. And that'll just make Mike Burns even sicker to his stomach, knowing that that was a winnable race. As Joey's car just climbed right up on the tire, and that was at 11:43 at 104 miles an hour. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say whoever wins this next matchup is going to have lane choice in the final. Didn't say it was a little limb. I just, like I say, hate it for Mike Burns, especially when you saw it happen to Joey out there, when you realized that that was a winnable race. That's one thing about NHRA Championship drag racing, no second chances. You can't go a lap down and come back. So a 11:43 elapsed time for Joey puts him in a final. And looks like they got Mike's car in neutral, and we'll get it clear here, hopefully without running over its driver. Then we'll find out if Jackie or Dwayne going to come back and take on Mr. Severance. I wonder if Sean Frick has reminded his wife, you know, I've already won a trophy this week, honey. What about you? Probably not, because he's smarter than I am. I would have mentioned it. All righty, let's fire him up. These two teams are a lot more familiar with each other than you might think, one being from here and one being from New Jersey, because if you follow the category, you know that Dwayne, during the year, leaves his car out on the west coast, or out on the east coast, claims the southeastern region. And Jackie will spend quite a bit of her time there as well. All right, competition eliminator, let's come on down. Top dragster should be all in there and pulling forward. Down eliminator, need you to lanes. Super gas, you will follow comp since you are around behind. So get them topped off and be ready. Stop, Brian. Stop, Brian. Oh, I thought they'd pull that dragster out of there before they plugged up the driveway. I don't know why you park on a driveway and drive on a parkway. I don't even know why the sky is blue or why the grass is green. And you think to yourself, what time does Slap Happy Hour start? It ain't far. Dwayne Shields on the right side. Jackie Frickin' left side. Winner gets Joey. Had to pedal it. 528, 277 miles an hour for Dwayne Shields. Saw Jackie's car rattle off the starting line. She had to give it a quick pedal out there. Dwayne did not, and that was pretty much the story of the race. 5.287 for the win. And Dwayne Shields at his home racetrack. Going to come back and race Joey in the final. And Dwayne, hey, congratulations to the Shields team. They finally outran the girl. What? That's the first run they made where they went faster than Madison. Oh, come on. You want to know how smart Maddie Payne is? When she was up in the tower filling out her paperwork after she did her licensing runs yesterday, I said, hey, did you point out to your dad that you're now quicker and faster than he's ever been? She said, nope, you did that, and I let it go. That is a smart girl. Funny cars at the ready line as we get ready for Brian Howg and Chris Marshall. Let's see. The 4 funny cars we have left here last year in the championship were number 1, 2, 4, and 8. We got us some high-quality players. As Joey goes back, and oh, by the way, I don't think I mentioned this, but I want to make sure everybody's following along. Dwayne will have lane choice in that final round. Dwayne could double his time and have lane choice in the final round. Chris Marshall and Brian Howg. Comp Eliminator, come on down. Need you, please. Comp Eliminator, come on down. How about this? One of these things is not like the other. Chris Marshall has his wife on the starting line with him. Brian Howg has his wife on the starting line with him. Jay Payne has his wife on the starting line with him. Sean Bellamere's got Steve Boggs. Just pointing it out. Marshall, the number 2 qualifier, Brian Howg. The number 3. Chris had to pedal it, takes his foot off the gas. 548. 267 miles an hour for Brian Howg. That's a nice looking run out there. For the Oregon Motor Coach Cascade Trailer Team, 962. Comes up for Chris Marshall. They had a problem earlier in the day and came back and shook and rattled and had to shut off that time. But a 5.488. Put Brian Howg in the final round against whoever wins this one. All right, comp eliminator. Oh, attention to pits. Comp eliminator. Let's make this final call. You need to be in lanes, please. Comp, final call. And let's make it first call for Super Gas. Super Gas. Ready when you are. Sean Bellemere. Wow, Jay. New tires? You want to know what that was? And I'm being serious. You want to know what that was? That was a this might be my last burnout of the year burnout. And Jay likes doing burnouts. It's as simple as that. Steve Boggs is not a big fan of big burnouts. I think the happiest I ever saw Sean Bellemere was after they had won the championship. They did that, locked it up in Dallas a couple years ago. They were coming back to run Pomona. And he was talking to Steve Boggs, who has a very regimented system. And he asked Steve, he says, can I just once do a really big burnout, my home track from it, now that we've got the championship locked up? And Steve told him, go ahead and do it. That was a heck of a burnout. Jay Payne, as in John Payne Trucking, and Sean Bellemere, who is a master cam both of them with a clean run down the racetrack. 5:49 at 269 miles an hour for Bellemere. Well, that means Brian Haug's going to have lane choice, and let's see. Brian was in the left lane, and Sean was in the right lane. Don't think that'll bother him. 5:64 for Jay at 260 miles an hour. 5.643 at 260 miles an hour. And if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, Jay is not taking that car home with him. So it'll be Sean and Brian getting ready to go in the final round. We've got Top Dragster under the arch. Right here at the ready line, we've got Comp Eliminator matching up back in the staging lanes, and we've got Super Gas. Attention to the pits. Super Gas. I need you to the lanes, please. We'll go Super Gas, then we're going to go into Top Sportsman, back into the regular rotation. Motorcycles, come on down. Sportsman Motorcycle, need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Gas and Sportsman Motorcycle, the staging lanes. All right, getting ready to fire off with Top Dragster. Who wants to fire off with Top Dragster? Did you say not me? The first car up is dialed 399.
Yay! I like that.
That's pretty fast. Actually, I might have lied to you. The first car up is going to be a single. The left lane first pair will be... Oh, why am I explaining this? Nathan, it's your problem.
are firing things off here in Top Dragster. It is going to be a single. The single will be Don Sefton. Sefton was going to meet up with Mike McBrayer. McBrayer opting not to make the run here, either that or the car opted not to make the run, one of the two, but either way. McBrayer is not on the starting line. Don Sefton is in the Truck Town sponsored ride. Dialed in at 4.38 seconds, will be the first of our top dragsters to fire off in the 8-mile configuration. As Sefton, with an 0.52 reaction time, goes 4:37.4 on the 4:38 dial. And as we are looking out the window here, Alan Reinhardt is kind of still doing the play-by-play on, unfortunately, Michael and Raleigh's car. They were trying. The car was not firing, and right as we started to chat about that a little bit, you heard that big, wicked, I mean, it's not, doesn't say wicked on the side of it, but the timid tiger that is not so timid. That thing is like, catch a tiger by its tail. That's a tiger you don't want to try to hold on to the tail. But that is Michael Lynn, over on the left side of the racetrack with a 3.99 second dial to the 8th mile. And Greg Hicks, the realtor from right here in Las Vegas, out of Hollywood. Well, that's what we call him, is Hollywood. He's dialed in at 4.66 seconds. So Greg Hicks, in the 8th mile race, going to get himself a nice significant little head start before Michael and Raleigh lets the Tiger roar, and we'll do the chasing here on this one. So as top dragster, we're now down in round number 2, and it is at that point where, as we are looking at this, again, we've called it top dragster, we've called comp, super gas, motorcycle, here comes Michael Lynn. Hicks gets out of the throttle, and Michael Lynn Raleigh goes 4:07 on the 399 to get the win light. Greg Hicks, leaving the starting line, was 10 on the tree. The car moved about a full car width out of the groove, and Greg Hicks very wisely, at least this is what I saw from my standpoint, as Greg started to make that move over to the right side, decided that this is not going to go the direction that I wanted to. He backs out of the throttle, goes 5:29 at just 95 miles an hour. Michael Lynn Raleigh gets by. Michael Lynn had given up 0.04 of a second advantage at this end of the racetrack. And again, we are talking about only half the distance to make up for any mistakes on the starting line. Michael Lynn survives, moves into round number 3 as Megan Molinari and Ken Moses will be the next two. Molinari's car, one of those cars that will just rock you to sleep on the starting line. Look at the way that thing is just like loping. I love that. 4.19. The dial in on Megan's car for the S&T truck repair team out of Battleground, Washington. Left side, as we hold up here just for a moment, got to get Michael Lynn's car clear the top end of the racetrack. At least that's what I'm seeing down there with the red flashing lights. It looks like we are clear at the top end. Ken Moses dialed in at 4:38. Going to roll in and stage it up on the left side. The New Jersey-based car. Already got a couple of Lucas Oil divisional wins under his belt. Back there on the East Coast, now matching up with Miss Molinari. As away we go. Moses off and away, Megan closing in, and it's going to be Ken Moses who gets the win light this time. Ken goes 4.40 seconds on the 438, 0.02 of a second above the dial, was 0.15 on the tree, not bad, and gets the win light. Megan Molinari was 007 leaving this end of the racetrack, got there first by 45 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 9 thousandths of a second. 4:18 on the 4:19. Molinari runs a little bit too quick. And will check out of the event is now Brianna Weens and Craig Blaisdell. Blaisdell here on the right side with that extra plumbing hanging off the left side of the motor in that 18 Miller chassis. Dialed in at 4.06 seconds, Brianna Weens. Dialed in at 4.28 for the Ted Weens Tire and Auto Center sponsored car. Brianna, who's been doing this since the junior dragster days. Made the step up into the top dragster ranks. I believe it was about early part of last year. They're both in Whoa! Craig Blaisdell leaves the starting line late and then blows some pieces off of the car. About 75 feet down the racetrack. Brianna Weens goes 4:31 on the 4:28. I'm sorry, Ungerfer's got me. I'm like 4:21 on the fourth. He goes, looks like an 80. I'm like, what? But he might have been right. Whether it was 75 feet, it landed about 83 feet down the racetrack, and that has since been taken care of and moved over to the opposite side of the wall. But the win light belongs to Brianna as Kenny Upton is going to get the solo shot here. Upton, who was able to get out of round number one in that 2-for-1, comes back here with the laddered solo and is dialed in at 4:56. Upton, for the folks at Parkour out of Garden Grove, California, gets the solo shot. And again, it does look like we've got many of our motorcycles making their way back in to the staging lanes, and as usual, it looks like they're huddling up for warmth. All right, maybe not that, but they're making their way back there. Eliminator should be back there. Super Gas should be back there. And Kenny Upton leaves the starting line and gets out of the throttle very early. Ends up running 7:41 at 69. Top Sportsman, your attention, please. Top Sportsman will take you to the staging lanes as well, please. Top Sportsman. We'll get you back into the lanes and get you paired up, please. So Top Sportsman, come on down. It's your turn. So as Kenny hits the throttle, gets out of it real quick, cruises through to 7:41, officially advancing is Yeshua Wilcox and Mark Simmons. Will be our next two. Simmons, out of Alberta, the Medicine Hat runner. Dialed in at 4.04 seconds, Yeshua Wilcox. For Team Steve Schmidt competition engines. That Schmidt-built 632 cubic inch power plant, dialed in at 4.91. So with a little more than a 9/10ths of a second difference in the dial, Yeshua will get the opportunity to lead first. Hey, once again, competition eliminator. We are still looking for you in the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Yeshua turns it red by 14/1000ths of a second and will bow out of the competition. Mark Simmons wasn't going to make it easy no matter what. 006 and dead on 3. Mark Simmons is 9 thou total on this 8th mile lap. 006 dead 3 for Simmons. Yeshua let go 14/1000ths of a second before he should have. Runs down to go 497 on the 491. As he bows out of the competition is now Ed Olpen and Terry White. Ed, going to watch as the standard staging process takes place with Ed Olpen. Terry White. Ed will wait until Terry goes in, lights up the top bulb, and then we'll roll right in, turning on both bulbs. For Olpen, that's something he's been doing probably for the last, I guess, 3, maybe 4 years now that I've been seeing him doing that. But the funeral director out of Utah former division champ in a couple of categories. Sits on the right side of the racetrack, dialed in at 431. Terry White will get the head start in this matchup as he's dialed in at 469, and Terry leaves early. By 35 thousandths of a second, the red light is on. Terry White bows out of competition. Ed Olpen had a 10 bulb and goes 437 on the 431. Terry White gets out of the throttle, runs 644 at just 100 miles an hour down the racetrack. Ed Olpen grabs the invitation to round number 3 of Top Dragster is now Chuck Phelps. And Jeff Havens will be the two backing up for the burnout. Phelps on the left side. In his Yancer car, and I don't think he was like the first one to run the fenders, but I think he might have been the first one that I saw the fenders on. It seems like he was the guy that kind of at least showed up with them first, and everybody else kind of looked at him and went, that's kind of cool. Gets it to where you got to clean the car a whole lot less. But he is dialed in at 408 over on the left side, and Jeff Havens out of Harrow, Washington, dialed in at 441. The lights are down, both trees are green, and the win light's going to belong to Havens. 444 on the 441 for Jeff. Jeff had an 013 reaction time. Chuck Phelps was 10 thousandths of a second better than that. Put up the 003 light, but could not run the 408 number. Ends up 5 above that with a 413 on what was predicted to be the 408. Ends up 17 thou behind at the stripe. Jeff Havens gets the win light. And gets to continue on here this evening is Michael Kyle out of Westlake, Louisiana for Rear Morrison. That same power plant, 555 cubic inches, is what Michael Kyle has got on the Pennzoil side of the racetrack. Gene Heaton dialed in at 443. Now we thought that seeing Michael and Raleigh roll up here with a 399 dial was pretty stout. Michael Kyle has put 3.94 seconds on the bottom side of that Pennzoil scoreboard as his predicted ET. Is the number 2 qualifier in the field. We'll see just how close he can get to that 394. Gene Heaton on the other side, getting a head start by about a bulb. Away we go. Heaton's away. Gene gets the win light. 444 on the 443. Michael Kyle unable to hit that 394 number. Runs a 10 over with a 404. At 185 miles an hour, Gene Heaton picks up the win light and picks up a bye run in the next round, as it is a twofer for Gene Heaton. And as Alan had asked me earlier, I'm really sitting there thinking and wondering, what about that whole WOGO thing? I don't know if that was something that did get its inception here with you and me. I don't know. That's okay. Brian's taking credit for a lot of things that I started. I'll let him have that one too. Steve Hamilton and Frank Young now. Frank in the threes, 3.96 the dial for the Button Transportation sponsored car over the right side, and Steve Hamilton dialed in. Whoa! Frank Young is just hazing the tires left, right, back into the middle, and Steve Hamilton, 458 on a 451 Hamilton, will get the win light as he goes 458 on the 451. It's now Dan Wayman and Taylor Vetter. Vetter over the right side, dialed in at 4 flat. Dan Wayman dialed in at 440. Which makes it easy to figure out that Dan Wayman's going to get a 3,500. I mean, 40. That's makes it easy. That's not going to work. No, the 0.4 of a second head start for Dan Wayman over Taylor Vetter. It is starting to get slow. Okay. Whoa! Dan Wayman puts the front tires of the Dragster about 4.5 feet in the air after he went red by 0.4 of a second. Set it back down hard enough that the rear tires came off the ground momentarily, just briefly, just a little bit. But I saw air under that left rear tire. That's the title of that one, a Kerslamo?
When they come down there, that's a Kerslamo. He did the same thing as you.
Got it.
He's been flying nose at, like, literally Bob and I last round said, yeah, maybe.
Whew.
Maybe with the air change, you should have got it.
You know, if you're looking at a couple more pounds in there, you may have actually wanted to, like, grab a case. Like, if you're going, okay, 1 6-pack, 2 6-pack, that's 3.5 pounds. Let's just put the full case in the front. Taylor Vetter gets the win light, 487 on the 4 flat. Those mountains would be blue. At this temperature tonight, by the time that air flip gets shot, but you'd get back into the pits, then mountains would be blue as blue. I promise. That would work out well. I think the term for that is blast cooler. So they got Dan Wayman's car hooked up. They are towing it towards the top end of the racetrack. As we continue on with Top Dragster, and coming up next is Miss Geneva Nash, who was selected as our best appearing car here this weekend. Congratulations to Geneva. We had her out in front of the tower a little bit earlier. John Stoverman obviously very excited, as he is just now hearing the news. But that will work. Geneva's going to fire up the car. Shane Molinari has already done so, as we are about to the short chute where we need to get Dan Wayman's car out of the way. Hopefully by this point, we do have all of our comp eliminator cars back there. Because we are drawing closer to closing things up here in Top Dragster. Green lights now showing at the top end of the racetrack. 4.06 seconds to dial for Geneva, the gambler out of Visalia, California. And I will say this. I mean, I'd seen Geneva before, met her a couple of times. But today it really sunk into me seeing her stand there by the car. She is a retired corrections officer. She was the original honey badger. I promise you. That lady is just a firecracker. That is just cool. But Shane Molinari dialed in at 396 on the Pennzoil side of the racetrack for S&T Truck Repair and Fixed Speed out of Battleground, Washington. Away we go as Geneva Nash has to get out of the throttle and will win it. Geneva Nash with a 3:57 reaction time and 6:69 on a 4:06 dial is moving on to round number 3. Shane Molinari was 004 on the tree and breaks it out 0.02 of a second at the finish line. But oh wow! And before Alan says this, I was not making fun of a corrections officer. I was pointing out the fact that she was probably a tremendous corrections officer. I'm just saying.
Making fun of a retired corrections officer who then pulled out a 357.
Yeah.
Christopher and I would like Geneva to know Nate has a red shirt. We don't.
Oh. Wow. So Geneva will be back in round number 3 as James Warden and Shonda Blinzler. Are going to be our final 2 here in Top Dragster in what has been just a wild round of Top Dragster. James is dialed in at 3.99 seconds. Shonda dialed in at 4.02, and I'm going to watch and see how this goes before I make one little note. Shonda, who's into show horses. James, who's into auto body stuff. And we're set. James Warden runs 4,004.000 on the 399 after an 016 reaction time to get the win light. Shonda was 002. Got there first by 0.03 of a second. Breaks out by 6 thou to go 401 on the 402 and bow out. James Warden, the only car dialed in the 3-second zone that survives to round number 3. I think what was there? Four cars were dialed in the 3s. A couple of them blew the tires off. One of them broke out. And James Warden was the only one dialed in the 3s to survive into round number 3. So that is going to wrap things up in Top Dragster. We've got Competition Eliminator, I believe, at the ready. We've got Super Gas and Motorcycles back in the staging lanes, and I believe we should have Top Sportsman back there as well, please. So Top Sportsman, if you're not there, come on back. Ryan Giacconi, glad to hear that you got it figured out. And we will see you back here in a little while. So comp eliminator, round number 2. Going to feature Don Bevers and Doug Lambeck. Beavers. Beavers coming in out of Tucson, Arizona. So Don, who is now taking an adjusted 8th mile ding, rolls up here with a 5:49 index on the A Super Modified. 400 cubic inch Ford out of Tucson, and Doug Lambeck. Dad Bob standing behind the car as he always does with that 5.79 second adjusted index. The Super Modified 08 Sunfire with that 317 cubic inches off and away and running. At this end of the racetrack, Doug got the jump, Doug got the win, and Doug will be back as he runs 5.405 on the 5.79 index. Don Beavers runs 5.111 on the 5.49, and it's going to be Lambeck picking up the win light and coming back. So as Doug Lambeck picks up the win light there, he will come back in the semifinals unopposed and will make his way once again to race for a Wally. A couple of rounds down the road. There's now Matt Dahl from here in Las Vegas, rolling up over on the left side, and Joe Mazaris over on the right. Something that was brought to my attention, I almost kind of forgot about. We didn't necessarily run around in the same circles, but whoa! Joe Mazaris leaves the starting line and makes a hard move to the right with that 483 dial. Has to get out of the throttle, and Matt Dahl will go 5.06 on a 5.46 to get the win light and advance into the semifinals. So we know Doug Lambeck's going to get the solo. Matt Dahl is going to come back to take on Scott McClay on the other side of the ladder. And as I was saying, I had been reminded, because again, we ran in different circles in high school, but Matt and I went to the same school back in the day. Maybe not as far back in the day as some others here in the room, but it was back in the day. Easy. So Scott McClay rolls back in the Ciacano Dragster, 304 cubic inch Dodge, 5.11 second. Index shown on the Pennzoil scoreboard. I believe we've got all of our super gassers sitting outside to the right of the tower. Sportsman motorcycle starting to roll forward. And Scott McClay now under the lights here at the strip. And I got to tell you, from our vantage point, that is a beautiful view. Scott McClay blows the tires off of it here on the starting line. And will just kind of coast his way down the rest of the 660 feet. He goes 688 on the 511. But for those of you that are kind of watching online on that Drag Racer TV, you can kind of enjoy that view. You want to talk about like Purple Mountain's majesties. That's something that we get to see here on a regular basis. Just at the end of the racetrack, that nice mountain range. I believe that's the backside of the Sheep Mountain Range. Oh, goodness. It's going to get weird before the night is over, I'm just saying. But I mean, with the kind of silhouette of the mountains down there, of course the sun coming across of the clouds with that kind of purpley orange flare to them. It is a little chilly out there, but it's a beautiful night. A little bit of a breeze. Again, we got through kind of that storm that rolled through. And now we are back into racing again, trying to get this whole thing done tonight as Super Gas makes their way up to the starting line. 6.35 second, the 8th mile adjusted index. The strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Darren Dolezal out of Chandler, Arizona. The 32-bodied Ford going up against Tim Parker, the sheet metal worker out of Colorado. Tim's got the left side. Darren's got the right side. The Super Gas is underway. We are in round number 3 for Super Gas. Got round number 1 done last night. Round number 2 done this morning before we had to go into that weather hold. Win light's going to belong to Darren Dolezal. Dolezal was 0.21 on the tree to Tim Parker's 0.44 as Dolezal goes 6.38 on the 6.35. Tim Parker ran 5.95 at 99 miles an hour and was gunning for Super Comp numbers. So Darren gets the win night now as Davey Adams and Bill Bathello. Bathello in that Smith Valley Irrigation car and Aloha Specialties sponsored ride. Which that, again, we talked about that tomorrow. If you are running around doing a little sightseeing, stop by the Cal and go eat at Aloha Specialties. Try it out. It's good. Davey Adams on the left side. In the Mercedes, Bill Bathello took the long way around. Shot down there to the outside of the groove and came swinging in on the finish line. Goes 6.91 on the 6.35. Not going to advance as Davey Adams was 0.26 on the tree and then 6.51 on the 6.35 index. Getting there first by 0.4 of a second. So Bathello bows out here in this round. Davey Adams takes the Mercedes into round number 3 as Butch Clewine and Marco Paravalaris. Marco on the right side this time. Those LED brake lights illuminated on the back of the Pinella-sponsored 67-bodied Camaro. Going to get the win light here is Butch Clewine. Out of Nebraska goes red by 23 thousandths of a second. Marco 13 green and 6.37 on the 6.35. So Lella figuring out the 8th mile mark pretty quickly. Butch Clewine, again, runs 6.88, but was 0.23 red at this end of the racetrack and lifts up out of the throttle. Let's Marco finish off the run. There's now Steve Williams and Ray Schoenman. I think in the, was it during the time run, Steve Williams came out, was what, like 2 thou under? 1 thou under, it was 6.34 something. Kind of figured it out real quick. Ray Schoenman over on the right side in the 66 bodied Nova out of Greeley, Colorado. Both drivers off the stop. Here we go. 8th mile march right there. 6.35 on a 6.35. Steve Williams 10 on the tree and dead on 7. Gets him to the stripe first by 11 thousandths of a second. Ray Schoenman had an 18 thou bulb and had nowhere to go with it. Steve Williams 17 total. Schoenman was 1 above. Just ran into the wrong guy at the wrong time. Tom Stalba and Don Anderson. Super Street and Stock will take you back to the staging lanes, please. Super Street and Stock will take you back to the staging lanes, please. As Don Anderson gets the win light over Tom Stalba. Anderson 34 green and goes 6.36 on a 6.35. Stalba was also 36 on the 35, was 0.43 on the tree, and by 7 thousandths of a second, Don Anderson rolls up here. Jeez. Kind of really thinking about that. Schoenman, who was, what, 18 and 1 above. Would have beat just about everybody else on the racetrack except Steve Williams so far. Fisher, out of Ohio, goes 6.53 at 105 miles an hour. Was 0.23 on the tree. Val Torres, 009 and then 7.02 on the 6.35. Could not find that index once again. Once again, Stock and Super Street. Stock and Super Street. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on back. Stock and Super Street. There's no Norm Bumgard, and Gary Cook will battle it out on the 2-for-1. Winner gets a free ride in the next round. In which we see Paul Weekman lining up to take in the water box behind him. Brumgard out of Kansas, the 3D Resources ride. And a red light start for Norm. Norm ends up running 7:09. Gary Cook had some issues there as well. He was 093 on the tree and goes 7:48. And you kind of hear the car whomp, 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 but Brumgard went deep, which results in the DQ, and away we go. Gary Cook moves on. And it looks like Weekman was going to meet up with Mark Yeager. But Yeager not making the call here in this round, and it's going to be Weekman on the solo shot. And the Torrance, California-based ride. 25 on the tree. And 6:37 down the racetrack. That will bring up Daryl Mitchell. And where did Mike Boehner go? Mike Boehner. A no-show here in Super Gas, Daryl Mitchell. Will get the solo shot in the Cavalier. Out of California, 635 is the index. .27 on the tree and 598 down the racetrack. And as we finish up Super Gas, I mean, I certainly don't want to like rub salt in a wound, but Skoneman, who had the second best pass of the round, and looking back at kind of what everybody else ran, Skoneman's run would have beat anybody else except for Steve Williams. Oof. Wow. Well, Super Gas, round number 2 is in the books. We got Sportsman Motorcycle sitting here under the arch for their second go-round. So as Sportsman Motorcycle find their way into the water box, Clay Pollitt and Rick Newport will find themselves astride their machines. Rick Newport, former division champ, couple of times over, dialing in with a 5.18 second predicted elapsed time, and Clay Pollitt, the Hoods owner, out of Huntington Beach, California. 5.71 seconds, the dial for the Hayabusa over on the left side. So with Newport and Team Matco, Pollitt and Team Hoods, the pre-stage bulb is already lit for the Suzuki on the right side of the racetrack. Pollitt's in and set, away we go. Down to the finish line, just that quick, 582 on a 571. Clay Pollitt is going to get the win light in this matchup. He was 17 on the tree to Rick Newport's 049. As Newport ends up running 532 on the 518. So Pollitt gets the win light on that one. As our next two bikes out of the water box and ready to go, Clayton Howey and Cameron Belisle Belisle died 577 on his Kawasaki, right side of the racetrack. Clayton Howie. The Kawasaki on the left side, dialed in at 5 at 63. A little bit of a split tree there as Cameron Belisle opting for that full tree. Goes 579 on the 577. Had the 030 reaction time. Clayton Howie was 15 thousandths of a second behind with the reaction time. Had the 045 and goes 566 on the 563. So Howie, who's one of your top 5 players in Sportsman Motorcycle last year, bows out at the hand of Belisle. And that will actually set our first pair for the next go-round as Pollitt has advanced, Belisle has advanced. And that'll bring up Eric Danielson and Larry Mota. Danielson, a regular runner here at the strip and has been for many, many years. Coming out here on the red Kawasaki left side of the racetrack, dialed in at 543, Larry Mota out of Orem, Utah. Again, former division champ, last year top 5 player. And a transplant from Rocky Mountain down here to Las Vegas, where he runs on a regular basis. 566 and the 562 for Larry Mota. Had the 028 reaction time. Eric Danielson, unfortunately, had that bulb that started with a 1 and then runs 544 on the 543, just one above the dial. But gave up about 0.09 of a second at this end of the racetrack. So Larry Mota picks up the ticket into the next round as now Tom Medlin and Donnie Durenberger out of the water box and up to the line. Durenberger right side. Out of Dayton, Minnesota, dialed in at 627. Tom Medlin, the fabricator out of California, dialed in at 5 at 64. Head start goes to Donnie Durenberger. Win light goes to Donnie, 631 on the 627 for Durenberger. He was 059 on the tree. Tom Medlin was 100th of a second behind with the 069. And then runs 569 on the 564. So Durenberger gets a spot on the next rung as gets the solo shot. Denny unable to make the call. Shaver goes 576 on a 563, shutting it down a little early at 119 miles an hour. So it'll be Leo versus Larry on what will be a 2-for-1 in the next go-round as we get down to our final pair between Craig Jensen and Kahea Woods. Jensen on the snowmobile, the Polaris, based out of Plain City, Utah, 6.06 second dial, and Kahea Woods, he might need that thing to get home. Kahea dialed in at 5.49 seconds. So with Woods on the left side, final pair of bikes on the starting line and Top Sportsman at the ready. Click, set. Well, Craig turned it loose. 0.06 of a second too soon. Kahea Woods would have been early by 3 thou, but Craig was already gone as he goes 6:15 on the 6:06. Woods gets the win light, goes 5.50 seconds on the 5:49, and it'll be Durenberger versus Kahea in the next round. So Pollitt versus Belisle, Durenberger versus Woods, and Larry Mota will come back to take on Leo Shaver. When we get after it again, Top Sportsman coming out of the staging lanes. Again, Stock and Super Street. You have been called to the lanes for your next go-round, please. Stock and Super Street. We're going to get you headed back here. got top sportsman? Mark Beering out of Novosado, Texas. Brings his 2010 bodied Cobalt with 712 cubic inches worth of power. Out of the water box on that Las Vegas side of the racetrack. 4.57 seconds. The dial that the number 17 qualifier has selected to go up against Judy Radford. Radford, the pickup truck out of Meridian, Idaho. 4.73 second dial. For that 762 cubic inch Dodge. Judy Radford having to do a whole lot of driving there. Was 003 on the tree and runs 504 on a 473 dial. Not going to turn on the win line on her side of the scoreboards. Mark runs a 464 on the 457. After no 43 reaction time, Mark will advance. As unfortunately Judy Radford lined up, kind of pointed at the wall. The car moved that direction as well. And Beering will be back in the quarterfinals of Top Sportsman. Is now Doug Crumlich and Dean Hall. Battle of these split windows. 627 cubic inches worth of Donovan power. 32 barrels. Okay. That's what he's decided to go with? Sounds good. 448 is the dial for Dean Hall. And across the way, Crummy's ride. He's got 741 cubic inches. Dialed in at 4.26 seconds to the 660-foot mark. For Doug Crumlich, we heard him talking about earlier, looking at relocating down into the southeast area. And a quick bang out of Doug Crumlich's car as he leaves the starting line. You saw it launch. Saw a little quick flash out from underneath the car. He gets out of the throttle, goes 1084 at just 55 miles an hour. Dean Hall 49 on the tree and 450 on the 448 for Dean. We'll get him the win light as unfortunately for Doug, after that 009 red light, he gets out of the throttle and Dean Hall will move on. Sounds like we should have most of our stock and super street cars back in the staging lanes. If you're not there yet, please make your way down there. There's Doug Bracey and Jeff Gillette. Going to be our next two. Jeff in the Indigene Reserve ride. 637 cubic inches, 06 GTO, dialed in at 451. And Doug Bracey, the Quartertech Electronics ride, dialed in at 4.63 seconds in his Cavalier. Cavalier will get the head start. Jeff Gillette, couple of time champ of the category, will be the one to try and chase him down. After they get him staged up and ready to roll. Jeff's got the pre-stage bulb on, and he's had it on for a while. As Doug Bracey rolls in and lights up the pre-stage bulb. As soon as Bracey lit up the pre-stage bulb, Jeff's like, come on, let's get it going. Both drivers with 2 zeros and a 1 in the reaction time. Winner is going to be Jeff Gillette on a double breakout. He was 001, Doug Bracey's 10 bulb, And by 0.03 of a second, Jeff Gillette gets there first, but it all comes down to a double breakout. Gillette runs 4:49 on the 4:51. That was better. That gets the win. That gets Gillette into the next round. And that gets him a set pairing with Mr. Beering. When the Top Sportsman cars return is now Marty Castagno and Brian Warr. Brian on the left side and his 69 Camaro for the folks at Pete's Diesel Repair, dialed in at 4.48 seconds. Marty Castagno has got the 4:58 showing up on the bottom side of the Pennzoil scoreboard for the 632 cubic inch Chevrolet powered ride out of Grantsville, Utah. It's a little Utah intra-state rivalry. It's Riverton represented on the left, Grantsville represented on the right, then 1/10 of a second the difference in the dial. Finish line says this one is going to go to Marty. 0.25 on the tree and dead on zero. 4:58 for Marty Castagno. Brian Warr was about 0.06 of a second behind in reaction time, and then ends up running 0.02 of a second above the dial. So Castagno gets to the stripe first by 28 thousandths and gets the win. So again, stock and super street, you should be back there. Super comp and super stock. Super comp and super stock will take you back into the staging lanes as well, please. Super comp and super stock. Go ahead and make your way back into the staging lanes. Like now would be good. Ken Ratzloff and Kelly Harper. Ratzloff, who was part of that championship battle that was taking place over the last couple of events. Fortunately, coming up a little bit short. Still has an opportunity at trying to nab one more Wally before the season comes to a close. He is lined up on the right side, dialed in at 4:45. Kelly Harper in the 67 Mustang out of Arizona, dialed in at 4.29 seconds. Over on the left. Down to the stripe, it's going to be Ratzloff, 4:48 on 4:45. Gets the win, was 0.22 on the tree. Kelly Harper put up a trip zip perfect reaction time. Got to the stripe first by 54 thousandths of a second to break out a thou. One thou away from a perfect run and bows out. Camp Commiseration has a new commissioner, at least at this point in time. For those of you who need to kind of bury your misery, Kelly Harper could use somebody to talk to. Ratzloff gets the win line. Again, 22 on the tree, 3 above, gets the nod as Jeff Connolly and Mike Proctor. Will be up next. Jeff Connolly, the number 1 qualifier, dialed in at 4.05 seconds. As Mike Proctor dialed in at 4:32. Jeff Connolly goes 4:58 after hazing the tires at this end of the racetrack and then getting back into it. Mike Proctor pretty much did a second burnout leaving the starting line. Goes through to go 10 and 64. After his 0.14 on the tree, Connolly getting the win line. We'll come back to take on Dean Hall. As now Joe Stannard and Patrick Warr. Patrick, who is trying to keep the War family in the game here, dialed 454. Joe Stanner dialed in at 463. And unfortunately, we've got one stopped down at the top end of the racetrack. We're going to need a little assistance. So with the assistance now rolling out there, looks like we're able to get the car refired. It's making its way to the top end, and we'll go ahead and let Joe and Patrick get them fired back up. Well, after that, well, we get notified that we're starting to see some droplets on windshields. And with droplets on windshields, that's not something that we want to do right now. At least send a couple of really quick race cars down the racetrack, so. We will shut the cars off. We'll put some tractors out there on the racetrack. It's not a lot. There's a couple of little driplets here and there, and we'll get the equipment out on the track and try to stay ahead of this. And as soon as we get ahead of this, then we'll get right back after it. Okay? Sounds good. little bit of disruption that Mother Nature put out there has made its way past. Made a quick lap up and back with the broom tractor. And that will be that. So we are back with Joe Stanner, dialed in at 463. We are back with Patrick Warr, dialed in at 454. And the winner will get Ken Ratzloff when we make our way back with Top Sportsman a little bit later on. So both drivers have repeated the burnout, repeating the staging process. And then after that, it'll be all new for everybody, because we didn't get this far last time. Oh, goodness. Patrick Warr had to use the throttle pedal more than he wanted to after he was perfect on the straight and it cost him. Joe Stannard, 008, 465 on a 463. Stannard did a great job on the starting line. Patrick Warr was perfect at this end of the racetrack. But then after that, he had to get out of the throttle, and it gave Stannard the room that he needed, so it'll be Stannard versus Ratzloff. Coming back next round, and Brian LaFlamme gets the solo shot. Your number 2 qualifier. Says 499 on the board. I believe that we might go quicker than that. Just thinking. Especially since we had like a 405 up on the board earlier. How much quicker? Let's find out. Like 413 at 180 miles an hour. So that will put Top Sportsman in the book. We're headed back to the top of the rotation. We've got Super Street. We've got Stock. We should have back in the staging lane Super Comp and Super Stock as well. And with us getting back to the top of the rotation, I'm going to slide out of the way, and the next voice that you hear up here will be none other than Bob Unkefer. Who, as we said, you know, we talk about some drivers being a little bit more seasoned in the seat than others. Same thing here.
Round number 3, Super Street getting ready to roll out at us. 13 cars, going to whittle it down to half a dozen. Trevor Larson down the left, John Dexter on the right. The eighth mile index for our Super Street contenders. A 695. They've had one shot. Well, most everybody had one shot. More about that in a minute. Yep, this is a 2-for-1 lap. Winner here gets the bye run to the final round. Or semifinals, excuse me. Trevor on the left, John on the right. 6 cars left. Next time we come around the quarterfinals, it will whittle down to 3. After working his way down track, Trevor Larson, though, going to light up the scoreboard. 694 takes out Dexter's 692. So Larson moves on with not one but 2 rounds of elimination. We know that he will be one of our final 3 players. As we continue on, Wade Samuel Up alongside Shelby Williams. Shelby, who came out a little bit earlier, had some problems, did not get to make the time run that everybody else did. See if they were able to go back and use Steve's magical computer to figure out what they wanted to do. Shelby on the right-hand side. She's also been in the left-hand lane for the majority of the race. Wade says, you know what? I'll take that side. Thank you very much. Had the tune-up run. Thank you very much. But don't count out Shelby. 17-year-old lady, 17-year young lady knows how to get it done. Here comes Wade, top end, closes in, 97, beats a 97. Wade was 002 to get the win, 34th out the stripe. So Samuel moves on. And Davey Adams and Dan Bain come rolling in. Bain on the right-hand side. The Camaro transplanted Kansan over on the right. Davey Adams. California runner there on the left in the Maverick. And it's going to be Bain picking up the win. 7:04 to $1.14. Davey Adams was 7:01 at 114 as well, but Bain had the better light and was able to get down there, drive the stripe, pick up the win, and move on. At least one more. He'll come back to run either Rutledge or Bycroft. We'll see them here in just a pair. Jimmy Galante and Dave Thompson rolling in next. Galante's 67 Deuce on the right, Thompson's Shoebox Chevy. They're on the left-hand side. Everybody's looking for the 95. It's been a little elusive. And it continues to be so. 698 for Thompson gets the win. 694.8 by Jimmy. He was close to fighting at 695, but missed it by a couple of foul. So Thompson. Wade Samuel will duke it out next round in the battle of the classic Chevrolets. Chris Bracey and Scott Michelle come rolling in next. Bracey, who had to hustle back from the top sportsman battles, jump into Vallejo Coin Exchange. Camaro on the left. Chris on the left. Doug in the top sportsman car, but he had to hustle back. Make sure Chris does everything right. Shells Mopar out in front. Bracey coming off the throttle stop. Gets the win. 7 flat. 101 miles an hour. 7:05 by Scott. So Bracey moves on. Scott Michelle is bowing out here in this round. Jacob Rutledge and John Bycroft now going to do battle. Except there's no Rutledge. There's just Bycroft. So John moving on. Because Rutledge can't answer the bell. So it'll be Bycroft and Bain duking it out in the next round. As Bycroft goes through with a 696 at 106. Trevor Larson gets the bye. Chris Bracey will be back to run. Brian Giacone, who gets the bye at this stage of the game. Thompson Shoebox will be back to take on Wade Samuels. Ideal car start. Chevelle. Ryan, if you will, getting a free tune-up run. And 7-11 at $1.17. May still have a few adjustments to make. Knobs to turn. Buttons to tweak.
Allergies? Did you know that most vehicles have a cabin air filter that should be changed yearly? This helps prevent dust and allergens from entering your vents into your vehicle. The same goes for your air filter. This helps prevent dust and particles from entering your engine. Get yours checked. Make an appointment today. Call 702-735-7315 or visit us at tedweens.com.
Going to do battle. Old school muscle, new school muscle. Orlay's High Country Hemi. John picked up his first ever Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series win. That was what, a year ago down in Tucson? Hard to believe that was his first Lucas Oil win. Going for number 2 or 3. He's won since. Dorley on a 627 dial, Burton on a 615. These two cars are on the short side of the ladder. So huge opportunity for a bye run to the final round. First you got to get by this one. Green lights pair, off and running. Dorley's Hemi car, right hand side. 627 to dial, goes 629 for the win. Dorley picks up the W, 615 by Burton at 109 miles an hour. And a heads up stock automatic battle. Get ready, shape up now. Mike Williams and Steve Foley. Mike still effectively in the hunt for the division championship here at Stock Eliminator. If he wins the event, it becomes a tiebreaker situation between he and Steve Wan. But I got to tell you right now, Mike Williams running into Steve Foley in a heads-up E-Stock automatic may not be the best thing he could have hoped for. Soon to find out. Little 350 Camaro out of Remac Trans. Out of the gate run. Foley's Mopar cars being quicker in qualifying. But Williams is going to get the win here. 94 miles an hour, and he continues on. 698 by Foley. 95 miles per and 36 foul between them. Down at the end of the racetrack. So Williams doing what he needs to do, and that is go rounds and keep on winning. Chris Hall taking on Gary Emmons now, the Lucas Oil Emmons Motorsports. Cobra Jet on the right-hand side, 574 for Gary. Hall on a 665, the big block, second gen, 70 Camaro, hot rod there on the left line. Not quite a second handicap start, and only an eighth of a mile to make it up in. Emmons on the right, out and running. Chris Hall giving it a shot. Gary at the stripe. Tips the nose, 576 on a 74. Emmons was perfect, leaving the line. Held a bag of donuts back here on this end and moves on to the round of 6. Gary will come back to take on either C.W. Hofer or Daryl Goheen. Goheen's C-Stock automatic Camaro rolls in on the left-hand side, and C.W. Hofer, three-time Division 7 ET Driver of the Year, went Stock Eliminator shopping and bought himself a very good ride. For off and running. Goheen on the left-hand side. Have to try and push him out. Not going to happen. 717 on the 708. CW had the better light, turned it into the win. 702 on a 704 by Darrell. So Hofer and Emmons. Next round of eliminations, we call Super Gas and Top Dragster lanes, please. Super Gas and Top Dragster. Need you into the lanes, please. Super Gas and Top Dragster. Come on down. Ryan McClanahan and Dwayne Scheidlin. 440 six-pack Challenger. 427 big block Camaro. Dwayne's off and running. Here comes Private Ryan. 647, Shetland gets the win, 103 miles an hour, taking 29 stripe for the win. So Dwayne will be back. Take on John Dorley. A pair of Colorado runners and a pair of Mopars. And they're going to duke it out to see which one of them goes to the finals. Because the winner of that pair will have the bye run at 3. Chris Ashley's got the bye run this time around, and she'll be back to run Mike Williams. It's Mike looking to see if he can keep his shot at fame and glory alive and kicking. Trying to chase down Steve Wan for the championship here in the division. 7:35 by Chris. 90 miles per. And we are down to 6 in stock eliminator.
You said if Mike Williams makes it to the final, that would be a tie?
I do believe so.
Oh. What's your tiebreaker in Division 5?
Heads up.
Oh, no, because out here it's who's got the bigger engine.
Well, that'd be one way to solve it, but I think there might be some people that have something to say about that.
Steve Wan voted for it, actually.
Yeah, I bet.
I got one for you.
Mike Williams probably didn't vote for it, but, well, never mind. We won't get into voting.
Joey Severance, Dwayne Shields under the arch right now. Final round for the Alcohol Dragster.
Yep.
Total final rounds between the two at regional competition. You want to take a stab?
No.
Oh, come on.
I don't. I don't.
Nate, you want to take a stab? What's that? Total final rounds, if you add up final rounds of Joey Severance and Dwayne Shields. Not counting Joe Sr., because he's got a number of them also. You got to separate those two when you look up Joe Severance. That's actually pretty close. Nate said 96. 115. Wow. You were closer than Nunk. He just completely sissied out.
I did.
You want to hear something even wackier than that?
Keep going.
Dwayne Shields has 34 wins. Joey Severance has 34 wins.
There you go.
Should be a fun final. Just doing a little touch-up out there on the starting line on the racetrack before we bring him out here. 7680 Super Stock is not in the staging lanes. Everybody else Super Stock is in the staging lanes. Tom Ferrugia? He didn't break that thing, did he? I hope not. Let's see here. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute. I'm looking something up. How about this? The last time these two raced in a final round, 13 years ago, here. You're going to find this even ridiculous. 115 final rounds between them. This is the third time they've gone head-to-head in a final. And the last time, 2007, here. Now, Dwayne does do most of his regional racing out on the other coast, but you'd think they'd have to run into each other somewhere. Shields, the Muscle Milk car, the injected nitro car, Joey Severance, J&A Services. J&A, of course, is Jim and Annie. He's also the JN house car, that being Jamie Noonan, where he gets his horsepower. Now, Severance knocked the tire off this thing in the last round, you may recall, and then fortunately for him, he didn't have anybody in the other lane to deal with, so he just kind of idled her on down there. Dwayne Shields made a solid run in the last round at 5:28. Somebody is going to pick up their 35th regional trophy. I can't believe they're tied at 34 apiece. I can't believe this is only the third time they have ever raced head-to-head in the final round on the regional spread. Whoa! Problems for Dwayne on the starting line. Joey goes across the center line and gives it back to him. Dwayne hit the gas and the thing quit. Joey's car went out there dancing through the middle and he crossed the center line. And for Dwayne, that might be the most improbable of his 35 regional wins. He won it by going 100 feet. And I'll tell you this, he's glad he wasn't down there. Because when Joey's car started skating out there about 400 feet or so, he crossed the center line, actually stopped the 8th mile timers in the right lane, and then pulled back over into the other side. Wow. I mean, just wow. And amazingly enough, is the 1,000-foot block the only one he got? The one he got coming back across?
Yep.
That's crazy.
So's every other stat about this.
Yeah. A wild ride for Joey Severance, ends up with a Dwayne Shields win. After Dwayne's car quit literally right off the starting line. The alcohol funny cars guys don't have quite that much history. Not quite. Between them, this is their 71st final round. And let's see here just for fun. How about this is only the second time these two have raced head-to-head in a final round on the division trail. And the first time was 2007. But it was in Woodburn. That would have been way too much coincidence. Closed circuit for Sherry Severance. Yep, good call. That's amazing to me.
amazing how often it actually.
At that 2007 Woodburn race, just because we have time.
Dwayne Shields won top alcohol Dragster.
No, Sean Cowie did.
Oh, okay.
Over Tom Bear.
Huh.
And Tom, I believe, would have been driving Steve Federland's car at that time.
Yep. Steve had a birthday the other day.
Paul Nero was in the final that week. Jim Waldo won stock. That might have been his last win. Jody Lang won super stock. Fun to look back in time. They get things squared away at the top end. We got our alcohol funny cars at the ready. Oh, Warren. That was your heads up. righty, cones replaced and ready to go with the final. Allow all money go. Brian Houck, Sean Bellemere. It's ridiculous that these two have only raced one time in a final round. Especially when you consider that, you know, before Sean started driving the Bartone Mobile, the West Coast was kind of his stomping ground in the family car. Bartone, Boggs, and Bellemere against Haugen. Hey, Dwayne, that the craziest final you ever won? I mean, that was nuts. Alrighty, rev them up. And let's get them down there nice and safe and clean. And may the best Chevrolet win. That's a pretty good race, wouldn't you say? Whoa, 542. 270 miles an hour. And an 016 light. That's just mean. Brian goes 549 at 269 miles an hour, makes a solid run down the left lane, but I'm telling you, 016, 542. Man, that is nasty. Hey, tip of the cap to all the guys down there in the Killer Bees outfits. And also a heck of a run over there for Brian and Mindy and the team. I mean, you run 549, 269, you expect to be in a race, but Sean Bellemere just, 542 is bad enough. 016 on the bulb? That's mean. All right, quick little touch-up down there. We got Super Comp. Under the arch as we continue rocking our way through. I keep looking down there and seeing that 575 and thinking, it must be qualifying alcohol funny cars. Oh, no, wait. 8th mile. 8th mile. Sherry, I hope so too. I hope so too.
Dom Lagana outside enjoying.
from Bob Unkefer's Facebook feed. Dom Lagana actually went outside today. Got a little sun on his face. Still got some rehab and still got some work to do, but man, is that good news. All right, hopefully we'll be through traction farming and ready to race some more. And it looks like we're done traction farming. Wonder what happened to Brian Presler? Because I see Steve Kasner. I do not see Brian Presler. Maybe he figured his work is done. Got the one we came for, and let's celebrate. I certainly wouldn't blame him for that if that's the case. Hope he didn't break his car. Hate going home from the last race of the year with a broken car. Hate going home from any race with a broken car, but anyway, Steve Kasner going to take a free ride. And he'll be back in the quarters. Oh, 24 on the bulb. Off the throttle. 631. Blake Williams and Mike Lane coming in now. And looks like Steve Kasner stopped down there on the racetrack. We're going to have to go down and check on him. Yeah, I got the quad out there, and apparently Steve was able to get her refired, so that's good news. Top sportsman, come on down. We need you to the lanes. Top sportsman to the lanes. Your funny car show-offs going back to call it a year? I mean, geez, 016? That's just mean. 542 is not exactly friendly, but 016 is mean. All right, racers, listen up. The official call has been made. It's just flat too cold. I mean, we've been out there and sprayed and drug, and you still got some cars getting loose in the middle. So we're done for tonight. Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., should have some sun on the racetrack, should be able to get a little heat on the concrete. Tomorrow, the rest of the race will be contested 8th mile, and we are going to start tomorrow morning regular rotation, which means super street out first, then stock, then super comp, then super stock, and we'll round up that way. At this point, I mean, certainly the track has done everything they can with the equipment that we've got here and, you know, with the cards that Mother Nature has dealt us. But it's just gotten cold out there. The racetrack is so cold, there's no way to put any heat into it. And the best decision is to come back tomorrow and finish this up beginning at 8 a.m., regular rotation, and it will be 8th mile tomorrow as well. Thank you to all the racers. We appreciate your cooperation and bearing with us. And I know we've had to do a little bobbing and weaving here the last couple of days, but you know, you got to do what you got to do. We will get it done tomorrow. Fortunately, and I give Mike and Jeff a tip of the cap for this, they decided yesterday that we were going to dive right into eliminations today and try to get as far as we could, so we shouldn't have too much more to do tomorrow. Hopefully we can get this baby wrapped up by noon, put 2020 into the books, and start thinking about whatever the next event is for you and for us. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Stay warm. Drive careful if you're leaving the facility here tonight. Thank you very much to Nate Hershey and Bob Unkefer. For everybody at Las Vegas Motor Speedway and the NHRA, I'm Alan Reinhart. Good night. Tomorrow morning, Super Street, 8 a.m.